Welcome. We're so happy you tuned in tonight. Before we get started, I'd love to know, where are you watching from? Drop it in the comments. Now, let's get comfortable and drift into deep, peaceful sleep together. Rain turned the coastal town of Millhaven into something older than itself, something that remembered when the streets were just mud paths and the houses were built from driftwood and hope. The water came down in sheets that Thursday night, not violent but persistent. The kind of rain that made you forget what dry air felt like. It streaked the windows and filled the gutters until they sang in low voices, gurgling conversations between the rooftops. The power lines above Harker Street hummed with their endless electrical hymn, a sound so constant that most residents had learned to unhear it, the way you stop noticing your own breathing until someone points it out. Sarah Milliken sat in her third-floor apartment above the shuttered bookstore, watching water run down the outside of her window in patterns that almost looked intentional. She had been awake for 37 hours, not by choice exactly, though choice had become a complicated word lately. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw her sister's face the way it had looked 3 months ago in the hospital, right before the machines started their final chorus of alarms. Every time she tried to sleep, she heard herself saying those words again. "I can't do this anymore, Jules. I'm sorry, but I can't." The doctors had said it wouldn't have mattered, that her sister was already gone by then, that unplugging the machines was the right thing. But Sarah knew the truth she'd been carrying, the one that made her stomach clench whenever she tried to rest. She'd been relieved. For just a moment, standing there with her hand on the plug, she'd felt pure relief that it would finally be over. The apartment smelled like damp cardboard and old coffee. Sarah had stopped taking out the trash regularly. She'd stopped doing a lot of things regularly. Her phone sat on the table, screen dark. 12 missed calls from her mother in the last week alone. She'd have to answer eventually. She'd have to explain why she hadn't been to the cemetery, why she'd sold Jules's car without telling anyone, why she'd taken the insurance money and paid off her own credit cards instead of setting up the memorial fund they'd discussed. She'd have to explain, and she'd have to lie, because the truth was too ugly for daylight. The candle had been a gift from Mrs. Chen downstairs, pressed into Sarah's hands 2 weeks ago, with a knowing look that Sarah hadn't understood at the time. "For the rainy nights," Mrs. Chen had said, her accent thick but her words careful. "You keep it on the sill, understand? And if the flame starts to lean, you put it out quick. Don't talk to it, just put it out." Sarah had nodded because it was easier than asking questions, and Mrs. Chen had patted her hand with fingers that felt like cold paper, before shuffling back to her own apartment. Now Sarah picked up the candle, thick white wax in a short glass holder, and turned it over in her hands. The wick was black and crisp, waiting. Outside, the rain intensified, drumming against the glass with renewed purpose. The power line hum shifted slightly, dropping half a note like a singer taking a breath. Sarah stood and moved to the window, setting the candle on the narrow sill. She needed something to focus on besides the thoughts that circled her skull like sharks. She needed light that wasn't the cold LED glow of her phone, or the buzzing fluorescent in the kitchen. She needed warmth. The match scratched against the box, sulphur flaring in her nostrils, and then the wick caught. The flame rose, clean and straight, a perfect teardrop of fire that pushed back the darkness in the room. Sarah sat down in the chair she'd dragged over to the window weeks ago. The chair where she'd spent most of her waking hours watching the street below, watching the other windows glow and dim as people lived their lives in boxes of light stacked above and beside each other. The flame steadied, burning with that particular orange gold that made everything feel temporarily okay, like maybe the world wasn't as sharp-edged as it actually was. For a while, nothing happened. Rain fell, the candle burned. Sarah's eyes grew heavy despite the coffee and the fear of dreams, but then, so subtle she almost missed it, the flame leaned, not from a draught. The window was closed tight, sealed against the weather, and the room's air was perfectly still. The flame simply tilted, maybe 5 degrees, toward the glass, toward the outside, like it was trying to see something in the street below. Sarah sat up straighter. The flame continued its lean, gentle but unmistakable, bending from the base of the wick as if invisible fingers were pulling it. She thought about Mrs. Chen's words, about putting it out quickly, but curiosity held her still. What was it leaning toward? She pressed her face closer to the window, cupping her hands against the glass to cut the reflection, and looked down at Harker Street. The street was empty. Rain fell through the cones of light beneath the street lamps, each drop visible for a moment before joining the dark rivers flowing along the gutters. The buildings across the way showed lit windows here and there. The Martinez family's living room where the TV flickered blue, old Mr. Keller's studio where he painted through the night, the dark squares of vacant apartments waiting for tenants who might never come. Nothing moved down there. Nothing that Sarah could see anyway, but the candle knew better. The flame bent further, nearly 45 degrees now, straining toward the window like a dog pulling at its leash. And as Sarah watched, the wick began to cast two shadows on the glass holder beneath it. One shadow was normal, dark and crisp where the flame blocked the light. The other was wrong. It stretched too long, reaching across the white wax toward the window, with the shape of a pointing finger, thin and accusatory. Sarah's breath caught. She reached for the candle to blow it out, but before she could, she noticed the wax. The melted pool at the candle's base was moving, not just dripping in the normal way hot wax moved, but creeping across the glass holder with purpose, forming shapes. For a few seconds, the wax looked like it was writing letters, a curved S, maybe, or the beginning of a word, before collapsing back into formless liquid. Then it tried again, pooling into a different configuration. This time it looked almost like a heart, lopsided and crude, but recognisable. Sarah's own heart hammered against her ribs. Outside, the power line hum changed. The pitch dropped, and then rose, modulating like a voice trying to form words, and Sarah felt the hairs on her arms stand up. The temperature in the room shifted. Not colder, but warmer, like someone had stepped close behind her, like breath on her neck. But when she spun around, the apartment was empty. Just her things in their familiar disorder, just shadows, and the distant sound of rain on the roof. The flame pulled harder toward the window. Sarah could almost feel its desire, its need to get closer to whatever was out there. And that's when she smelled it. Warm wax, yes, but mixed with something else. Salt air, thick and cloying. The smell of the ocean 4 blocks away brought somehow right into her room. And underneath that, something organic and wrong, like fat rendering in a pan, like meat left too long in the sun. Her stomach turned. "What the fuck?" she whispered, and immediately regretted speaking. The flame jumped at the sound of her voice, flaring bright for a moment before settling back into its lean. The wax heart at the base grew more defined, edges sharpening. Sarah grabbed the candle holder, meaning to blow out the flame, but her hands froze. In the window's reflection, superimposed over the rainy street below, she saw something that wasn't there. A silhouette. Tall and thin, impossibly thin, standing on the sidewalk directly below her window. It didn't move like a person moved. It stood with perfect stillness, and the rain seemed to pass through it rather than around it, as if it was less a solid thing and more a shape cut out of reality. Sarah's breath fogged the glass. She wiped it away with her sleeve and looked down at the actual street. Nothing. The sidewalk was empty, but in the reflection the silhouette remained. And as Sarah watched, unable to look away, it began to walk. Not toward anywhere, just walking, moving up Harker Street with slow, deliberate steps. Its form seemed to be made of dripping lines, like a figure drawn in ink while the ink was still wet, everything running and blurring at the edges. Where it walked, the streetlights flickered, not out but dimmer, as if it was pulling something from them. The air in Sarah's apartment grew warmer still, almost uncomfortable now, and the smell of rendering fat intensified until she had to breathe through her mouth. The candle flame bent so far it was nearly horizontal, the tip almost touching the glass. Both. Shadows on the wick writhed now, twisting around each other like snakes. The wax heart at the base grew smaller, tighter, more perfect, as if invisible hands were sculpting it. And Sarah felt something rising in her chest, pushing up through her lungs and throat. The truth she'd been sitting on for 3 months, the relief she'd felt, the anger at her sister for getting sick in the first place, for taking up 5 years of Sarah's life with hospitals and insurance battles and watching someone you love disappear by inches, the resentment, the guilt, the secret gladness when it was finally over. She wanted to say it. The words pressed against her teeth, demanding release. The flame swayed gently, hypnotically, like it was coaxing her. The silhouette in the window's reflection had stopped walking and now stood directly below again, facing up toward her window. She couldn't see its face, if it had a face, but she felt its attention like a physical weight, like being pinned under a microscope. It was waiting, patiently, eternally. Mrs. Chen's words came back to her. Don't talk to it. Just put it out. Sarah's hand shook as she raised it toward the flame. The heat pressed against her palm, warning her off. She remembered being a child, being told not to touch the stove, doing it anyway, the sharp lesson of pain. This would hurt. The flame was at least 2 inches high, burning hot enough that she could feel it from 6 inches away. But if she didn't do it, if she spoke instead, if she whispered her truth to the fire like some part of her desperately wanted to, what then? What would Candlepith do with her confession? She didn't know what Candlepith was. She didn't even know if that was a real name or just something from Mrs. Chen's old country, a story told to keep children from playing with candles. But the silhouette in the window was real enough, even if it only existed in reflection. The flame's lean was real, the wax heart was real, and the pressure in her chest, the need to confess, was more real than anything. "I'm sorry," Sarah whispered, not to the flame but to Jules, to the memory of her sister that lived in her head and judged her every moment. Then she brought her thumb and forefinger down hard on the wick. The flame died with a hiss and a small puff of smoke, but not before the heat bit deep. Sarah yelped and jerked her hand back, clutching it to her chest. The burn was immediate and vicious, 2 white marks on her skin that were already turning red and starting to blister. Tears sprang to her eyes, but she blinked them back, sucking air through her teeth. The pain was good. The pain was honest. It was real in a way that cut through the fog of grief and guilt that had been suffocating her. In the sudden darkness, her eyes unadjusted, the room returned to nothing but the faint glow from the streetlights outside. Sarah sat very still. She made herself think it. The truth. Not speaking it aloud, but acknowledging it fully in the privacy of her own mind where it had been hiding. She had been relieved when Jules died. She had wanted it to be over, not because she didn't love her sister, but because she was tired, bone-tired, soul-tired. She'd given up years of her life, and part of her had started to hate Jules for needing so much. And when the machines went quiet, there had been a moment, just a moment, when Sarah had felt light, free. She sat with that truth. She didn't argue with it or justify it or try to make it smaller. She just held it, turning it over in her mind, accepting that this was part of who she was. A person who could love someone and also be glad when they were gone. A person who was more complicated than just grief. A person who contained multitudes, including ugly ones. The warmth in the room dissipated like someone had opened a door to let in fresh air. The smell of burnt wax and salt faded, replaced by just the normal dampness of a rainy night. Sarah's eyes adjusted, and she looked down, at the candle. The wax heart was still there, frozen in its imperfect shape, but it was already hardening, losing its precise edges. Just wax. Just a random pattern that her panicked brain had interpreted as meaningful. She looked out the window at the street below. No silhouette, no figure in the rain, just Harker Street in all its mundane wet reality. The power lines hummed their normal hum. A car drove past, tyres hissing on the wet pavement, and disappeared around the corner. Somewhere a few blocks away, a dog barked 3 times and then stopped. Sarah wrapped the candle in a kitchen towel and moved it to the back of a cupboard, out of sight. She ran cold water over her burned fingers until the pain dulled to a manageable throb. Then she sat in the chair by the window and watched the rain for a long time, no longer fighting sleep, no longer afraid of what she might see when she closed her eyes. The truth was still there inside her. She hadn't spoken it, so it remained hers alone, not offered up to whatever Candlepith was or represented. But she'd acknowledged it. She'd stopped running from it. And maybe that was enough. Maybe the ritual wasn't about confessing to some external force, but about being honest with yourself, accepting the messy, contradictory nature of being human. Eventually, as the rain continued and the night deepened toward morning, Sarah slept. She dreamed of Jules, but not the sick Jules, not the dying Jules. She dreamed of her sister at 17, laughing at some joke Sarah had forgotten, her face bright and unlined, full of a future she'd never get to have. When Sarah woke 3 hours later to grey dawn light, Her fingers still throbbed where she'd been burned, but something in her chest had loosened. The weight was still there. It would always be there, but it wasn't crushing her anymore. She picked up her phone and scrolled to her mother's number. Her thumb hovered over the call button. Not yet, but soon. When she was ready to talk, really talk, about jewels and grief and the complicated truth of living when someone you love doesn't. When she was ready to be honest without being cruel. When she could trust herself to know the difference. Outside, Harker Street woke up. Mr. Keller shuffled out to get his newspaper, already soaked through. The Martinez kids ran for the school bus, backpacks held over their heads. Mrs. Chen emerged from the building and stood on the sidewalk looking up at Sarah's window. Their eyes met through the glass and Mrs. Chen nodded once, a small gesture of understanding, before walking away toward the grocery store on the corner. Sarah made coffee. She took out the trash. She opened her laptop and stared at the blank document that was supposed to become the Memorial Fund website. Maybe today she'd write something, or maybe she'd write her mother back, or maybe she'd just sit and exist, carrying her truth quietly, letting it settle into something she could live with. The candle stayed in, the cupboard. The burn marks on her fingers would scar, 2 small white marks that would remain for years, a reminder of the night she'd chosen silence over confession, acceptance over absolution. And somewhere in Millhaven, in other apartments and houses, other candles burned in other windows, other flames leaned toward other truths, and Candlepith walked the rain-dark streets with infinite patience, waiting for a voice to whisper. But Sarah's story was only one story in Millhaven, and Candlepith had been walking these streets far longer than Sarah had been alive, longer than the current buildings had stood, longer than anyone could remember. The entity, if it could be called that, was as much a part of the town as the rain and the power lines and the salt smell that never quite left the air. It had no origin that anyone knew, no beginning that could be pointed to and explained. It simply was, the way certain places simply are what they are, carrying their own rules and their own hungers. 3 blocks from Sarah's apartment, in a narrow row house with peeling blue paint and a front door that stuck in wet weather, Marcus Webb sat at his kitchen table with a candle burning in front of him. Not on the windowsill. He didn't know about that rule yet. He just wanted light while he worked through his father's papers, and the overhead fixture had burned out 2 weeks ago, and he kept forgetting to buy a replacement bulb. The papers were a mess. His father had died 6 months ago, sudden heart attack at 63, and Marcus had inherited not just the house, but decades of financial documents, legal papers, photographs, letters, and notebooks filled with cramped handwriting that Marcus couldn't quite decipher. He'd been putting off dealing with it, coming to the house once a week to sort through another box, never making much progress. Tonight, in the rain, he'd decided to actually commit. He'd brought beer and takeout and told himself he wouldn't leave until he'd gotten through at least 3 boxes. The candle, just a pillar candle he'd found in a drawer, nothing special, cast shadows across the table as Marcus read through his father's bank statements from 1997. The numbers swam in front of his eyes. His father had been a machinist at the mill before it closed, steady work, decent pay, nothing remarkable. But these statements showed something else. Withdrawals. Large withdrawals every month, always in cash, always $500 exactly. For 3 years. Then they stopped. Marcus pulled out his phone and did the math. $18,000. Where the fuck had it gone? His father had always claimed they were broke, had made Marcus work since he was 14, had refused to help with college tuition, had died leaving nothing but this house with its bad roof and ancient plumbing. But he'd had $18,000 to blow on something between 1997 and 2000, apparently. The candle flame flickered. Marcus glanced at it, then back, at the statements. He dug deeper in the box and found a ledger, the kind with green gridded pages, his father's handwriting filling column after column. The entries were cryptic, TM, 500, and payment delivered, and kept quiet another month. Marcus's stomach turned. What had his father been paying for? Blackmail? Drugs? Something worse? He found a photograph stuck between 2 pages of the ledger. It showed his father standing with another man outside what looked like the old mill, both of them young, maybe in their 30s. His father looked happy in the picture, relaxed in a way Marcus had never seen him. The other man had his arm around his father's shoulders. On the back, in his father's handwriting, "Me and Thomas. Last good day. Thomas Martinez." Marcus knew that name. The Martinez family still lived in Millhaven, 3 kids and 2 parents in a cramped apartment on Harker Street. But Thomas wasn't with them anymore. He died in 2001 accident at the mill, they said, though the mill had closed in 2000. So how the fuck did that work? Marcus had been 11 when it happened, old enough to remember the funeral, the whole town turning out, his father standing at the back of the church with tears running down his face. The candle flame leaned suddenly, dramatically, bending toward the window that faced the street. Marcus jumped, nearly knocking over his beer. The flame stretched at an impossible angle, defying physics, and for a moment Marcus could have sworn it was reaching for something outside. He got up and looked through the window, cupping his hands against the glass. Nothing out there but rain. But the flame continued its lean, and the wax at the candle's base began to pool strangely, creeping across the wooden table in thin rivulets that formed shapes. Marcus watched, transfixed, as the wax drew something that looked like 2 stick figures holding hands. Then the shapes collapsed and reformed into what might have been the letter T. Then, nothing. Just random pooling. "What the hell?" Marcus muttered. He should put out the candle, find a flashlight, finish this without the weird fire show. But something kept him rooted in place. He looked back down at the photograph, at his father's happy face, at Thomas Martinez's arm around his shoulders, and suddenly he understood. The payments, the secrecy, the way his father had never remarried after Marcus's mother left when Marcus was 5. The way he'd always changed the subject when Marcus asked about friends, about his life before Marcus was born. His father had been gay, in a small mill town in the 90s, and he'd been paying Thomas Martinez $500 a month to keep quiet about it. The realization hit Marcus like a physical blow. His father, his cold, distant, angry father, who'd worked himself to death at a job he'd hated and pushed away everyone who'd tried to get close. That father had been in love, had been happy once, had been alive in a way Marcus had, never witnessed, and then Thomas had died, and the payments had stopped because there was no longer anything to pay for, no longer any secret to keep, just emptiness and grief, and the long, slow fade into the heart attack that killed him 22 years later. Marcus felt tears on his face before he realized he was crying. Not for himself, but for his father, for the life he'd never gotten to live openly, for the love he'd had to hide and then lose. The anger Marcus had carried for years, anger at his father's coldness, his absence even when he was present, his death before they could ever really talk, began to shift into something more complicated. Pity, understanding, a deep aching sadness for all the ways the world crushed people for being who they were. The candle flame bent further, almost touching the window now, and the temperature in the room rose sharply. Marcus smelled something strange. Warm wax and salt air, mixed with something like hot metal, like the mill when the furnaces were running, and underneath that sweet rot like flowers dying in stagnant water. He turned toward the candle and saw that it was casting 2 shadows, one normal and one that stretched across the table toward him like an accusation. In the window's reflection he saw it, the silhouette, tall and thin and dripping, standing in the street outside his father's house, perfectly still in the rain. It had no features he could identify, but it was looking at him, waiting for him. The flame swayed like it was beckoning, and Marcus felt the words rising in his throat. "My father loved Thomas Martinez," he wanted to say. "My father was gay and afraid and alone, and I spent my whole life hating him for being distant when really he was just broken. I wish I'd known. I wish I'd told him it was okay. I wish—" The flame jumped, eager, and the wax on the table pooled into the shape of a heart. Perfect and terrible. The silhouette in the reflection took a step closer to the house. Marcus's hand moved toward the candle, toward the flame, drawn by the need to confess, to say it out loud, to offer up his father's secret and his own guilt to something that would listen, something that would take it and seal it away where it couldn't hurt anymore. But at the last second he remembered. A conversation with Mrs. Chen months ago, when he'd first inherited the house. She'd stopped him on the street and taken his hand in her cold, papery grip. "Your father was a good man," she'd said. "He carried heavy things. You don't need to carry them too, understand? If the candles lean, you put them out. You don't feed the fire with words. You just put it out. He hadn't understood then. He understood now. Marcus grabbed the candle and pinched the wick between his thumb and forefinger, holding it there even as the heat bit deep, even as his skin blistered and the pain shot up his arm. He held it until the flame died completely, until the room plunged into darkness, until the only sound was his own harsh breathing and the rain against the windows. In the dark, he spoke silently to his father. "I know. I understand. I'm sorry you had to hide. I'm sorry you lost him. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you the way you needed. I'm sorry for so many things. But I won't speak your secrets out loud. I won't give them to whatever that thing is. Your life was yours. Your love was yours. And even though you're gone, I'll keep it safe." The warmth in the room faded. The smell dissipated. When Marcus turned on his phone's flashlight and looked at the window, the reflection showed only the empty street, rain-slicked and ordinary. The wax heart on the table had hardened into an imperfect lump, no longer recognizable as anything but spilled wax. Marcus wrapped his burned hand in a kitchen towel and sat in the darkness for a long time. Then he gathered up all the papers, the bank statements, the ledger, the photograph, and put them in a box he labelled Dad's personal papers, private. He wouldn't throw them away. They were part of his father's story, part of the life he'd lived and the love he'd had. But Marcus wouldn't share them either. Some truths were meant to be held quietly, acknowledged, but not broadcast. When he left the house that night, locking the sticky door behind him, he passed Mrs. Chen on the street. She was standing under an umbrella, watching him with those knowing eyes. "You learned," she said simply. "Yeah," Marcus replied, holding up his bandaged hand. "I learned." She nodded. "Good. Your father would be glad." Marcus walked home through the rain, and if he noticed a tall, thin silhouette walking parallel to him in the reflections of store windows, he didn't look directly at it. He kept his eyes forward and his truths to himself, and by the time he reached his own apartment, the silhouette was gone. The pattern repeated across Millhaven that night, and many nights before and after. Candlepith walked, and candles leaned, and people faced their truths, some choosing silence and acceptance, others choosing to whisper their confessions to the flame. Those who whispered found relief at first. The weight lifted. The secret was sealed, taken away by something that understood heat and hidden things. But the relief never lasted, because Candlepith didn't just take secrets, it collected them, held them, became them. And those who gave their truths to the flame found themselves hollowed out, their secrets replaced by a strange warmth that followed them everywhere, that made them smell faintly of wax and salt even on dry days, that made other candles lean toward them when they passed. Jenny Kowalski learned this the hard way. She was 19, working at the diner on Route 7, living in a studio apartment above the hardware store. She'd grown up in Millhaven, one of those kids who swore she'd leave someday but never quite managed it. She had a boyfriend, Derek, who worked construction and talked about marriage in the abstract, distant way that meant he'd never actually propose. And she had a secret that was eating her alive. 2 months ago, Jenny had been closing the diner alone when a man came in. He wasn't local. "Just passing through," he said, on his way to Portland. He was older, maybe 40, with kind eyes and a nice smile. They'd talked while she wiped down tables. He'd made her laugh, and when he'd asked if she wanted to get a drink after she closed, she'd said yes. She'd never cheated on Derek before. She'd never even thought about it seriously. But that night she'd gone back to the man's motel room, and she'd stayed until dawn, and it had been the best sex of her life. Attentive and intense and completely selfish in a way that made her feel alive. The man had left town the next morning, and Jenny had gone home to Derek, and she'd been carrying the guilt ever since. Derek didn't know. Derek would never know, she told herself. It had been one night, a mistake, an aberration, but the guilt festered, and every time Derek touched her, she flinched internally, and every time he said, "I love you," she tasted ashes in her mouth. The night the candle leaned for Jenny, she was alone in her apartment, Derek out with his friends at a sports bar. She'd lit the candle because the power had flickered during the storm and she was worried about losing lights. She'd put it on the windowsill without thinking, without knowing the old rules that the long-time residents followed. The flame bent toward the glass almost immediately. Jenny watched it, puzzled, then frightened as the bend became more pronounced. The wax pooled into shapes. First what looked like two bodies entwined, then what might have been a bed, then just random drips. The room grew warm and thick with the smell of rendering fat. In the window's reflection she saw it, the tall, dripping silhouette standing in the alley below her apartment, face turned up toward her, and Jenny, young and scared and desperate to be, rid of the guilt, whispered to the flame. "I cheated on Derek," she said, voice barely audible. 2 months ago, with a stranger. I don't even know his last name, and it was... She choked on the words but forced them out. "It was the best I ever felt. I don't regret it. I only regret that Derek doesn't know. I hate lying to him." The flame surged, burning bright blue for just a moment. The wax heart on the sill formed perfectly, small and complete and wrong. Jenny felt something leave her, felt the weight of her secret lift and flow out through her breath, through the air into the flame. The silhouette in the reflection seemed to grow more solid, more defined, as if her confession had fed it. For a few days Jenny felt amazing, light, free. She kissed Derek without flinching. She slept through the night without dreaming of the stranger's hands. The guilt was gone, truly gone, as if it had never existed. But then the changes started. First she noticed that candles behaved strangely, around her. At the diner, the birthday candles on a customer's cake bent toward her as she walked past, all of them leaning in her direction like flowers following the sun. At church on Sunday, every candle on the altar flickered when she entered, and the priest paused in his sermon to look at her with confusion. Then came the smell, warm wax and salt, faint but persistent, clinging to her skin even after she showered. Derek noticed it. "You wearing a new perfume?" he asked. Kind of weird. She wasn't wearing any perfume. She scrubbed herself raw trying to get rid of the smell, but it only grew stronger. Worse were the dreams. Every night, Jenny dreamed of walking through Millhaven in the rain, but she wasn't herself. She was tall and thin and dripping, and she could feel the weight of secrets inside her. Thousands of them, collected over years or decades or longer. She could feel them burning like candles in her chest, each one a small hot point of truth that someone had given away. In the dreams, she walked past windows and felt the secrets pulling her, demanding to be told, and she understood with horror that she was becoming part of Candlepith, that her confession had been a mistake, that she'd given up more than just her guilt. She tried to take it back. She lit a candle and leaned over it and whispered, "I want it back. I want my secret back. Please." But the flame just burned straight and normal, indifferent to her pleas. Once given, a truth couldn't be reclaimed. The final straw came 3 weeks after her confession. Derek proposed. He did it sweetly, at the diner after closing, on one knee with a ring he'd saved up for, and Jenny said yes because what else could she say? But the moment the ring was on her finger, she felt something crack inside her. The warmth that had replaced her guilt split open, and all the truth came pouring out. She told Derek everything. Not because she wanted to, but because she couldn't stop herself. The words came out in a torrent. The stranger, the motel, the sex. How good it had been. How she'd never felt that way with Derek. How she didn't regret it. How she'd only regretted lying. She told him while he knelt there, ringbox still in his hand, face going from confusion to hurt to rage. He left. Of course he left. The ring stayed on the diner floor where he'd dropped it, and Jenny stood there, smelling of wax and salt, realizing too late that Candlepith didn't seal secrets away to protect you. It collected them, held them until they festered, then released them at the worst possible moment. The confession hadn't freed her. It had just delayed the explosion. That night, Jenny stood at her window with a candle burning on the sill, watching the flame lean toward the glass, watching the silhouette in the reflection. She understood now. Candlepith fed on confession, on the act of speaking hidden truths out loud. But the relief it offered was a trap. Better to hold your secrets, to accept them silently, to carry them as part of yourself rather than offering them up to something that would weaponize them. She pinched out the flame, burning her fingers badly, and made herself sit with the truth of what she'd done. She'd cheated. She'd lied. She destroyed her relationship with Derek not because of the cheating itself, but because she tried to give away her guilt instead of dealing with it. These were her sins, her mistakes, and she'd have to live with them, not sealed away in some entity's collection, but integrated into who she was and who she'd become. The smell of wax and salt faded over the following weeks. The dream stopped. Candles burned normally around her again. But the damage was done. Derek wouldn't speak to her. The whole town knew what had happened, the way small towns always know. Jenny kept working at the diner because she had no choice, but she felt the weight of everyone's knowledge, their judgment, their pity. She thought about leaving Millhaven. She looked at apartments in Portland, in Seattle, in places where no one knew her and she could start fresh. But something kept her here. Maybe it was stubbornness. Maybe it was the understanding that running wouldn't change what she'd done. Or maybe it was just that Millhaven had its hooks in deep, the way it had hooks in everyone, and leaving required more courage than she possessed. Late at night she sometimes saw Candlepith in the reflections, walking the streets with patient hunger. And she understood that it would always be there, waiting for the next person to light a candle on a rainy night, the next truth to be whispered, the next soul to learn too late that some burdens are meant to be carried, not given away. The history of Candlepith, if it could be called history, if a thing like that could be said to have a beginning, was lost to time. Mrs. Chen was the oldest person in Millhaven who still had all her faculties, and even she didn't know where the legend came from. Her grandmother had told her about it, and her grandmother's mother before that, back through generations until the chain of telling disappeared into the fog of unrecorded immigrant stories. What Mrs. Chen did know was that Candlepith had been walking Millhaven Street since before the town had its current name, back when it was just a collection of fishing shacks and lumber camps, when the mill was still being built and the streets were mud tracks that washed away every winter. The legend had come with the Chinese workers who'd built the railroad and stayed after the work was done, and it had mixed with the superstitions of the Irish longshoremen and the Finnish loggers until it became something uniquely local. A ghost story with specific rules that everyone knew but no one quite believed until they saw the flame lean. Mrs. Chen's grandmother had seen it once, she'd said. A young woman in their community, pregnant and unmarried, had lit a candle to pray and had whispered her shame to the flame. Candlepith had taken it, sealed it, and for a few weeks the young woman had been at peace. But then her belly had started to grow, and there was no hiding the truth anymore, and when confronted by her family she'd found herself unable to lie. The confession had poured out of her like water from a broken dam, who the father was, how it had happened, her plans to give the baby away. The family had cast her out, and she'd left Millhaven forever, carrying with her the smell of wax and salt. My grandmother said the lesson was clear, Mrs. Chen had told Sarah and Marcus, and a dozen others over the years, whenever she saw them buying candles or noticed them sitting too close to windows at night. Some truths protect you by staying secret, not forever. Secrets that hurt people should be told eventually, in the right way, at the right time. But not to Candlepith. Never to Candlepith. It doesn't care about right timing or gentle words. It just takes, and when it gives back in. The worst way. Most people in Millhaven knew the rules by the time they were teenagers. Don't light candles near windows on rainy nights. If you do, and the flame leans, put it out immediately with your fingers, accepting the burn. Don't speak to the flame. Don't confess. Just extinguish it and sit with whatever truth you attempted to tell, making your peace with it in silence. But there were always new people moving to town, always tourists passing through, always someone who didn't know the rules or didn't believe them, and there were always people like Jenny, who knew but were desperate enough to ignore the warnings. The burns marked them. If you paid attention, you could spot the people who'd properly put out a leaning candle. They had small white scars on their thumbs and forefingers, 2 parallel lines where the wick had burned them. It was almost like a club, a secret society of people who'd faced Candlepith and chosen silence over confession. They nodded to each other on the street. They looked out for the candles in windows. They passed the warnings along. Those who'd confessed bore different marks. No physical scars, but something in their eyes. A hollowness. A look of someone who'd been emptied out and filled back up with something that wasn't quite right. And the smell, faint but there if you stood close enough, wax and salt. The scent of Candlepith's collection. October came to Millhaven with its usual grey insistence. The rain intensified. The power lines hummed louder, as if the electricity itself was disturbed by the changing season. and Candlepith walked more frequently, visible in more reflections, felt in more rooms where candles burned. In a second-floor apartment on Wharf Street, a man named David Rees sat at his desk, working late on a translation project. He was a freelance translator, specialised in technical documents, and he'd been living in Millhaven for 8 months now, having moved from Boston for cheaper rent and a slower pace. He liked the town well enough. It was quiet. The people were distant but not unfriendly. The ocean was close enough to visit when he needed air. Tonight he was working on a manual for industrial equipment, German to English, tedious work that required concentration. He'd lit a candle for ambience more than light. His desk lamp was plenty bright, because the flame helped him think, gave him something to glance at when he needed a break from the screen. The candle sat on the corner of his desk, not on the windowsill, but close enough to the window that it might as well have been. David had heard whispers about the candle legend. His landlord had mentioned it in passing, making a joke about superstitious locals. David, educated and rational, had filed it under charming local colour and thought no more about it. He didn't believe in ghosts or demons or urban legends. He believed in deadlines and pay rates and the occasional good whiskey, so when the candle flame bent toward the window, David's first thought was that he'd left a window cracked, that there was a draught. He got up to check. All windows were closed tight against the rain. When he sat back down, the flame was still bent, leaning at an angle that didn't make sense given the still air in the room. "Huh," David said. He waved his hand near the flame. It didn't respond to the motion of some air, just kept leaning. The wax at the base began to pool strangely, and David leaned closer to look. It almost looked like letters forming. D, maybe, or R, he couldn't tell. Then the shapes collapsed. The room grew warmer. David's t-shirt stuck to his back with sweat. He stood and went to the thermostat, which read 68 degrees, same as always. But the heat kept building, pressing against him like a hand, and with it came a smell. Wax and salt and something else. Something chemical and wrong, like plastic burning. David turned to the window and saw the reflection. The silhouette. Tall and dripping and impossible. Standing on Wharf Street in the rain, face turned toward his window. His rational mind tried to process it. Some trick of light, some person in a weird costume, some hallucination brought on by working too late. But his body knew better. His body recognized danger in the way mammals always do, that primal hindbrain alarm that says predator, run. But David didn't run. He was too stubborn, too invested in his rationality. He turned back to the candle, watching as it cast two shadows, watching as the wax formed shapes that might have been words or might have been nothing. And he felt something stirring in his chest, something he'd been pushing down for months. The real reason he'd left Boston. The real reason he'd chosen Millhaven, small and isolated and far from anyone who knew him. 6 months before his move, David's mother had died. Cancer, aggressive and fast, taking her from diagnosis to death in 8 weeks. He'd been her primary caretaker in those weeks, moving back into his childhood home, sleeping on the couch, administering medications, holding her hand. She'd been lucid until the end. On the last day, she'd gripped his hand with surprising strength and said, "I know about Jonathan. I've always known. I'm sorry I never said. I'm sorry you thought you had to hide." Jonathan had been David's boyfriend for 3 years during and after college. His first real love. They'd been careful, never posting photos together, never mentioning each other around family. David's mother was religious, conservative, and vocal about her beliefs. David had been sure she'd disown him if she knew, so he'd hidden. And then Jonathan had died in a car accident, and David had attended the funeral as just a friend, unable to grieve publicly, unable to claim his place as the person who'd loved him most. His mother's deathbed confession had broken something in David. She'd known. She'd always known. And she'd let him suffer in silence, let him grieve alone, because she'd been too cowardly to address it, to tell him that love mattered more than ideology, or at least to tell him that she knew and was trying to be okay with it. She'd left him alone with his grief and his closet until the very end, when it was too late to matter. David had never spoken about this to anyone. Not to therapists, not to friends, not even in the private darkness of his own head, fully articulated. He just carried it. The anger at his mother, the guilt for being angry at someone who died, the grief for Jonathan that had never been properly processed, the rage at having spent years hiding for nothing. And now, standing in front of this impossibly leaning flame with the silhouette watching from the street, David felt the words pushing against his teeth. He wanted to say it. He wanted to scream it at the flame, at his dead mother, at the world that had made him feel like his love was something to hide. He wanted to confess, not out of guilt but out of fury, to make his truth exist in the air, to force it into reality through speech. The flame beckoned. The wax formed a heart, perfect and complete. The heat in the room intensified until David's vision blurred, and he opened his mouth. But before he could speak, his phone rang. The sound was jarringly normal, a pop song ringtone that belonged to daylight and regular life. David jumped, startled out of the trance, and looked at the screen. His cousin, calling from Boston. David hesitated, then answered, "Hey, what's up?" "Hey man, sorry to call late. I just found something and I had to send it to you immediately. Remember Jonathan?" David's throat closed. "Yeah, of course. I was going through some old boxes and I found a letter. It's from your mum, addressed to Jonathan. It's dated about a year before he died. She never sent it, I guess, but... David, you need to read it. I'm taking a picture right now." David's phone buzzed with the incoming image. He opened it with shaking hands. His mother's handwriting, clear and careful. "Dear Jonathan, I'm writing this letter that I don't know if I'll ever send. I've watched you with my son for 2 years now, and I see the way he looks at you and the way you look at him, and I understand what I'm seeing even though neither of you have said anything. I was raised to believe that what you have is wrong. I was taught that love like yours is a sin, but I've been praying on it, and I think I was taught wrong. What you and David have is good. It's pure. I see how happy he is with you, how gentle you are with each other. I don't know how to tell him I know. I don't know how to tell him I'm trying to change a lifetime of beliefs. I'm scared that if I say something, I'll say the wrong thing and hurt him. So I'm staying quiet. But I want him to know someday that I saw, and I didn't turn away. I hope I find the courage to tell him before it's too late. With love, Margaret Reese." David read the letter 3 times. His cousin was still on the phone. "She tried, man. She was working on it. I thought you should know." David couldn't speak. He managed a choked thanks and ended the call. He stood there holding his phone, tears streaming down his face, the letter's words rearranging his entire understanding of his mother's deathbed confession. She hadn't been cowardly. She'd been scared. She'd been trying. And she'd told him at the end because she'd finally found the courage, because she'd wanted him to know she'd always seen him and loved him anyway. The anger drained out of David like water from a punctured container. It was replaced by grief, clean and sharp and honest. Grief for his mother, who'd been human and flawed and trying her best. Grief for Jonathan, who died before any of them had figured it out. Grief for all the years they'd spent in unnecessary silence. The candle flame was still leaning, still pulling toward the window. The silhouette still waited in the reflection. But David understood now that confessing wouldn't help. Speaking his anger to the flame would just seal it away, preserve it, keep him locked in that fury when what he needed was to let it go. He needed to grieve properly, not rage. He needed to integrate this new understanding of his mother, to accept that she'd been complicated and imperfect and still loving in her way. David reached for the candle and pinched out the flame. The burn was sharp and immediate, bringing him fully into his body, into the present moment. In the sudden darkness, he sat down and let himself cry. For his mother, for Jonathan, for himself, for all the ways people fail each other and try anyway. When he finally stopped, the room was cool and normal. The smell was gone. The silhouette had vanished from the window. David looked at his burned fingers. They'd scar, he knew. 2 more white lines joining all the other small scars he'd collected over a lifetime of mistakes and pain and learning. He picked up his phone and called his cousin back. They talked for an hour about David's mother, sharing memories, laughing and crying. When David finally went to bed, he didn't dream of Candlepith or shadows or leaning flames. He dreamed of Jonathan and of his mother in her garden and of all the words they'd never gotten to say but might have in a different world with more time. The candle went into a drawer. David didn't throw it away. He wasn't superstitious exactly, but he wasn't stupid either. In Millhaven you learned the rules, or you suffered for it. And David had learned. As winter approached, Candlepith's presence intensified. The entity seemed to feed on the shorter days and longer nights, on the way darkness fell early, and people stayed inside with their lights burning. More candles appeared in windows, more flames leaned, more people faced their truths, and Millhaven held its breath, waiting to see who would speak and who would stay silent. In the old neighbourhood near the shuttered mill, where houses sagged on their foundations and rent was cheap, a woman named Angela Price lived alone with her 6-year-old daughter, Mia. Angela worked 2 jobs, day shift at the grocery store, night shift cleaning offices downtown. She was 32 and looked 50, worn down by poverty and single motherhood and the grinding exhaustion of never having enough. Mia's father was long gone, disappeared when Mia was still a baby, leaving no money and no way to track him down. Angela had filed for child support, but you can't get blood from a stone, and Jake had been a stone even when he was present. So Angela did what she had to do. She worked, she struggled, she kept a roof over their heads and food on the table, and if sometimes she sat in the bathroom with the door locked and cried from exhaustion. Well, Mia never knew about that. The secret Angela carried was simpler than some and more terrible than others. She resented her daughter. Not always, not even often. But sometimes, when Mia was whining about wanting a toy Angela couldn't afford, or when she was sick and Angela had to miss work and lose pay, or when Angela was so tired she could barely stand and Mia needed help with homework, in those moments, Angela felt a hot spike of resentment. Why did I have you? Why did I think I could do this? Why are you making everything so much harder? The thought always came with a wash of guilt so intense it made Angela physically ill. What kind of mother resented her own child? What kind of monster looked at a 6-year-old and felt anger instead of love? Angela hated herself for it. She overcompensated by being extra sweet to Mia, extra patient, even when she wanted to scream. But the resentment lingered, an ugly secret that grew heavier every day. One Thursday night in November, Angela came home from her grocery store shift to find their apartment cold. The heating had gone out again, 3rd time this month, and the landlord wasn't answering his phone. Mia was bundled in blankets on the couch watching TV with the volume up to drown out the sound of rain hammering the windows. She looked up when Angela came in. "I'm cold, Mama." "I know, baby. I'll call Mr. Henderson again." "He won't answer. He never answers." Angela felt the resentment spike, immediate and vicious. "If you weren't here, I wouldn't be stuck in this shitty apartment with a slumlord. I could live somewhere smaller, cheaper, warmer. I could have a life." The thought was followed immediately by crushing guilt. She's 6. She's your daughter. How can you think that? "Let's light some candles," Angela said, forcing cheer into her voice. "We'll make it cosy." She found candles in the kitchen drawer, birthday candles left over from Mia's party last month, plus a couple of tall taper candles she'd gotten from a church giveaway. She lit them and distributed them around the apartment. One on the kitchen counter, one on the coffee table, one on the windowsill in the living room where Mia could see it. The flames burned bright and warm, adding a little heat to the frigid apartment. Mia smiled, the first real smile Angela had seen from her all day. "It's pretty, Mama." "Yeah, baby, it's pretty." Angela sat down next to Mia on the couch, wrapping them both in blankets. They watched TV together, some animated movie about princesses that Angela had seen 17 times and could recite in her sleep. Her eyes grew heavy. She'd been awake since 4 in the morning. She had to be back at work in 6 hours for her night shift. She couldn't afford to sleep, but she couldn't afford not to either. Then Mia said, "Mama, why is the candle doing that?" Angela's eyes snapped open. The candle on the windowsill was leaning, bending dramatically toward the glass. As she watched, it tipped even further, the flame stretching like it was being pulled by invisible strings. The wax at the base pooled and crept across the sill, forming shapes that looked almost like letters. M, maybe, or W. "Weird," Angela muttered. She got up to move the candle. But Mia grabbed her arm. "Mama, there's someone outside." "What? No, honey, there's no one." But when Angela looked at the window, she saw it. In the reflection, superimposed over the dark street in the rain, a silhouette. Tall and thin and wrong, standing directly below their window, looking up. Angela's heart kicked into overdrive. She grabbed Mia and pulled her away from the window. "Go to your room." "But Mama..." "Go! Now!" Mia ran. Angela stood in the middle of the living room staring at the candle, at the impossible lean of its flame, at the silhouette in the window that shouldn't exist. The room grew warmer despite the broken heating, and the smell hit her. Wax and salt and something rotten underneath. She felt the resentment rising again, stronger now, mixed with exhaustion and fear, and all the accumulated bitterness of years of struggling alone. The flame swayed like it was beckoning. The wax formed a shape like a small figure, like a child, and Angela understood what was happening, understood with the certainty of nightmare logic that if she spoke her truth to the flame, if she confessed her resentment, her regret, her anger at her daughter for existing, it would be taken away. She'd feel relief. The weight would lift. She took a step toward the candle. The silhouette in the window solidified, became more real. Angela opened her mouth. "Mama?" Mia's voice from the doorway of her bedroom, small and scared. "Are you okay?" Angela turned. Mia stood there in her unicorn pajamas, clutching the stuffed bear that Angela had bought her last Christmas, spending grocery money to make sure Mia had something good to open. Mia looked tiny and vulnerable, and so young. And in that moment, Angela saw herself through Mia's eyes. The only person in the world who took care of her, the only person who would always come home, the only person who loved her no matter what. The resentment cracked. Underneath it was something much larger and much more complicated. Love. Ferocious. Exhausted. Sometimes resentful love, but love nonetheless. Angela did resent Mia sometimes. That was true. But it was also true that she'd give her life for this kid, that she worked herself to the bone to keep her safe, that every decision she made was shaped by Mia's needs. Both things could be true at once. She could resent and love, she could be tired and still show up, she could be imperfect and still be a good mother. "I'm okay, baby," Angela said. She walked to the window, grabbed the candle and pinched out the flame with her bare fingers. The burn was immediate and awful, bringing tears to her eyes, but she held on until the flame died completely. In the darkness that followed, she spoke silently to herself, to the ugly truth she'd been carrying. "I resent you sometimes, Mia. I'm sorry. I wish I didn't. But I also love you more than anything in the world. Both things are true. I'm not a perfect mother. I'm just doing my best." The warmth faded from the room. The smell dissipated. When Angela looked at the window, the silhouette was gone, and outside was just the normal rainy street of Millhaven at night. Mia ran to her and hugged her waist, and Angela held her daughter close, her burned fingers throbbing, her eyes wet with tears that weren't just from pain. "Why did you do that, Mama? You're hurt." "It's okay. I'm okay. Come on, let's get you back to bed." She tucked Mia in, kissing her forehead, staying until the girl fell asleep. Then Angela sat in the dark living room, holding her burned hand and thinking about truth and motherhood and the space between resentment and love. She'd chosen not to speak. She'd chosen to hold the complicated truth inside, to accept that she was human and flawed and that was okay. The resentment wouldn't disappear, but it also wouldn't define her. She'd carry it, and she'd keep loving Mia anyway, and somehow that would have to be enough. In the morning, the landlord finally returned Angela's call and sent someone to fix the heat. Mia went to school with the lunch Angela had packed, including a cookie she'd splurged on, and Angela went to work with 2 white burn marks on her fingers, badges of the night she'd faced Candlepith and chosen silence over confession. Mrs. Chen saw her at the grocery store and nodded knowingly. "You learned," she said simply, bagging Angela's purchases. "Yeah," Angela replied. "I learned." The stories accumulated like snow, each one adding to the weight of Millhaven's collective knowledge. Candlepith walked, and people chose silence or speech, acceptance or confession. Those who chose silence bore their scars and kept their truths integrated into their complicated, messy humanity. Those who chose confession found temporary relief followed by exposure, by the return of their secrets at the worst possible moments, by the smell of wax that never quite faded. The legend adapted with each telling. Parents taught their children, don't light candles near windows when it rains. If you do and the flame leans, put it out with your fingers. Don't speak. Accept your truth silently. The children grew up and taught their own children, and the rule became as much a part of Millhaven as the rain itself. But every generation had its skeptics, its rationalists, It's people who thought they were different or smarter or exempt. And every generation, Candlepith collected its share of confessions, growing fuller, more solid, more present in the streets and reflections of the town. By December, the entity was visible even without reflections. People saw it walking Wharf Street at midnight, saw it standing beneath windows where candles burned, saw it waiting outside the church and the diner and the closed mill. It never approached anyone directly, never spoke, never touched. It just walked and waited, patient as stone, ready for the next flame to lean, the next voice to whisper. On Christmas Eve, a rare clear night with stars visible for the first time in weeks, the whole town seemed to hold its breath. Families gathered in their lit homes, candles burning for holiday cheer, and everyone was careful to keep them away from windows, to watch the flames for any sign of leaning, to have water ready just in case. Sarah Milliken had dinner with her mother that night. They'd finally talked, really talked, about jewels and grief, and the complicated truth of loving someone while also being exhausted by them. Sarah's mother had cried and said she understood, that she'd felt the same way sometimes during Jules's illness, the guilt and the relief and the shame of feeling relief. They'd held each other and acknowledged that grief was messier than people wanted to admit, that love could coexist with resentment, that being human meant containing multitudes. Marcus Webb spent Christmas with the Martinez family, meeting Thomas's widow and children, sharing stories about his father and Thomas's friendship. He didn't mention the truth he'd discovered in the old ledger. That truth was his father's alone, and Marcus had chosen to keep it. But he could honour the friendship that had existed, the love that had been hidden, without exposing what his father had wanted to keep private. David Reese flew back to Boston to spend the holiday with his family. He visited his mother's grave and Jonathan's grave, bringing flowers to both. He'd started therapy, working through his grief properly. The burn scars on his fingers had healed into thin white lines, a reminder of the night he'd chosen acceptance over rage. Angela Price and Mia had a small Christmas, just the two of them, but Angela had saved enough to buy Mia the doll she'd been wanting. When Mia squealed with delight, Angela felt pure love without any resentment underneath, and it was the best gift she could have asked for. Her burned fingers were still healing, but they didn't hurt anymore. They just reminded her that she was strong enough to face truth and carry it. Jenny. Kowalski worked the Christmas shift at the diner, serving lonely truckers and late-night travellers. Derek had moved away, gone to Seattle to start over. Jenny stayed in Millhaven. She'd learned to live with what she'd done, to accept that one mistake didn't define her whole life. The smell of wax had faded completely. She could pass candles without them reacting. She'd been released from Candlepith's collection, though she'd never forget the price of her confession. And in her small apartment on Harker Street, Mrs. Chen lit candles for her ancestors, as she did every Christmas Eve, keeping them safely in the centre of her table, far from any windows. She whispered to them in Cantonese, telling them the year's stories, the people who'd learned and the people who hadn't. She thanked them for teaching her grandmother the rules, for passing down the knowledge that had saved her and countless others. Outside, Candlepith walked. It moved through the clear December night, tall and thin and dripping even without rain, visible now to anyone who looked. It passed beneath windows where families gathered, where candles burned safely away from glass. It paused here and there, sensing secrets, feeling the weight of unspoken truths. But tonight, Christmas Eve in Millhaven, the flames burned straight. No one confessed, no one whispered. The entity walked on, patient and eternal, knowing there would always be another night, another rain, another flame that leaned. In the morning, children would wake to presents and parents would drink coffee, and the town would go about its holiday routine. The candles would be blown out, the clear weather would give way to more rain, and Candlepith would wait, as it had always waited, for the next person who needed to speak their truth and didn't understand the cost. Because in Millhaven, as in every place that holds its secrets close, the oldest rule remained the same. Some truths protect you by staying silent. Not forever. Silence isn't the same as denial, and acknowledgement isn't the same as confession. The balance was delicate. You had to face your truth, accept it, integrate it into who you were. But you didn't have to give it away. You didn't have to offer it up to something that would seal it, only to release it at the worst possible moment. The burn marks were proof. 2 white lines on thumb and forefinger, the price of putting out a leaning flame. Everyone who bore them understood. They'd faced Candlepith, they'd felt the pull to confess, and they'd chosen the harder path. They'd chosen to carry their truths themselves, to accept the weight, to live with complexity and contradiction, and the messy reality of being human. And in choosing that, they'd kept themselves whole, flawed but integrated, guilty but aware, human in all its complicated glory. The candles would burn again, the rain would fall again, Candlepith would walk again. But Millhaven had learned, generation by generation, the hard lesson that some gifts are traps, some relief is temporary, and some truths are worth the weight of carrying them. The legend lived on, told and retold, adapted and passed down. And every rainy night in apartments and houses across town, people looked at their candles and thought twice before placing them on windowsills. They remembered Mrs. Chen's warnings, remembered the stories they'd heard, remembered the white scars on their own fingers or their neighbours' fingers. They remembered, and they chose wisely. And Candlepith walked on, waiting forever in the rain-dark streets. A reminder that truth has a cost, that confession is not always freedom, and that sometimes the bravest thing you can do is hold your secrets close and make your peace with them in silence. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Rain turns the back road into a mirror that can't hold a clear image. The asphalt gleams black and sick under the scattered light from Claire's headlights, reflecting nothing cleanly, just warped streaks of yellow that bend and fragment across the surface like something living trying to take shape and failing. The drainage ditches running parallel to the road are swollen past their normal capacity, filled with water that moves too fast to be still, but too slow to sound like proper rushing. It whispers instead, a continuous susurrus that gets under the skin, the kind of sound that makes you aware of how alone you are even when you're not listening for it. Claire's Honda sits canted at an angle, 2 wheels on the crumbling shoulder and 2 still on the pavement, hazard lights clicking in their tired rhythm, on-off, each pulse of orange washing across the wet road and dying in the rain before it can travel far. The battery's good for maybe another hour of this before it gives up entirely, and then she'll be sitting in full dark on a stretch of Route 46 that doesn't see traffic after 9 o'clock, especially not on a Wednesday in late October, when the temperature has dropped enough to make the rain feel like it's cutting rather than falling. She's been sitting here for 20 minutes with the heater running and the radio crackling through stations that fade in and out, catching fragments of talk shows and classic rock and evangelical preaching that all sound equally distant and unreal. Her phone gets 1 bar of service if she holds it at exactly the right angle near the passenger window, but every time she tries to load a map or send a text, the bar disappears, and the loading wheel spins uselessly until the screen times out. She's tried calling her brother twice, and her friend Mara once, but each time the call connects for maybe 3 seconds before dropping into silence so complete it feels intentional, like something reached through the signal and cut it with scissors. The problem isn't complicated. She hit something in the road, something that felt too solid to be a branch and too yielding to be a rock, and the impact made a sound like a fist hitting a hollow door. The car shuddered, pulled hard to the right, and she managed to wrestle it onto the shoulder before the steering went completely loose in her hands. When she finally got out to look, she found the front right tyre shredded down to ribbons of rubber, hanging off the rim, and something oily and dark smeared across the wheel well that she doesn't want to examine too closely in the rain. The spare is in the trunk. The jack is in the trunk. The manual is in the glove box, creased and stained from the previous owner, with illustrations that make changing a tyre look like a simple 6-step process that any reasonable person could accomplish in 15 minutes. Claire knows how to do it in theory. She's watched videos, she's listened to her father explain it twice with the patient condescension of someone who assumes she'll never actually need the information because surely she'll always have someone around to help. But theory is different from practice, and practice is different from doing it alone in the rain on a back road where the shoulder is mostly loose gravel and the ground is soft enough that the jack will probably sink before it lifts anything. She's been sitting here working up the nerve to try anyway, because the alternative is waiting for a stranger to stop. And she's been alone in her car long enough to start thinking about all the reasons why a stranger stopping on an empty road at night is not a rescue fantasy, but a different kind of horror story entirely. She cuts the engine to save the battery and immediately regrets it. The heater's hum dies, and the silence that replaces it isn't silence at all. It's the rain on the roof, rain on the hood, rain on the windshield, each surface producing its own pitch and rhythm, and underneath it all, that whisper from the ditches, water moving in the dark, pulling up mud and old leaves and whatever else has settled in the depression over months and years of accumulation. Claire takes a breath, counts to 5, and opens the door. The cold hits her face first, then her hands, then soaks through her jacket in the seconds it takes to step out and shut the door behind her. She's wearing jeans and a hoodie under a canvas coat that was optimistic even before the rain, and within 30 seconds she can feel water running down the back of her neck and pooling in the hollow of her collarbone. Her phone is in her hand, flashlight mode activated, the beam cutting through the rain in a thin cone of bluish light that doesn't travel as far as it should, as if the darkness out here is thicker than normal darkness, more resistant to illumination. She moves to the front of the car and crouches beside the ruined tyre, angling the phone light to see the damage. The rubber is torn in 3 places, long ragged splits that expose the steel belting underneath, and there's something stuck in the tread, a piece of metal maybe, or a shard of glass, that she can't quite identify in the glare and shadow. When she reaches out to touch it, her fingers come away smeared with something that isn't just water. It's too thick, too dark, with an oily sheen that catches the light wrong. She wipes her hand on her jeans and tries not to think about what she might have hit, whether it was already dead when she drove over it or whether the impact is what killed it. The trunk releases with a soft click, and she props it open with one hand while shining the phone light inside. The spare tyre is there, wedged into its recessed well, the jack folded beside it along with a tyre iron that looks too small to be effective. Everything is damp from some ancient leak she's never bothered to track down, and the carpet lining the trunk bed smells like mildew and old fast food. She wrestles the spare out, first rolling it to the front of the car and leaning it against the bumper, then returns for the jack and tyre iron. That's when she sees the thread. It's caught on the edge of the trunk latch, a single strand of something thin and pale that gleams in the phone's light like wet fishing line. At first she thinks it's just debris, something blown into the car from outside, a piece of synthetic fibre from a tarp or a plastic bag. But when she reaches to pull it free, it resists, and she realises it's not caught on the latch at all. It's attached somehow, running from the metal into the dark interior of the trunk and disappearing into the shadows where the light doesn't reach. Claire pulls harder, and the strand stretches but doesn't break. It has weight to it, a strange density that feels wrong for something so thin. She wraps it around her finger and tugs, and somewhere in the trunk's darkness something shifts. A soft dragging sound, fabric on carpet, and she lets go immediately. Stepping back from the car with her pulse suddenly loud in her ears, the trunk is empty. She can see that clearly now, shining the phone light into every corner. There's nothing in there except the damp carpet and the faint water stains and the spare tyre well, which is also empty except for a few old tools she's never used. The thread is gone. She checks the latch, runs her fingers over the metal, but there's nothing there now. No strand, no fibre, nothing but cold, wet metal, and her own growing sense that she made a mistake stopping here, that she should have kept driving on the rim until she reached somewhere with lights and people, and the structural reassurance of civilization. But she didn't. And now she's here, and the tyre isn't going to change itself. She carries the jack to the front of the car and crouches in the gravel, trying to remember where the jack point is supposed to be. The manual said something about a reinforced section of the frame, a specific notch designed to take the pressure, but in the dark and rain everything looks the same, just undercarriage shadow and dripping metal and her own breath fogging white in the cold. She positions the jack by feel, sliding it under the frame near the wheel, and starts cranking the handle. The jack sinks immediately. The base pushes down into the soft gravel like it's made of foam, and the car doesn't lift at all, just settles slightly as the ground beneath gives way. Claire swears, pulls the jack out, and looks around for something to use as a base, a flat rock, a piece of wood, anything solid enough to distribute the weight. There's nothing on the shoulder except gravel and mud, and the scraggly remains of weeds that have gone brown with the season. She turns her phone light toward the ditch, looking for a flat stone, and that's when she notices the water. It's moving wrong. The rain is falling straight down, heavy and consistent, and the wind is minimal, just enough to make the drops slant. Occasionally, but not enough to disturb the water's surface in any dramatic way. But the ditch water isn't responding to the rain the way it should. Instead of the chaotic stippling of drops hitting the surface, There are ripples moving in straight lines, parallel grooves that travel from one end of the visible water to the other like something is drawing them with a ruler. They're too regular, too precise, each one exactly the same width and spacing as the last, and they move against the current upstream, which shouldn't be possible given the slope of the land. Claire takes a step toward the ditch without meaning to, pulled by the wrongness of it, the geometric impossibility. The phone light reflects off the water's surface, and for a moment she can see down through the first few inches. Turbulent brown water carrying leaves and small debris. Nothing remarkable except for the way it's moving, channeled into those straight lines as if following tracks she can't see. Something brushes her boot. It's so light she almost misses it. Just a whisper of contact against the rubber sole. But when she looks down, there's a thread clinging to her foot. Thin and dark and gleaming wet, stretched taut from her boot into the ditch water like a fishing line that's just been cast. She lifts her foot to shake it off, and the thread stretches, elongating without breaking, and she can feel resistance on the other end. A slight pull like something small and determined is holding on. She reaches down to grab it, to pull it free manually, but when her fingers close around the strand it feels wrong. Too cold, too smooth, more like wire than fibre, and when she pulls there's that resistance again, stronger now, as if whatever's holding the other end has noticed her attention and is pulling back. Claire lets go and steps backward, but the thread doesn't release. It's still attached to her boot, and now she can see that it's not just one strand but several, each one thinner than the last, spreading across the sole in a pattern that looks almost deliberate, almost designed. She crouches and tries to scrape them off with her hand, but they cling with a grip that feels adhesive, and when she finally peels one away it leaves a faint mark on the rubber, a thin line that looks burned rather than drawn, as if the contact generated heat. The phone light flickers. The battery is at 30%, which should be plenty, but the screen dims and brightens erratically, and when she tilts it toward the ditch again, the light seems to bend, curving down into the water instead of reflecting off the surface. In that bent light she sees something that makes her breath catch. There's a face in the water, not floating, not submerged. In the water, as if the water itself is forming the suggestion of features. It's pale where the rest of the water is dark, an oval of lighter turbulence that holds its shape even as the current tries to pull it apart. There are depressions where eyes should be, too deep and too hollow to be natural, and a horizontal line that could be a mouth or could be a seam, something that divides the lower half of the face from the upper half with surgical precision. Claire stares, unable to look away, and the face sharpens. It doesn't happen all at once. It's incremental, a gradual gathering of definition as if someone is pulling threads tight to cinch the features into place. The eye hollows deepen, the mouth line darkens. The edges of the oval grow more distinct, separating the face from the surrounding water with a border that looks drawn rather than formed. And all the while those straight-line ripples keep moving toward it, feeding it, carrying something from the edges of the visible water to the centre where the face is assembling itself one small detail at a time. Claire stumbles backward, her boot slipping on wet gravel, and she barely catches herself on the car's fender before she falls. The threads clinging to her sole pull taut, and she can feel them now. Really feel them. Not just as a light touch, but as multiple points of contact, each one pressing into the rubber with cold insistence. She kicks her foot hard, scraping the sole against the gravel, and one of the threads snaps with a sound like a guitar string breaking. The others hold. Her hand is shaking so badly she almost drops the phone. The screen flickers again, and the battery percentage jumps from 30 to 15 to 8 in the span of seconds, draining faster than physics should allow. She needs to get back in the car. She needs to lock the doors and call someone and wait for help, even if that means waiting until morning, even if the battery dies completely and she has to sit in the dark listening to the rain and that whisper from the ditches that won't stop. But when she turns back to the car, she sees another thread. This one is hanging from the driver's side door handle, a wet strand that gleams in the dying phone light, swaying slightly, as if moved by a breeze that doesn't exist. It wasn't there before. She's certain of that. She just came through that door, and there was nothing hanging from the handle, nothing but the door itself, and her own desperation to get outside and do something practical, something that would fix the immediate problem and let her leave this place. The thread sways again, and in the phone's erratic light she sees more of them. One on the hood, one on the side mirror, one stretched across the windshield in a diagonal line that catches the orange pulse of the hazard lights and throws it back in a gleam that's too bright, too deliberate. The car is being decorated, wrapped in threads that appear from nowhere and cling with that same cold adhesive grip, and she realises with a clarity that feels like falling that if she gets back inside the car she'll be sealed in with them. The rain intensifies, hammering down hard enough to sting exposed skin, and Claire stands between the car and the ditch, equidistant from both threats, trying to make a decision that doesn't feel like choosing between two different kinds of drowning. Her phone light flickers one final time and dies, plunging her into darkness that's broken only by the hazard light's rhythmic orange pulse. On, off, each flash revealing a snapshot of her situation. Threads on the car, threads on her boot, rain sheeting down in silver lines that look, for just a moment, like they might be threads too, like the whole night is being stitched together around her, and she's the needle being pulled through. She should run. That's the logical choice. Leave the car, leave the spare tyre, leave everything, and just run down the road until she finds help or collapses or reaches somewhere that feels less like a trap, designed specifically for her personal terror. But running means turning her back on the ditch, and something about that idea makes her stomach clench with a fear that's deeper than logic, more instinctive. Predators chase running things, and whatever is in that ditch, whatever is making those straight-line ripples and assembling that face from turbulent water, feels like a predator, even if it doesn't move the way predators usually move. So she doesn't run. She stands there in the rain with threads clinging to her boot, and her phone dead in her hand and the hazard lights still blinking their tired message to no one. And she tries to think of something her father told her once about these roads, back when she was young enough to believe in warnings instead of dismissing them as superstition. They were driving back from her grandmother's funeral, taking the back roads because the highway was closed for construction, and somewhere along Route 46 he pointed to the ditches and said, "People who live out here have a rule about those. You don't stop next to them at night if you can help it, and if you have to stop, you don't look into the water too long." She'd asked why because she was 14, and everything adults said sounded like a challenge to her rationality, and he'd just shaken his head and said, "Because there's something that lives in ditch water on these roads, and it doesn't like to be seen. Or maybe it likes it too much. Either way, you don't want its attention." She'd rolled her eyes and forgotten about it within a week, filed it away with all the other rural folklore her father collected, like some people collected coins. Little stories about covered bridges and crossroad ghosts and things that walked through cornfields at night calling names that no one should answer. She'd assumed it was all the same kind of myth-making that every isolated community engaged in, a way of making the landscape feel important, of giving meaning to darkness that was really just the absence of streetlights and the presence of too many trees. But standing here now with threads on her boot and a face forming in the ditch water, she wishes she'd asked more questions. She wishes she'd listened when he tried to tell her the rest of the rule, the part she'd tuned out because she was already convinced it was nonsense. The hazard lights blink, and in their orange flash she sees the face in the ditch has gained more definition. There are lines now suggesting cheekbones, a ridge that could be a nose, and those eye hollows have depth that looks almost three-dimensional, as if the water is receding in specific places to create the illusion of structure. The mouth line has parted slightly and she can see darkness inside, a gap that goes deeper than the water should allow, and she can hear something now, underneath the rain and the whisper of moving water. It's a soft rhythmic sound, scratch, 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 like metal on stone or needle on fabric, a repetitive pattern that follows a count she can almost recognise. 4 scratches, pause, 3 scratches, pause, 2 scratches, pause, 1 scratch, pause, then the pattern repeats. It sounds like someone counting backward, marking off intervals with careful precision. The threads on her boot grow heavier. She can feel the weight of them now, a tangible pull toward the ditch, and when she looks down she sees they've multiplied. There are at least a dozen strands now, maybe more, each one branching from the original like a root system, spreading across the sole and starting to climb the sides of her boot in thin lines that shine in the hazard light's glow. She kicks again, harder, and several strands snap, but for each one that breaks, 2 more seem to appear, emerging from the ditch water like they're being spun in real time by something she still can't see. Claire makes a decision. It's not a good decision, and she knows it's not a good decision even as she's making it, but staying paralysed between the car and the ditch isn't working, and the threads are going to keep coming until they've covered her completely, or pulled her into the water, or done whatever it is they're trying to do. She needs to move. She needs to act, and if running isn't an option, and getting in the car isn't an option, then she needs to try the thing she came out here to do in the first place. She needs to change the tyre and leave. The jack is still lying on the gravel where she dropped it. The tyre iron is beside it, gleaming dully in the rain. She picks them both up, ignoring the threads on her boot as best she can, and returns to the front of the car. The jack needs a base, something to keep it from sinking into the soft ground, and she realises with a strange clarity that her phone will work. It's dead anyway, useless for calling help or finding a map, but the plastic and glass are solid enough, flat enough to distribute the jack's weight across a wider area than the metal base alone can manage. She kneels in the gravel and positions the phone under the jack, then slides the whole assembly under the car's frame, feeling for that reinforced point the manual mentioned. Her hands are numb, with cold, and the rain is coming down hard enough that water runs into her eyes every time she tilts her head up. But she finds something that feels right, a notch in the metal where the jack's saddle fits snugly, and starts cranking the handle. The car lifts, slowly, with a grinding reluctance that suggests the jack is near its weight limit, but it lifts. The phone beneath the base holds, cracked screen digging into the gravel, and the tyre rises off the ground with a sucking sound as the shredded rubber peels away from the mud it's settled into. Claire keeps cranking, counting the turns in her head to give herself something to focus on, besides the scratching sound that's getting louder, besides the weight of threads on her boot that's now unmistakable, pulling her slightly off balance every time she shifts position. When the tyre is high enough, she grabs the tyre iron and starts loosening the lug nuts. They're tight, rusted from months of neglect, and she has to put her full weight on the iron to get them to budge. The first one breaks free with a crack that sounds like a bone snapping, and she has to catch herself from falling forward into the wheel well. The second and third come easier, and by the time she's working on the fourth she's found a rhythm, position the iron, push down hard, feel the nut give, unscrew it by hand, move to the next. The fifth nut won't budge. She tries twice, 3 times, pushing hard enough that the iron slips and scrapes across the metal rim with a screech that makes her teeth hurt. She repositions and tries again, and this time when she pushes down the iron doesn't slip. It bends. The metal flexes in her hands like soft plastic, curving at the point where it contacts the nut, and she realises with a sick certainty that the iron isn't going to work, that something has changed in the last few minutes that makes the simple mechanics of tyre removal impossible. The threads on her boot have reached her ankle now. She can feel them climbing, thin and cold and wet, wrapping around her leg in a pattern that's too regular to be random. When she looks down, she sees they've started to branch, spreading across the gravel in multiple directions like cracks in glass, each strand gleaming in the hazard light's orange pulse. Some of them are moving toward the ditch, pulling her gently but insistently in that direction. Others are climbing the car, wrapping around the bumper and the wheel well and starting to work their way up toward the hood. And in the ditch water, the face is almost complete. It has eyes now, not actual eyes, but hollows deep enough to suggest sockets, with a faint gleam at the bottom of each depression that could be reflection, or could be something else. The mouth has opened wider, revealing a darkness inside that seems to extend far beyond the shallow depth of the ditch, a cavity that disappears into shadow that shouldn't exist in water that's only 18 inches deep. The cheekbones are pronounced, the nose is a sharp ridge, and there are lines around the mouth and eyes that look like wrinkles or scars or the kind of seams you'd find on a doll's face where separate pieces have been joined together. The scratching sound has become a rhythm she can't ignore. 4-3-2-1, 4-3-2-1, each set of scratches perfectly spaced, perfectly timed, and underneath it she can hear something else now. A soft exhalation that might be wind through reeds, except it sounds too much like breathing, too controlled and deliberate to be natural. Claire drops the tyre iron and stands up. Her legs are shaking, and the threads have climbed high enough on her boot that they're starting to restrict movement, tightening around her ankle like a blood pressure cuff that's been pumped too full. She reaches down to tear them away, and when her fingers close around the strands, they're cold enough to burn. Cold enough that she yanks her hand back with a gasp that turns into a cough, because the rain has found its way into her throat and she can't breathe properly, can't think properly, can't do anything except stand here and watch as the face in the ditch opens its mouth wider and the darkness inside begins to ripple with movement. Something is coming out of that mouth, something pale and thin, emerging from the darkness like a tongue or a tentacle, reaching up through the water toward the surface. It breaks through with barely a splash, just a smooth parting of the water's surface, and she sees it clearly now in the hazard light's glow. A thread, thick as her finger, white as bone, dripping with ditch water and moving with serpentine grace. It waves in the air for a moment, tasting or sensing, and then it bends toward her with the kind of purposeful motion that says it knows exactly where she is. Claire runs. She doesn't think about it, doesn't plan the direction or consider the consequences. She just runs, stumbling away from the car and the ditch, back down, the road the way she came, her boots pounding on wet asphalt and her breath coming in ragged gasps that hurt her chest. The threads on her ankle pull tight, trying to hold her, and she feels them cut into her skin through her jeans before they snap one by one, each break releasing a jolt of cold that shoots up her leg like electricity. She runs without looking back, arms pumping, hood fallen away from her head, so the rain hits her face directly, and she can hear things behind her. Not footsteps, nothing as simple as footsteps, but a sliding sound. Something dragging across pavement, and underneath it that scratching pattern still going. 4321, 4321, keeping pace with her somehow, maintaining the same distance no matter how fast she pushes herself. The road curves ahead, and she takes the turn without slowing, her boots sliding slightly on the wet surface. The hazard lights from her car are still visible behind her, 2 orange points blinking in the darkness, and she can see something in their glow. A shape rising from the ditch, tall and lean and wrong in ways that her mind refuses to process clearly. It looks almost human. Might be human if you saw it from very far away and didn't examine it too closely, but the proportions are off, the limbs too long, the posture too straight, and there's something trailing from it. Multiple somethings, threads or tendrils or something in between, dragging across the road and leaving wet trails that gleam in the orange light. She runs faster, but her legs are already burning with effort and cold, and she knows she can't maintain this pace for long. The road ahead is empty, no lights, no houses, no intersections, just more asphalt and more ditches and more darkness pressing in from the trees that line both sides. She could run for miles and not find help. She could run until her heart gives out and she collapses on the wet road and wakes up, if she wakes up, tangled in threads that have had all night to work on her, but she can't stop. Stopping means turning around, and turning around means seeing clearly what's following her, and some part of her knows that seeing it clearly will be worse than running blind. Her boot catches on something, a raised crack in the asphalt, a pothole edge, something, and she goes down hard, palms hitting the road first and then knees and then chin, the impact jarring her teeth together and filling her mouth with the taste of copper. She rolls onto her back, gasping, and sees the shape is closer now, much closer, maybe 30 feet away and closing the distance with that same sliding movement, not walking but being pulled forward by the threads that spread out ahead of it like a net being cast. This close, in the dim wash of ambient light from her car's hazard lights, she can see more details. The shape is definitely humanoid. Head, torso, arms, legs. But everything is slightly wrong, as if it was assembled from a description rather than designed with understanding. The head is too smooth, too oval, with features that are suggested rather than present. Eye hollows instead of eyes, a mouth line instead of a mouth, cheekbones that are just sharp ridges in otherwise featureless surface. The body is thin, impossibly thin, draped in something that might be clothing or might be skin or might be neither, something that hangs in wet folds and drips constantly, leaving puddles on the road. And the threads, God, the threads. They emerge from everywhere on the figure, from its fingers and its mouth and the hollow places where eyes should be, spreading out in all directions like a spider's web being spun in real time. Some of them drag on the ground, others wave in the air. A few are reaching toward her, tips questing, blind but purposeful, moving the way a plant moves towards sunlight, with slow inevitability. Claire scrambles backward on her hands and feet, crab-walking across the wet road, and the figure pauses. It doesn't stop. Moving entirely, the threads keep spreading, keep reaching, but the main body goes still, that featureless head tilting slightly as if listening or considering. The mouth line parts, and she hears that breathing sound again, clearer now, accompanied by something that might be words except the shape of them is wrong. The syllables too soft and too sharp at the same time. consonants and vowels arranged in a pattern that doesn't match any language she knows. She finds her feet and stands, still backing away, keeping her eyes on the figure because looking away feels like it would be a mistake, like it would give permission for something worse to happen. Her hands are scraped raw from the fall, and her chin is bleeding. She can feel the warm trickle cutting through the cold rain on her face, but the pain is distant, disconnected, less important than the simple, mechanical problem of putting one foot behind the other without tripping again. The figure's head tilts the other direction, and one of its arms rises slowly, hand extending toward her with fingers that are too long and too pale, each one trailing threads that spiral through the air like smoke. The scratching sound intensifies, becomes almost deafening, and she realizes it's coming from the figure itself, from inside it or beneath it, a sound like countless needles working fabric at impossible speed. And then, between one heartbeat and the next, it's not just one figure. There are others rising from the ditches on both sides of the road, identical pale shapes emerging from water that shouldn't be deep enough to hide them, each one trailing the same wet threads, each one moving with that same sliding inexorability. They form a line across the road, shoulder to shoulder, blocking her path forward, and when she whirls around, she sees more behind her, closing off her retreat, and she's surrounded in the space of seconds, hemmed in by figures that drip and breathe and scratch, scratch, scratch in that counted rhythm that's starting to sound like her own heartbeat played back at the wrong speed. Claire stops backing up because there's nowhere left to go. The figures stand in their circle around her, perfectly still except for their threads, which keep moving, keep reaching, weaving through the air between them and starting to form a pattern. A net, a web, a cage made of fibre that gleams in the rain, an orange pulse of hazard lights that are still blinking uselessly behind the wall of pale figures. She should scream. That's what people do in situations like this. They scream for help, they scream in terror, they scream because it's the only response left when all other options have been exhausted. But when she opens her mouth, no sound comes out. Her throat is locked, her vocal cords frozen, and she realizes with distant horror that she can't make noise, can't call out, can't even whimper. The silence is absolute, except for the rain, and the scratching and that soft breathing from all directions at once. One of the figures steps forward, not walking, just suddenly closer, as if it skipped the intervening space, and extends both hands toward her. The fingers are stained dark at the tips, as if dipped in ink or blood, and when they spread apart she sees threads stretched between them. A cat's cradle of fibre that pulses with faint light, like a neon sign reflected in a puddle. The pattern shifts, reforming into different shapes, triangle, square, star, spiral, each one perfect and geometric and wrong in ways that make her eyes hurt to track. The figure's mouthline opens, and something comes out. Not words, not sound exactly, but a sensation that hits her like pressure in her skull, like someone whispering directly into her brain without using language. It feels like a question, an inquiry, and underneath it there's expectation, a sense that she's supposed to answer, supposed to provide something, though she has no idea what. She shakes her head, or tries to, but the movement is sluggish, impaired, like moving through water. The threads in the air are closer now, almost touching her, and she can feel their cold radiating toward her skin. A chill that goes deeper than temperature, that feels like it's reaching for something beneath the surface, something essential. The figure's hands move, reforming the cat's cradle, and this time the pattern that emerges looks almost familiar. A shape she's seen before, though she can't place where. It's curved and looped and intricate like a knot or a symbol, and as she stares at it she feels something in her memory respond, some buried knowledge trying to surface. And then she remembers her father's voice, that same drive back from the funeral, after she'd rolled her eyes at his warning about the ditches. If you ever break down next to one of the running lines, and you see something in the water, there's only one way to make it leave you alone. You find any piece of string or thread you have, your shoelace, a loose thread from your clothes, anything, and you tie a knot in it. A real knot, not just a tangle. And while you're tying it, you think about the promise you broke, not the one you wish you'd kept or the one you're planning to fix, the one you know you'll never fix, the one you've given up on. You think about it clearly and completely, and you make peace with it staying broken. That's the offering. That's what lets you walk away. She'd asked what happened if you didn't have any string, and he'd laughed, a sound without humour, and said, "Then you better hope you can run fast enough, because if you can't offer it what it wants, it'll just take what it needs." Claire's hands move to her hoodie, trembling fingers searching for a loose thread, and she finds one almost immediately, a long strand hanging from the hem where a seam has started to come apart. She pulls it, and it comes free easily, 6 inches of white cotton that feels pathetically inadequate in her hand. But it's thread, and it's all she has. The figures watch, their eyeless faces tracking her movement with what feels like interest or maybe hunger. The scratching has stopped. The breathing has stopped. Even the rain seems to quiet slightly, as if the world is holding itself still to see what she'll do. She wraps the thread around her index finger, then loops it over her thumb, starting to form a knot. Her hands are shaking so badly, it takes 3 tries to make the first crossing work, but she manages it, pulling the thread through and tightening it slightly. The figures lean forward, all of them at once, that same synchronized movement, and she feels their attention like a physical weight. Now comes the hard part. The promise she broke, the one she'll never fix, the one she's given up on completely. There are so many to choose from. Little ones, promised phone calls never made, borrowed items never returned, appointments missed and never rescheduled. Bigger ones, relationships she swore she'd save and instead let deteriorate into silence. Career moves she promised herself and never pursued. The year she spent telling her mother she'd visit more often while finding excuses every single week. But underneath all of those, buried deeper, is the one that matters, the one that counts. The promise she made to herself when she was 16 years old, standing in the hospital corridor outside her sister's room, swearing with every particle of her being that she would be better, be kinder, be present, be the kind of sister who showed up and paid attention and noticed when something was wrong before it became catastrophic. She'd meant it. She'd meant it so sincerely that for months afterwards she'd felt like she was glowing with purpose, like she'd discovered the secret of being a decent human being, and all she had to do was follow through. She'd called her sister every week, visited every weekend, asked the right questions and listened to the answers and made herself available. In all the ways she'd failed to be before, for 6 months she'd kept that promise, then 8, then a year, and then, slowly, the calls became bi-weekly instead of weekly. The visits became monthly instead of every weekend. The questions became perfunctory. The listening became selective. And when her sister stopped reaching out, stopped asking Claire to visit, stopped sharing the difficult things, Claire told herself it was because her sister was better now, more independent, didn't need constant surveillance anymore. She told herself that for 3 years. 3 years of gradual withdrawal, of letting the distance grow, of being relieved when her sister said she was too busy to meet up, because it meant Claire didn't have to feel guilty about being too busy herself. 3 years of congratulating herself for respecting her sister's space, instead of acknowledging that she'd broken the promise in slow motion, one small retreat at a time until there was almost nothing left of the connection she'd sworn to maintain. And when her sister called 2 months ago, leaving a voicemail that was trying very hard to sound casual, but had that tension underneath that Claire remembered from before, from the bad time, she'd listened to it twice, and then told herself she'd call back tomorrow. Then tomorrow had become the next day, and the next day had become the weekend, and the weekend had become, I'll text her, and the text had never happened. That's the promise. That's the one that's never getting fixed. Because to fix it would require admitting how badly she's failed, how completely she's let her sister down a second time, and Claire can't do that. She can't face that conversation. She can't sit across from her sister and say, I promised I'd be there, and I walked away again, and I don't have a good reason. Just the usual selfishness and convenience, and the human tendency to let difficulty slide off into someone else's problem, so it's broken permanently, and if her sister is in trouble again, if that careful voice in the voicemail meant what Claire thinks it meant, then Claire has failed in the one way she swore she never would, and there's no coming back from that. The knot tightens in her hands, and she feels something release in her chest. Not relief exactly, but a kind of terrible clarity. The admission sits in her mind like a stone dropped in still water. I broke my promise to be there for my sister, and I'm never going to fix it. I'm going to let it stay broken because fixing it would hurt too much and cost too much, and require me to be better than I'm capable of being. The thread in her hands grows suddenly cold, so cold it burns her fingers, and she drops it with a gasp. It falls to the wet asphalt and lies there, glowing faintly, the knot at its centre tight and perfect and somehow alive-looking, like it's breathing on its own. The figures around her go still, completely, utterly still, not even their threads moving anymore. For a long moment there's nothing but silence and rain, and Claire stands frozen, not knowing if she's done the right thing or made everything catastrophically worse. Then the closest figure bends down, its impossibly long fingers reaching for the knotted thread. It picks it up carefully, delicately, as if the thread might dissolve at rough handling, and holds it up to examine. The eyeless face turns toward the knot, studying it, and the mouth line opens and closes several times in a rhythm that might be speech or might be chewing. One by one, the other figures bend and retrieve their own threads from the air, pulling them back into their bodies like fishermen reeling in lines. The net they've been weaving comes apart, the geometric pattern dissolving into individual strands that disappear into hands and mouths and those hollow eye sockets. Within seconds the web is gone, and the figures are backing away, moving toward the ditches with their collected threads trailing behind them like bridal veils. The first figure, the one holding her knotted thread, turns to leave, then pauses. It reaches into its own chest, fingers pushing through the fabric skin as if there's nothing solid underneath, and pulls out another thread. This one is longer, thicker, grey rather than white, and it's tied in a knot that's far more complex than the simple overhand Claire managed. An intricate weaving of loops and crossings that looks like it would take hours to replicate. The figure extends this thread toward Claire, offering it, and after a moment's hesitation she takes it. The fibre is warm now, not cold, and it feels old, worn smooth by handling, as if it's been tied and untied and retied countless times. When she closes her hand around it, she feels something, an impression, a ghost of emotion, that she can't quite name. It's not grief exactly, and not regret, but something adjacent to both. A sense of weight carried for a long time and finally set down. The figure releases the thread and steps back, and then it's gone, sliding into the ditch with barely a splash, disappearing into water that shouldn't be deep enough to hide a human-sized figure but somehow does. The other figures follow, one by one, until the road is empty except for Claire and the rain, and the distant orange pulse of her hazard light still blinking from where her car sits alone on the shoulder. She stands there for what might be seconds or might be minutes, the grey thread in her hand and the taste of blood in her mouth, trying to understand what just happened. The shapes are gone, the threads are gone, even the scratching sound has faded, leaving only the rain's steady hiss and the whisper of water moving through the ditches. Normal water now, turbulent and dark and following the natural slope of the land without those geometric straight-line ripples. Slowly, testing the reality of the situation, she walks back toward her car. Her legs feel disconnected from her body, someone else's. Legs operating on someone else's nervous system, but they carry her forward step by step. The hazard lights grow larger, more defined, and when she reaches the car she sees it's exactly as she left it. Jacked up, one tyre off, the spare leaning against the bumper waiting to be installed. The threads that were wrapping around it are gone. The ones that climbed her boot are gone too, leaving only faint marks on the rubber that might be scratches or might be burns or might be nothing, might be her imagination filling in details that were never there. Her phone is still under the jack, cracked screen face down in the gravel. When she pulls it out and presses the power button, it comes on immediately, battery reading 43%, which is impossible given that it died completely less than an hour ago. The screen shows no signal, no messages, just the time, 11:47 p.m, and the date, which is still today, still Wednesday, still the same night she started this drive. Claire looks at the grey thread in her other hand, the one the figure gave her. In the hazard light's glow she can see the knot more clearly, and she realises it's not one knot but several, tied in sequence, each one slightly different in structure. It looks like a record, a chain of admissions, promises broken and acknowledged one after another. She wonders how long someone would have to carry this thread for it to accumulate this many knots. She wonders if the figure that gave it to her was trying to offer comfort or warning or something else entirely. She slides the thread into her pocket and turns back to the tyre. It takes 15 minutes to finish the job, remove the lug nuts, pull off the shredded tyre, mount the spare, replace the lug nuts, and tighten them down. The work is mechanical, mindless, and she's grateful for that because it means she doesn't have to think about anything except the simple pattern of actions. Unscrew, lift, position, screw. Lower the car, remove the jack, toss the destroyed tyre in the trunk. Done. The rain has weakened to a drizzle by the time she climbs back into the driver's seat. The interior smells like wet fabric and old coffee, and the windshield is fogged so badly she has to run the defroster for 2 minutes before she can see clearly. The hazard lights are still blinking. She reaches down and switches them off, and the sudden darkness feels enormous, pressing in from all sides. The engine starts on the first try. The headlights come on, throwing their cone of yellow across wet asphalt that reflects nothing unusual, just road and rain and the black ribbon of ditch water running alongside. She puts the car in drive and pulls carefully back onto the pavement, the spare tyre thumping slightly with each rotation. It's not perfectly balanced, not meant for long-term use, but it'll get her home. She drives slowly, both hands on the wheel, attention divided between the road ahead and the ditches on either side. The water is moving normally, now carrying leaves and small debris downstream, no straight-line ripples, no suggestions of faces forming in the turbulence. It looks like it always does, like water doing what water does, obeying physics and gravity and nothing else. After a mile, her hands stop shaking. After 2 miles, her breathing returns to something approaching normal. After 3 miles, she passes a gas station with lights on and cars at the pumps, and the sudden presence of other people, other vehicles, other evidence that the world is still functioning according to normal rules, makes her want to cry with relief. She doesn't stop. She keeps driving, following Route 46 until it merges with the highway, trading the narrow back road and its dark ditches for 4 lanes of well-lit pavement, with reflectors and signs and the occasional passing truck. The radio picks up a clear signal, and she leaves it on, letting a DJ's cheerful voice and a playlist of aggressively upbeat pop fill the car with sound that doesn't scratch or breathe or follow a counted rhythm. It's past 1 in the morning when she finally reaches her apartment, pulling into the familiar parking space and sitting for a moment with the engine running, unwilling to turn it off and face the silence. She's exhausted, bone-deep tired in a way that suggests she won't sleep right for days, but there's something she needs to do first, something that's been building in the back of her mind since she dropped that knotted thread on the wet road and watched the figures accept it. She pulls out her phone, scrolls through her contacts until she finds her sister's name, and opens a new text message. Her thumbs hover over the screen, and for a long moment she doesn't know what to write, doesn't know how to bridge 3 years of distance and 2 months of ignored voicemail with a string of characters that will look flat and inadequate no matter how she arranges them. But she thinks about the grey thread in her pocket, about all those knots, tied in sequence, about the weight of broken promises carried for so long they become part of you. And she thinks about the choice she just made, to acknowledge the break, to admit it completely, to stop pretending she was going to fix something she'd already let die. That was necessary. That was the offering the figures required, but it doesn't have to be permanent. Nothing says she can't break a promise, and then, later, start over with a different one, a smaller one, a more honest one. She types, "I got your voicemail. I'm sorry I didn't call back. Can we talk tomorrow?" It's not enough. It's nowhere near enough to repair what she's broken, but it's a start, and that's better than another day of silence. She presses send before she can second-guess herself, and the message disappears into the network, travelling through towers and satellites to wherever her sister is, whether she's awake or asleep, whether she's still in trouble or has found her way through it alone while Claire was busy avoiding the conversation they need to have. The phone buzzes almost immediately, which seems impossible. It's 1 in the morning, her sister should be asleep, but the notification shows a response. "Yeah, tomorrow is good, love you." 3 words that feel heavier than they should, weighted with everything that's been unsaid for 3 years. Claire stares at them until her vision blurs, and she's not sure if she's crying or if it's just exhaustion making her eyes water, but either way she closes the phone and sits in the driver's seat with her hands on the wheel and lets herself feel it. The relief and the shame and the tentative hope that maybe she hasn't permanently destroyed this thing she promised to protect. The grey thread is still in her pocket. She takes it out and looks at it again in the dome light's glow, counting the knots. 17. 17 broken promises tied in sequence, carried for however long it took to accumulate them all. She wonders if the figure that gave it to her is free now, unburdened, or if it's back in the ditch water already working on the next knot, the next admission, the next weight it'll carry until someone else offers their own acknowledgement in trade. Claire unknots the first loop, carefully, reverently, as if the thread might tear if she's too rough with it. The fibre is strong though, and the knot comes apart easily under her fingers, leaving a slight kink in the thread where it had been pulled tight. She smooths the kink out and moves to the next knot, working methodically, and one by one she releases all 17, unwinding each promise until the thread is straight and unmarked, except for the ghost impressions of where the knots used to be. When she's done, she rolls down her window and drops the thread into the parking lot, where rain is still falling in a light mist. It lands in a puddle and floats there for a moment, grey on dark water, and then it starts to sink, fibre-absorbing moisture and pulling itself down into depths that shouldn't exist in a puddle that's only an inch deep. But it sinks anyway, disappearing completely, and Claire rolls the window back up and turns off the engine. She'll sleep tonight, or she won't. Either way, tomorrow she'll call her sister and they'll talk, and it'll be awkward and difficult and maybe even painful, but it'll be a conversation that actually happens instead of one that stays locked in voicemail and unanswered texts. And the promise she broke won't be fixed. She's accepted that fully and finally, but she can make a new promise, a different one, built on what she's learned about her own limitations and her own tendency to let things slide when they become inconvenient. She can promise to try. That's smaller, more honest, less prone to spectacular failure. She can promise to show up, to answer when her sister calls, to not let months pass in silence. She can promise to be imperfect, but present instead of absent while pretending. She's planning to be perfect. It's not the same promise. It'll never be the same, but it's something, and something is better than the nothing she's been offering for 3 years. Claire gets out of the car, locks the doors, and walks across the parking lot toward her building. The rain has almost stopped, reduced to a mist so fine it's barely distinguishable from fog. Behind her, in the parking lot puddles, water runs in thin streams toward the storm drains, carrying leaves and cigarette butts and small pieces of trash toward the underground pipes that will feed into the city's drainage system, which will eventually empty into the river, which will eventually flow to the sea. And maybe, somewhere in that network of moving water, something watches and waits, patient and ancient, collecting the promises people break when they swear to fix what they already know they'll leave shattered. Maybe it's still out there on Route 46, rising from the ditches when the rain falls hard enough, trailing threads that seek and measure and bind. Or maybe it's everywhere that water runs in darkness, everywhere that people make promises they'll never keep and convince themselves they're different, they're better, they'll follow through this time. Either way, Claire is inside now, safe and dry and exhausted. She locks her apartment door and strips off her wet clothes and stands under a hot shower until her fingers prune and the water runs clear instead of pink from the scrapes on her palms. She towels off, puts on clean clothes, and collapses into bed without bothering to check her phone or set an alarm or do any of the usual nighttime rituals that structure the border between one day and the next. Sleep comes fast and deep, pulling her under into dreams that are fragmented and strange but not frightening. She dreams of her sister laughing, young and healthy and unburdened. She dreams of threads stretching between them like telephone lines, carrying voices back and forth in patterns that are complicated but unbroken. She dreams of rain on a back road and water running clear, and when she wakes 6 hours later to sunlight coming through her bedroom window, she doesn't remember the dreams clearly but retains the feeling they left behind, something adjacent to peace, if not quite peace itself. Her phone shows 3 messages. One is from her sister. "Call me when you're up, no rush." Another is from her brother, asking if she wants to grab dinner sometime this week. The third is from her dentist's office, reminding her about an appointment she'd forgotten about. Claire replies to her sister first. Awake now, calling in 5. Then she gets up, makes coffee, and sits at her small kitchen table with the phone in her hand, staring at her sister's contact info while the coffee cools and the morning light strengthens and the normal sounds of the building filter through her walls. Someone upstairs walking around, someone next door running water, someone in the parking lot starting their car. She calls. It rings 3 times, long enough for Claire to feel her pulse accelerate, for doubt to start creeping in, for the old instinct to hang up and text instead to make itself known. And then her sister answers. "Hey," her sister says, voice cautious but not cold. "Thanks for calling." "I should have called earlier," Claire says, and her voice sounds steadier than she expected. "I'm sorry." "It's okay," her sister says, and there's a pause that's too long to be comfortable but not long enough to be hostile. "I mean, it's not okay, but we can talk about it. That's why I called." "What's going on?" Claire asks, and even as she's saying it, she's bracing for the answer, preparing for her sister to tell her something bad, something that will make Claire's 2 months of silence feel even worse than it already does. But her sister surprises her. "Nothing catastrophic," she says. "I'm not in crisis or anything. I realised I hadn't talked to you in a while and I wanted to check in, see how you were doing." Claire closes her eyes, relief and shame mixing into something that sits in her chest like a stone. "I'm okay," she says. "I had kind of a weird night, but I'm okay." "Yeah?" her sister says, and there's something in her tone that sounds like genuine curiosity, like she actually wants to hear about it. "What happened?" Claire considers telling her the truth, the whole bizarre story of the breakdown and the threads and the figures in the ditches, but she can't figure out how to start, can't find words that will make it sound like something other than a stress-induced hallucination or a creative writing exercise. So she settles for a version that's true enough. "I got a flat tyre on Route 46 last night," she says. "Had to change it in the rain. It was kind of scary being out there alone in the dark." "Shit," her sister says. "Are you okay? Did you get home safe?" "Yeah, I'm fine. It just reminded me that I should probably be better about maintaining connections, in case I need help and can't get it." There's another pause, and then her sister says, "Is that your way of saying you want to talk more?" "Yeah," Claire says. "I do. I really do. I'm sorry I've been absent." "I'm sorry too," her sister says. "I could have reached out more. It's not all on you." But it is, Claire thinks. Or at least more of it is than you're admitting. But she doesn't say that, because the point isn't to have an argument about whose fault it is that they drifted. The point is to stop drifting. They talk for another 20 minutes, conversation meandering through safe topics, work, weather, a show they both watch, plans for the holidays that are still months away. It's not a deep conversation, not a healing conversation, but it's a conversation that happens and that matters. By the time they hang up with promises to talk again next week, Claire feels something in her chest unclench slightly, like a fist that's been clenched too long, finally remembering how to relax. She finishes her coffee and gets ready for work, moving through her apartment with a sense of purpose that's been missing for weeks. The grey thread is gone, left in a parking lot puddle to sink into whatever darkness exists beneath the surface. The knot she tied is gone too, accepted as offering and carried away into the ditch water's depths. What remains is just her, just today, just the ordinary challenge of being a person who tries to be better and sometimes fails and sometimes tries again. It's enough. It has to be enough. Outside, the rain has stopped completely, leaving the city washed clean and gleaming in morning light. The streets are still wet, puddles reflecting sky and buildings and the movement of cars, but the water is just water now, flowing naturally toward drains and gutters, and eventually to the river, carrying nothing more sinister than the usual urban debris. Claire locks her apartment and walks to her car, and when she passes the parking lot puddles, she doesn't look too closely at their surfaces, doesn't check for straight-line ripples or pale shapes forming in the depths. She gets in, starts the engine, and drives to work through streets that are bright and mundane and mercifully free of anything that wants to measure her promises or count her failures. The spare tyre thumps with every rotation, a reminder that she needs to get it replaced, needs to take the car to a shop and have them install a proper tyre and check the alignment and do all the maintenance she's been putting off. She makes a mental note to do that this weekend, and she almost laughs at herself for the irony, making plans to fix something, making promises to follow through. But she stops herself because the irony is too easy, too glib, and what happened last night deserves more respect than a cheap joke about her own patterns. So she just drives, and the city flows past her windows, and somewhere behind her on Route 46, the ditches run with water that carries the rain toward larger bodies, and maybe something watches from those depths, patient and ancient, waiting for the next driver who breaks down in the wrong place and makes the wrong promises while trying to swear their way back to safety. But Claire is not on Route 46 anymore. She's here, in daylight, moving forward, imperfect but present. And for today, right now, in this moment, that's enough. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Rain hammered the hillside until the streets became rivers, gutters choking on leaves and cigarette butts. The whole town of Ashmont tilting downward like it wanted to slide into the valley below. Marcus Hale stood under the corrugated awning of a closed butcher shop, watching water cascade off the edge in a solid sheet, his jacket already soaked through from the 3 blocks he'd sprinted. His phone showed 11:47 p.m, battery at 18%, no signal. The last bus had left an hour ago, and the walk to his hotel on the far side of town meant another 40 minutes in this biblical downpour. He'd come to Ashmont for a wedding he didn't want to attend, a cousin he barely knew marrying someone he'd never met, but family obligations had a gravity all their own, pulling him back to this grey little town tucked into the Appalachian foothills like a secret nobody wanted to keep. The ceremony had been fine, the reception tolerable, but he'd left early, uncomfortable in the crowd, uncomfortable with the open bar and the questions about his own life. Still single at 34, still working the same marketing job, still living in that same apartment in Baltimore, still carrying the same weight. The rain showed no sign of stopping. Marcus checked his phone again, opened the Maps app out of habit even though he knew it wouldn't load without signal. The blue dot sat frozen on a street 3 blocks back. He was about to resign himself to the long walk when he noticed something on the static map. A thin grey line cutting diagonally across the hill above town. A path. It looked like it connected to a street maybe 15 minutes from his hotel, cutting his walk in half. He zoomed in with wet fingers. The path ran through a green space marked with a small cross symbol. A cemetery. Of course. Every shortcut in towns like this went through the dead. Marcus had never been squeamish about graveyards. They were quiet, usually well maintained, and the residents never bothered anyone. He pulled, his collar up, and stepped back into the rain, heading uphill toward the cemetery gates. The streets grew narrower as he climbed, row houses giving way to cramped Victorian cottages with sagging porches, paint peeling in long strips like sunburned skin. Water poured down the sidewalks in braided streams, carrying bits of trash and garden mulch. His shoes were already ruined, expensive leather Oxfords he'd bought specifically for the wedding, now squelching with each step. The hill steepened, and his calves began to burn. When he finally reached the cemetery gates, they stood open, wrought iron twisted into Victorian flourishes, topped with fleur-de-lis points that looked sharp enough to impale. No chain, no lock, just darkness beyond and the suggestion of a gravel path disappearing upward into the rain. A wooden sign hung from one gate pillar, so weathered the letters were barely visible. Ashmont Methodist Cemetery, SD, 1847. Marcus hesitated for only a moment before stepping through. The path was narrow, barely wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side, lined with headstones that leaned at careless angles, some tilted so far they seemed ready to fall. The gravel crunched under his feet, a sound quickly swallowed by the rain's relentless percussion. He pulled out his phone and turned on the flashlight, a weak cone of light that barely pushed back the darkness. That's when he noticed the mint. It grew along both edges of the path in thick, aggressive clumps, leaves broad and healthy despite the poor, rocky soil. The scent hit him immediately, sharp and medicinal, rising with the rain like something deliberately released. It didn't smell comforting the way mint usually did. Not like toothpaste or candy or the mojitos Sarah used to make on summer evenings. This mint smelled clinical, antiseptic, like the smell of hospitals or the nursing home where his grandmother had died. That particular scent of places where people went to be cleaned and forgotten. Marcus walked faster, keeping the phone light pointed at the path ahead, trying not to look at the headstones too closely. Names and dates carved into limestone and granite, most of them from the 1800s, some from the early 1900s, a few newer stones scattered among the old. The rain made everything look slick and alive, water running down the carved letters like tears. His phone screen flickered. Just once. A brief stutter in the light, but enough to make him tap it with his thumb. The screen felt warm, almost hot, which didn't make sense in the cold rain. He wiped the screen on his jacket, but the moisture wouldn't clear properly. It looked like the condensation was forming on the inside of the glass somehow, a thin fog creeping in from the edges. "Come on," Marcus muttered, shaking the phone. The light steadied but grew noticeably dimmer, as if the fog inside was absorbing the brightness. He kept walking, following the path as it curved between larger monuments, mausoleums with iron, doors, family plots surrounded by low stone walls. The mint grew thicker here, brushing against his ankles with every step, leaving wet streaks on his pants. The scent grew stronger, almost overwhelming, making his sinuses ache. The path forked. Marcus stopped, shining his dying phone light in both directions. The left path seemed to continue upward, deeper into the cemetery. The right path curved downward, probably toward the exit on the far side. He started right, then paused. A sound, faint and distant, almost lost in the rain. A bell, small and clear, like the kind you'd ring at a hotel desk for service. Just one chime, precise and delicate. Marcus turned slowly, sweeping the phone light across the headstones. Nothing moved. The rain fell in steady sheets, and the mint plants swayed slightly in the wind, but he saw no one, no source for the sound. Probably just something in town, sound carrying strangely in the weather. He turned back toward the right path. The bell chimed again. Closer now, or maybe not closer, but more present, as if it had rung directly into his ear rather than travelling through air. The sound landed somewhere in his chest, a small, precise impact that made his breath catch. And with it came a thought, sudden and unwelcome. Sarah. Marcus hadn't thought about her in months, had worked very hard not to think about her, but the bell seemed to pull her name up from wherever he'd buried it. Sarah, who he'd dated for 3 years. Sarah, who'd moved in with him, talked about marriage, made plans. Sarah, who'd needed him during her mother's cancer, who'd asked him to come to chemo appointments to just be there, to help carry the weight. Sarah, who he'd failed so completely that she'd finally left, not angry but disappointed, which was somehow worse. His throat tightened. The old familiar pressure, the stone he carried in his chest, the apology he'd rehearsed 1,000 times but never sent. He'd meant to go to the appointments, he'd meant to be there. But work had been demanding, and he'd been up for a promotion, and the hospital was depressing, and he'd convinced himself that Sarah was strong enough to handle it, that giving her space was actually the kindest thing. Except it wasn't space she'd needed. It was him. The mint smell spiked suddenly, becoming almost nauseating in its intensity. Marcus gasped, the medicinal reek filling his lungs. He looked down and saw the rainwater on the path rippling in small, perfect circles, as if dozens of tiny objects were falling into it, though nothing fell but rain. The phone light dimmed further, the internal fog now thick enough that he could barely see through it. Marcus tapped the screen frantically, but it didn't help. Through the haze, his own reflection stared back at him, ghostly and indistinct. For just a moment, the reflection's face looked different. Eyes downcast, mouth forming words. "Sorry. I'm sorry. I should have been there." "Stop it," Marcus said out loud, his voice harsh in the rain-soaked silence. The words felt wrong the moment they left his mouth, too loud, too definite. The cemetery seemed to lean in around him, headstones tilting their attention his way. The bell chimed again, and this time Marcus saw where it came from. Between 2 large monuments, maybe 30 feet ahead on the left path, something moved. A hunched figure, darker than the darkness around it, shifting with a slow, deliberate patience. It was bent over a headstone, doing something with careful hands, adjusting or arranging or touching. Marcus couldn't tell. The figure was roughly human-shaped but wrong in proportions, the shoulders too high, the arms too long, the head too small or too tucked into those shoulders. Marcus stood frozen, rain pouring down his face, phone light barely aglow now in his trembling hand. The figure straightened slightly, still hunched, still wrong, and raised one arm. In its hand, barely visible in the darkness, was a small handbell, the kind made of tarnished brass or old bronze. The figure rang the bell. The sound was delicate, almost pretty, but it landed inside Marcus's chest like a fist. He felt his heart stutter, felt the apology to Sarah rising in his throat like vomit, words he'd swallowed for 2 years suddenly demanding to be spoken. "I'm sorry I wasn't there. I'm sorry I chose work over you. I'm sorry I let your mother die without ever telling her I'd take care of you. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." The figure began to move toward him, not walking exactly, but shifting position, one moment by the monuments, the next moment 10 feet closer, as if the darkness itself was rearranging to bring it forward. It moved with the rain, part of the weather, hunched and patient and inevitable. Marcus stumbled backward, his foot catching on a raised tree root. He nearly fell, catching himself against a headstone. The stone was cold and slick, and carved deep into its face was a name, Ruth Patterson, 1889-1924, beloved mother, or his hand pressed against the word mother, and he thought of Sarah's mother, of the funeral he'd attended but barely participated in, standing in the back, leaving before the reception, telling himself Sarah would understand that he had a work thing. The bell chimed again. The hunched figure was closer now, maybe 20 feet away, and Marcus could see more details that made his stomach twist. Its hands were too pale, almost luminous in the dark, the fingers too long and too careful as they held the bell. The bell itself looked ancient, the metal dull and pitted, but something about the way it hung suggested weight beyond metal, as if the bell was full of something dense and liquid. Then the figure rang it again, and Marcus saw what made the sound. The bell's tongue, the clapper inside that should have been a simple piece of metal, moved wrong. It was organic, soft, almost fleshy, and when it struck the bell's inner surface it made that clear, precise chime. But the movement afterward looked like something swallowing, the tongue pulling back into the bell's hollow with a wet, living motion. Marcus's phone died completely, the screen going black with a final flicker. Darkness swallowed him, broken only by the faint ambient light from the town below, barely enough to suggest shapes. He could still see the hunched figure, though, as if it carried its own presence, a darkness within darkness. It was looking at him. He couldn't see eyes, couldn't see a face clearly, but he felt the attention like pressure against his skin. The figure tilted its head, listening, and Marcus realized with horror that it wasn't listening with ears. It was listening to him, to the inside of him, to the apology vibrating in his chest like a tuning fork. The creature took another step closer, and Marcus finally broke, turning and running back the way he'd come, sprinting down the gravel path, mint plants lashing at his legs. Behind him, the bell chimed once more, a sound of patient certainty. The creature unhurried because it knew, somehow it knew that Marcus carried what it wanted, and running wouldn't change that. He made it maybe 50 feet before his foot hit a patch of wet gravel wrong, and he went down hard, hands and knees hitting the path, gravel biting into his palms. Pain flared bright and immediate, but fear was brighter. Marcus scrambled to his feet, panting, and looked back. The hunched figure stood in the middle of the path, utterly still now, the bell hanging from one long-fingered hand. It didn't chase him. It didn't need to. Even from this distance, Marcus could feel it pulling at the apology inside him, the way a magnet pulls iron filings, patient and inexorable. The rain poured down. The mint smell was everywhere now, inescapable, that medicinal stink of cleaning and forgetting, of hospitals and endings. Marcus's hands throbbed where gravel had torn the skin, blood mixing with rainwater, but he barely noticed. His throat felt swollen with unsaid words, his chest tight with the pressure of regret. He couldn't run anymore. The realization settled over him like the rain, cold and total. Whatever this thing was, running from it meant nothing because the thing it wanted was inside him, part of him, growing heavier with each moment. Marcus stood slowly, rain streaming down his face, and looked at the hunched figure. "What do you want?" His voice came out raw and shaking. The figure didn't answer. It raised the bell again and rang it, a single clear chime that resonated in Marcus's bones. The living tongue inside struck the bell's hollow and seemed to taste the sound it made, savouring it. And Marcus understood. The creature didn't want his apology as words. It wanted the apology itself, the thing, the unspoken regret made into sound. It wanted to ring it into that bell, capture it, keep it, prevent it from ever settling or resolving. The apology would become part of the bell, another layer of guilt and regret trapped in bronze and flesh, ringing forever whenever the creature called. "No," Marcus whispered, then louder. "No, you can't have it." But the creature was already moving closer, and Marcus knew with sick certainty that it could have it, would have it, unless he did something. But what? What stopped a thing like this? His mind raced, grasping at stories, at folklore, at every horror movie and ghost story he'd ever heard. Graveyards had rules. Supernatural things had rules. There was always a way to pass safely, always a ritual or offering, or the mint, the smell that wouldn't leave, growing thicker every time the creature moved closer, the plants that grew too healthy in poor soil, too thick along the path. Mint was used for cleansing, for purification, for... Marcus dropped to his knees beside the path, ignoring the pain, and grabbed a handful of mint stalks. They were wet and strong, roots clinging to the rocky soil. He pulled hard and felt them give, coming up with a small spray of dirt and pebbles. Fresh, mint, rain still dripping from the leaves, the scent explosive in his hand. The creature stopped moving. The bell made no sound, but Marcus felt a shift in attention, the pressure against him changing quality, becoming watchful instead of hungry. He stood slowly, mint clutched in his bleeding hand, and looked around. The nearest headstone was an old one, limestone carved with a simple cross, the name worn almost smooth by a century of weather. Marcus didn't know why, but the knowledge came to him as clearly as if someone had whispered it. Place the mint on the stone, an offering, a trade. He took 2 steps and set the mint carefully on top of the headstone, arranging it as best he could with shaking hands, rain washing over it immediately. The leaves gleamed dark green in the faint light, fresh and alive against dead stone. The creature watched. Marcus could feel its attention like a physical weight, and then, from somewhere deep in his mind, another piece of knowledge: forgive yourself. Not out loud, not spoken. The warning came with it, wordless but certain. Speak the apology aloud and the creature would take it, ring it into the bell, trap it forever in bronze and living flesh. But forgive yourself silently. Accept what cannot be fixed. Release the endless loop of regret. Do that, and the creature would let him pass. Marcus stood in front of the headstone with its offering of mint, rain pouring over him, blood and water running together down his hands, and thought about Sarah. He thought about her mother's funeral, about Sarah's face when she saw him leave early, the way her expression had crumpled and then hardened. He thought about the apartment after she moved out, how empty it had felt, how he'd told himself he was better off alone. He thought about the text messages he'd drafted and deleted, the phone calls he'd almost made, the apology he'd rehearsed until it felt more like a script than actual contrition. He thought about how he couldn't fix it, how Sarah had moved to Portland, started a new job, met someone else according to her Instagram, how the time for apologies had passed not because too much time had elapsed, but because Sarah had moved beyond needing his apology to move forward. She'd forgiven him, or she hadn't, but either way, she'd let go. The only person still carrying this weight was him. Marcus closed his eyes and formed the apology in his mind with all the clarity he could manage. I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. I'm sorry I chose my fear and my comfort over being the person you needed. I'm sorry I failed you and your mother. I'm sorry I hurt you. Then, and this was harder, he added, and I forgive myself for not being who I thought I should be. I forgive myself for being scared. I forgive myself for failing. I can't fix what I broke, but I can stop breaking myself over it. His mouth stayed closed. His throat ached with the effort of keeping the words inside, of not speaking them aloud, not testing whether the creature would actually take them if he gave voice to his guilt. The rain fell harder, and the mint on the headstone released its scent in waves, medicinal and sharp. Marcus stood there, silent, forgiving himself in the privacy of his own mind, and felt something shift. The pressure in his chest eased. Not gone, maybe never gone completely, but lighter, looser. No longer a stone, but something he could carry without drowning. The bell didn't ring. Marcus opened his eyes and looked toward where the hunched figure had been standing. It was still there, but motionless now, head tilted as if listening to the difference between spoken and unspoken truth, between apology and acceptance. The rain seemed to soften around it, no longer hammering but falling in gentler sheets. The mint scent settled into something less aggressive, still sharp but no longer accusing. The smell of growth rather than sterility, of things that could be cut back and return, persistent and honest. Marcus waited, hardly breathing, watching the creature. It didn't move toward him. It simply stood, patient and hunched, the bell hanging silent from its 2 long fingers. Then, with a movement like water flowing uphill, it turned away, back toward the deeper parts of the cemetery, its attention sliding off Marcus like rain off stone. He stood frozen for another moment, then carefully, so carefully, began walking toward the right-hand path, the one that led down and out. He moved slowly, each step measured, fighting the urge to run. Don't speak. Don't test the silence. Don't give the creature a reason to turn back. The path curved between headstones, descending now, and Marcus followed it, with his heart hammering against his ribs. Behind him, very faint, the bell chimed once more, but the sound was distant, aimed elsewhere, as if the creature had already moved on to some other hidden regret in the hillside. The cemetery gate appeared ahead, open and waiting. Marcus stepped through it, and found himself on a wet residential street, row houses with lit windows, cars parked along the curb, everything ordinary and real. The storm still fell, but felt normal now, just rain without weight or meaning. He walked the remaining blocks to his hotel in a daze, barely noticing the water or the cold. His hands had stopped bleeding, the scratches from the gravel already scabbing over. When he finally reached the hotel and stumbled into his room, he stripped off his wet clothes and stood under a hot shower for 20 minutes, letting the water wash away the mint smell, the rain, the cemetery dirt. But he couldn't wash away what he'd learned. In the morning, Marcus checked out early and drove back to Baltimore through grey drizzle. He didn't go to the wedding brunch, didn't say goodbye to his cousin, just left. On the highway, he pulled over at a rest stop and opened his phone, scrolling through his contacts until he found Sarah's name. He stared at it for a long time, thumb hovering over the call button. He could call her. He could finally say the apology out loud, give voice to the regret he'd carried for 2 years. But the memory of the cemetery stopped him. The hunched figure with its bell, the warning that felt like instinct. Speak the apology aloud and it becomes something else, something trapped and unresolved, ringing forever. Instead, Marcus opened a new note in his phone and typed, "I forgive myself for failing Sarah. I forgive myself for being afraid. I can't fix what I broke, but I can stop breaking myself over it." He saved the note and put his phone away, then drove home through the rain. That night, lying in his apartment with the windows open to let in the sound of city traffic, Marcus thought he heard a bell chiming somewhere in the distance. Just once, small and precise. But when he listened more carefully, it was only a bicycle bell on the street below, someone ringing for a pedestrian to move. Still, he kept his mouth closed, his apology silent, his forgiveness private. The weeks that followed were strange. Marcus found himself thinking about the cemetery less often, but when he did, the memories came with peculiar clarity. The hunched figure, the living tongue in the bell, the mint growing too thick in poor soil. He told no one about what had happened. Who would believe him? He barely believed it himself, except that the weight in his chest had genuinely lifted. The stone he'd carried for 2 years now something manageable. He threw himself into work, but differently than before. He took fewer evening meetings, left the office at reasonable hours, didn't check email after 9 p.m. When his boss asked if everything was okay, Marcus just smiled and said he was working on better balance. The promotion he'd wanted for so long came through in November, and Marcus accepted it with quiet gratitude, but not the desperate relief he'd expected. He started seeing a therapist. Dr. Chen was a soft-spoken woman in her 50s who listened to Marcus talk about Sarah without judgment, who asked questions that made him think about patterns rather than individual failures. He didn't tell Dr. Chen about the cemetery that stayed locked away, a private piece of knowledge, but he talked about carrying guilt, about the difference between apologizing and accepting, about learning to forgive himself. Forgiveness isn't about erasing what happened, Dr. Chen said during one session. It's about choosing not to let it define you forever. Marcus thought about mint growing in poor soil, persistent and honest. December came, and with it the Christmas party at work. Marcus almost skipped it, but forced himself to go, to be social, to try. He talked to co-workers he usually avoided, laughed at bad jokes, had 2 beers, and actually enjoyed them. Near the end of the evening, a woman from accounting named Jennifer asked if he wanted to get coffee sometime, and Marcus surprised himself by saying yes. Their first date was awkward but sweet. Marcus found himself talking more than he usually did, telling Jennifer about his work, his apartment, his failed attempt to grow tomatoes on his balcony. She laughed easily and told him about her cats, her podcast addiction, her ongoing war with her upstairs neighbour over noise. When she asked about past relationships, Marcus hesitated, then said simply, "I was with someone for 3 years. It ended badly. I wasn't the person she needed me to be." "That's honest," Jennifer said, stirring sugar into her coffee. "Most guys just say their ex was crazy." They dated through the winter. Nothing serious, just coffee and movies and occasional dinners, but it felt good, felt possible in a way Marcus hadn't expected. He didn't sabotage it, didn't pull away when Jennifer started staying over on weekends, didn't panic when she left a toothbrush in his bathroom. He was still himself, still sometimes anxious, still sometimes selfish with his time, but he tried. That was new. In March, Marcus got a Facebook message from Sarah. His heart stuttered when he saw her name in his notifications, the old guilt flaring bright before he could control it. But when he opened the message, it was brief and surprisingly warm. "Hey Marcus, hope you're doing well. Saw you got promoted, congrats. I wanted to let you know I'm getting married in June. No hard feelings if you can't make it, but I thought you should know. Take care of yourself." Marcus read the message 3 times, passing it for hidden meanings or barbs, but found none. Sarah sounded happy. Actually happy, not performatively so. He typed several responses, deleted them all, finally settled on, "Congratulations, Sarah. I'm really happy for you. I hope it's everything you want." He stared at his phone for a long time after hitting send, waiting to feel something dramatic, grief or relief or anger, but felt only a quiet sort of peace. Sarah had moved on. He was moving on. The apology he'd carried was his, to keep or release, but it no longer defined the shape of his days. That night he told Jennifer about Sarah over Chinese takeout. Not everything, not the cemetery, but the relationship, the failure, the guilt. Jennifer listened without interrupting, then reached across the table and squeezed his hand. "You know what I like about you," she said. "You actually think about this stuff. Most guys never even get to the guilt part." Marcus laughed, surprised. "Is that a compliment?" "Yeah," Jennifer said. "It means you give a shit. That's rare." Spring turned to summer. Marcus didn't go to Sarah's wedding, but he sent a card with a generous check and a genuine note wishing her happiness. Jennifer moved in with him in July, and they spent August arguing cheerfully about whose furniture to keep and whose to donate. The apartment felt different with her things in it, messier, louder, more alive. One evening in September, Marcus stood on his balcony watching rain fall over Baltimore, the city, lights reflecting in puddles on the street below. The smell of wet pavement drifted up, and with it came a memory, mint in the rain, medicinal and sharp. He thought about the cemetery, about the hunched figure with its bell, about the apology he'd kept silent. Jennifer came out to join him, handing him a beer. "What are you thinking about?" Marcus almost said nothing, the reflexive deflection he'd perfected over years. But he stopped himself and said instead, "Just remembering something from a while back, a lesson I learned the hard way." "Good lesson?" "Important one," Marcus said, "about letting go." Jennifer leaned against him, comfortable and warm. They stood together watching the rain, and Marcus felt something shift one final time. Not the release of the cemetery, but something quieter, the simple acceptance of being human and flawed and still worthy of moving forward. The rain fell harder, and somewhere in the city a bell chimed. Marcus didn't flinch, he just squeezed Jennifer's hand and went back inside, leaving the past where it belonged. Behind him, finished, no longer a weight to carry, but simply a thing that had happened to a person he used to be. But on dark rainy nights, when the smell of mint drifted through an open window, or the sound of a distant bell cut through traffic noise, Marcus would remember the cemetery and the hunched figure patient among the stones. He'd remember the rule he'd learned: forgive yourself silently, accept what cannot be fixed, and never speak the apology aloud where it can be caught and trapped and turned into something that rings forever. He kept that knowledge private, locked away, a secret truth about the world's hidden corners, and when friends complained about guilt or regret, about the words they wished they'd said or the apologies they still owed, Marcus would listen carefully and then advise gently. Sometimes the kindest thing is to forgive yourself and move on. Not everything needs to be said out loud. They usually didn't understand, that was fine. Some lessons could only be learned in the dark, in the rain, when you were alone with your regrets and the things that fed on them. Years passed. Marcus and Jennifer got married in a small ceremony, moved to a house with a yard, adopted a dog who tracked mud everywhere and slept on their bed. Marcus changed jobs, then changed again, finding work he actually enjoyed rather than work that just paid well. He stayed in therapy, kept working on himself, learned slowly and imperfectly how to be the person he wanted to be, rather than the person he feared he was. He thought about the cemetery less and less, the memory fading to something dreamlike, uncertain. Had it really happened? Had there really been a creature with a bell that rang unspoken apologies into captivity? Or had it been exhaustion and rain and the power of his own guilty conscience? Marcus never went back to Ashmont to find out. Some questions were better left unanswered, but the mint still grew there, thick and healthy in poor soil, and on rainy nights the creature called Grove-mint still moved between the stones with patient hunger, bell in hand, listening for the vibration of regret. It tended the graves and gathered the apologies that people carried like stones, waiting for the moment when guilt overwhelmed silence and the words finally spilled out. Those who whispered their regrets aloud found the bell waiting, eager, the living tongue inside tasting each syllable before ringing them into bronze captivity. Those apologies never settled, never found resolution, just circled endlessly in the bell's hollow, layers upon layers of "I'm sorry and I should have," and "if only," ringing out whenever Grave-mint called to them. But those who placed their mint offering and forgave themselves silently, who accepted what could not be fixed without giving voice to their grief, they passed safely through, lighter for their honesty, free to move forward without the weight they'd carried. The rain continued to fall on the hillside and the mint continued to grow, and somewhere between the stones a bell continued to ring. In the end, Marcus learned to carry his past differently, not as a stone in his chest, but as a scar on his skin, visible but healed, a mark of who he'd been and evidence that he'd survived. He learned that some apologies couldn't be spoken, shouldn't be spoken, because the speaking wasn't what mattered. What mattered was the changing, the growing, the becoming someone who wouldn't need to apologize for the same failures again. On his 40th birthday, Jennifer gave him a mint plant in a terracotta pot. "For the kitchen," she said. "Fresh mojitos all summer." Marcus looked at the plant, its leaves bright green and healthy, and felt a small chill run through him. But then Jennifer kissed him, and their dog barked, demanding attention, and the moment passed. He set the mint on the kitchen windowsill where it could get sun, and that evening he made mojitos while Jennifer grilled burgers, and the mint smelled like summer and lime and promise, nothing medicinal, nothing dark. But late that night, after Jennifer had gone to bed, Marcus stood in the kitchen looking at the mint plant in the window. Rain had started to fall, spattering against the glass, and the mint leaves trembled slightly in the draught. He reached out and touched one leaf, feeling its texture, breathing its scent. "I forgive myself," he whispered, so quietly even he could barely hear it. The words felt true. After all these years, they felt completely true. The rain fell harder, and somewhere very distant a bell chimed once. Marcus froze, listening, but heard only rain and the hum of the refrigerator and the house settling around him. He smiled slightly, shook his head at his own paranoia, and went to bed. The mint plant grew well in the kitchen window, thriving in the sunlight, and Marcus used it often, in drinks and salads and sauces, and never once did the scent remind him of hospitals or endings. It was just mint, fresh and green, tasting like summer. But somewhere in the Appalachian foothills, in a cemetery above a grey town called Ashmont, mint grew in poor soil with uncanny health, and a hunched figure moved between stones in the rain, patient and eternal, bell in hand, waiting for the next traveller who carried regret like a stone and couldn't help but speak it aloud. The creature called Grave-mint had time. It had all the time in the world. Apologies were plentiful, guilt was renewable, and there would always be someone walking through the cemetery in a storm, looking for a shortcut, carrying words they should have said. And when they whispered those words into the rain, the bell would be waiting. Marcus never heard the bell again. He lived his life, made his peace, grew old with Jennifer in the house, with the yard and the dog and eventually grandchildren who ran shrieking through sprinklers on summer afternoons. He died at 73 peacefully in his sleep, having long ago released the stone he'd carried through that cemetery. But the cemetery remained, the mint remained, and grave mint remained, hunched and patient, tending graves and gathering regrets, ringing its bell in the rain. On dark nights, when storms roll through Ashmont and travellers cut through the cemetery to save time, they smell the mint and hear the bell and feel the weight of their unspoken apologies rising in their throats. Some remember the old rules and leave their offering, forgive themselves silently, pass through safely. Others, overcome by guilt or convinced that speaking will bring relief, whisper their regrets into the rain. Those apologies become part of the bell, added to the chorus of "I'm sorry and I should have," and "Forgive me that ring in grave mint's hand," a collection of human grief and failure preserved forever in bronze and living flesh. The bell grows heavier with each captured apology, but grave mint is patient, strong, eternal. It will carry them all, and the mint keeps growing, thick and healthy in poor soil, its scent sharp and medicinal in the rain, cleaning nothing, scrubbing no memories, just marking the space where regret meets consequence, where words become more than words, where apologies transform into something that rings and never stops ringing. In the dark, in the rain, the bell waits, and somewhere, always, someone is walking through a cemetery with a stone in their chest thinking, "This time I'll say it. This time I'll make it right," not knowing that some apologies are safer left unspoken, that some forgiveness must stay silent, that the rain remembers sounds and carries them farther than anyone should want their regrets to travel. The bell chimes, the mint grows, the rain falls, and grave mint, patient and hunched, continues its eternal work, gathering the words people should have kept inside, ringing them into captivity, ensuring that some mistakes echo forever. The years folded into each other like pages in a book that refused to close completely. Marcus's life continued in Baltimore, ordinary and full, but the memory of that rain-soaked cemetery lingered at the edges of his consciousness like a shadow that never quite disappeared. He would catch himself sometimes in quiet moments, touching his chest where the stone had been, half expecting to feel its weight return. It never did, but the knowledge of what he'd learned stayed sharp. Jennifer noticed his occasional silences, the way he'd pause mid-conversation sometimes and look distant. She'd learned not to push, just to wait, and usually Marcus would shake himself and return with an apologetic smile. "Sorry, just thinking," he'd say, and she'd squeeze his hand and they'd move on. But there were nights when the rain fell in certain patterns, when the smell of mint drifted in through windows, when Marcus would lie awake listening to the city's ambient sounds and wonder about other people in other cities, in other cemeteries, learning the same lesson he'd learned, or failing to learn it. How many apologies were trapped in that bell now? How many people had spoken their regrets into the rain and felt them pulled away, captured, ringing forever in bronze and flesh? He wanted to warn people. The urge was strong sometimes, especially when he heard friends talking about guilt, about things they needed to say to parents or siblings or ex-lovers. He wanted to grab them by the shoulders and say, "Don't speak it out loud. Forgive yourself silently. Keep the apology where it's safe." But how could he explain without sounding insane? Who would believe him? So Marcus stayed silent, kept his knowledge private, and learned to live with the strange burden of understanding something about the world that most people never would. In the fall of his 42nd year, Marcus received a call from his cousin Elena, the one whose wedding had brought him to Ashmont all those years ago. They'd stayed loosely in touch. Christmas cards, occasional Facebook messages, but hearing her voice on the phone made him immediately tense. "Marcus." "Hi," Elena said, her voice tight with something that might have been fear or grief or both. "I know this is weird, but I need to ask you something. About Ashmont." Marcus's hand tightened on his phone. "What about it?" Eleanor was quiet for a moment, and Marcus heard her breathing, measured and controlled like she was trying not to cry. "Did anything strange happen to you? When you were here for the wedding? You left so suddenly and you seemed different after, and Something happened to David." David. Her husband. Marcus tried to remember the man from the wedding, but could only recall a vague impression of someone tall and friendly. What happened? He's been different since we moved back here, Elena said. We left for a few years, Chicago, then Denver. But we came back to Ashmont last year. David's mom got sick, needed help. And ever since we've been back, David's been obsessed with the cemetery. He goes up there at night in the rain. He comes home smelling like mint and won't tell me what he's doing. And Marcus, he talks to himself now, like he's rehearsing something over and over, an apology to his brother, who died when they were kids. Marcus felt cold wash through him. Eleanor, listen to me. You need to stop him from going to that cemetery. I tried. He won't listen. He says he needs to say it, needs to finally say the words he should have said when Thomas was dying. But Marcus, Thomas died 20 years ago. David was just a kid. It wasn't his fault. Why now? Why is he suddenly so obsessed? Because the cemetery calls to people who carry regrets like stones, Marcus thought. Because Gravemint can sense unspoken apologies, can pull at them like a magnet, can draw people back into the rain until the weight becomes unbearable and the words finally spill out. I need you to keep him away from the cemetery, Marcus said urgently, especially when it rains, especially at night. I know it sounds crazy, but please, Elena, trust me. Marcus, what happened to you there? He closed his eyes, thinking about the hunched figure between the stones, the bell with its living tongue, the mint growing too thick in poor soil. Something I can't explain over the phone. Just keep David away. If he absolutely has to go, make him promise not to speak out loud while he's there. Make him promise, Eleanor. You're scaring me. I know, I'm sorry, but this is important. Eleanor promised to try and they hung up. Marcus stood in his living room for a long time afterward, staring at nothing, feeling the old fear return. He'd thought the cemetery was finished with him, that leaving Ashmont meant leaving Gravemint behind. But of course, it wasn't that simple. The creature wasn't bound to him personally. It was bound to the cemetery, to the rain, to anyone who carried the weight of unsaid words. And now, David was being drawn there, pulled by his childhood guilt, his unspoken apology to a brother 20 years dead. Marcus didn't tell Jennifer about the call. What would he say? Instead, he found himself researching Ashmont obsessively over the next few days, looking for mentions of the cemetery, of strange occurrences, of legends or folklore. He found very little. A few historical society posts about the cemetery's age, some genealogy forums discussing burials there, nothing about Gravemint or bells or mint. But he did find something else, a local newspaper archive, digitized and searchable. Marcus spent an evening going through old issues of the Ashmont Gazette, searching for anything unusual. Most of it was mundane. Town council meetings, high school sports, obituaries. But then, in an issue from 1923, he found a strange small article buried on page 7. Local man found in cemetery, unable to speak. Howard Garrett, 43, was discovered yesterday morning in the Methodist cemetery by groundskeeper Thomas Walsh. Mr. Garrett was unharmed but appeared to be in a state of shock and has not spoken since being found. His wife, Dorothy Garrett, reports that he left their home Monday evening during a rainstorm, saying he needed to visit a grave. She became concerned when he didn't return by morning. Mr. Garrett remains in the care of Dr. James Patterson. Authorities say there is no evidence of foul play. Marcus read the article 3 times, his heart pounding, unable to speak, found in the cemetery after a rainstorm. He searched for follow-up articles and found one more 2 weeks later. Garrett remains silent. Family seeks assistance. Howard Garrett, who was found in the Methodist cemetery in apparent shock 2 weeks ago, continues to be unable or unwilling to speak. His wife reports that he attempts to form words, but no sound emerges. Dr. Patterson has no medical explanation for Mr. Garrett's condition, and suggests the cause may be psychological. The family is seeking assistance from specialists in Philadelphia. There were no more articles about Howard Garrett. Marcus searched death records and found that he died in 1954, at age 74, in Ashmont. No cause of death listed, but the date struck Marcus as significant. 31 years of silence. 31 years unable to speak after something happened in that cemetery. What had Howard Garrett tried to say? What apology had he spoken aloud that Gravemint had taken, rung into its bell, trapped forever? And had the taking of those words left him unable to form any words at all, his voice stolen along with his regret? Marcus found more articles as he dug deeper, spanning decades. A woman in 1897 who'd been found wandering the cemetery at dawn, bereft of speech. A young man in 1956 who'd gone mute after visiting his father's grave during a thunderstorm. A teenager in 1978 who stopped speaking entirely after a night in the cemetery and never spoke again, spending her remaining 40 years communicating, only through writing. The pattern was clear once Marcus knew to look for it. People who went to the cemetery during rainstorms, people who carried heavy regrets, people who afterward lost the ability to speak. All of them had tried to voice their apologies and had those words taken, captured, trapped in Gravemint's bell. And with the words went their voices entirely, stolen as payment or punishment, or simply because the creature's hunger was indiscriminate. Marcus had been lucky. He'd kept silent, forgiven himself without speaking, passed through safely. But how many others hadn't been so careful? How many voices were trapped in that bell alongside the apologies they'd tried to speak? He thought about calling Elena again, warning her more seriously, but what could he say that he hadn't already said? She'd think he was crazy. Most people would. The only way to truly convince someone was to show them, and Marcus had no intention of ever returning to Ashmont. But the thought nagged at him. David was being drawn there, pulled by guilt and grief, and unless someone stopped him, he was going to speak his apology aloud in the rain and lose his voice forever. Elena would be left with a husband who couldn't speak, couldn't explain, could only live in permanent silence with his regret still trapped and ringing. Marcus made a decision he immediately regretted. He told Jennifer he had to take a quick trip for work, a lie that tasted sour in his mouth, and drove to Ashmont on a Friday afternoon. The 6-hour drive felt both too long and too short. His hands were sweating on the wheel the whole way. Ashmont looked exactly as he remembered. Grey, tilted, tired. Marcus checked into a different hotel this time, a small bed and breakfast on the east side of town, and immediately called Elena. "You came here," she said, her voice rising with surprise and hope. "Marcus, you didn't have to—" "Where's David now?" "At his mother's house. She's in hospice. He's been staying with her most days." "Has he gone to the cemetery again?" "Not since we talked. I've been watching him. But Marcus, it's supposed to rain tomorrow night. Heavy rain. And he keeps looking at the weather forecast with this expression. I think he's planning to go." Marcus closed his eyes. Of course it was going to rain. Gravemint's pull was strongest in the rain, when sound travelled farther, when the bell could ring across the whole hillside. "Can you bring him to meet me? Somewhere public, during the day. Tell him I know about Thomas. Tell him I understand." Eleanor was quiet. "He doesn't talk about Thomas with anyone." "I know. Just tell him." They met at a diner on Main Street, one of those perpetually unchanged places with cracked vinyl booths and a laminated menu that hadn't been updated since 1987. David turned out to be bigger than Marcus remembered, broad-shouldered and ruddy-faced, with the kind of solid presence that made him seem reliable, steady. But his eyes were haunted, ringed with dark circles, and his hands shook slightly as he held his coffee cup. "Eleanor said you wanted to talk about Thomas," David said, his voice rough. "I don't know what she told you, but—" "She told me you've been going to the cemetery," Marcus interrupted, "at night, in the rain, and that you've been carrying something heavy for a long time." David's jaw tightened. "That's none of your business." "It is if you're planning to speak out loud while you're there." David's cup stopped halfway to his mouth. He stared at Marcus with sudden, sharp attention. "What did you say?" Marcus leaned forward, keeping his voice low even though the diner was mostly empty. "The Methodist cemetery. There's something there that listens for apologies, unspoken regrets. It draws people who carry guilt the way you're carrying yours, and if you speak your apology out loud, if you give voice to the words you've been holding on to, it will take them, trap them, and you'll never speak again." David set his cup down slowly. "You're insane." "Am I? Then why have you been going there? Why does it pull at you? Why does the mint smell make your throat tight and the sound of rain make you want to confess?" David's face had gone pale. "How do you know about the mint?" "Because I've been there. Because I've seen what waits in the cemetery. Because I almost made the same mistake you're about to make." Elena reached across the table and grabbed David's hand. "Tell him," she said softly. "Tell him about Thomas." David was silent for a long moment, staring at the coffee cooling in his cup. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. Thomas was my little brother. He had leukemia. He was sick for 2 years before he died. I was 15, he was 12, and I couldn't handle it. Couldn't handle watching him waste away. Couldn't handle the hospital visits, the smell of medicine, the way he'd look at me like he was afraid, so I stopped going. I made excuses. I stayed away. And the last time I saw him, he asked me if I was mad at him, if he'd done something wrong, and I said no, I was just busy. I didn't tell him I loved him. I didn't tell him I was sorry for abandoning him. I just left, and he died 3 days later. Tears were running down David's face now, but he didn't seem to notice. 23 years. I've been carrying this for 23 years, and ever since we moved back to Ashmont, I can't stop thinking about it. I go up to the cemetery and stand by his grave, and I want to say it. I need to say it. I'm sorry, Thomas. I'm sorry I wasn't there. I'm sorry I let you die alone. But I can't. Every time I try, my throat closes up and the words won't come. Because part of you knows it's dangerous, Marcus said. Part of you senses what's waiting there. The thing in the cemetery, it wants those words. It feeds on unspoken apologies. If you give them voice, it will take them, and you'll spend the rest of your life silent. David shook his head. You're talking about a monster, a creature. That's not real. Then why haven't you spoken yet? You've been going there for months. You stand by Thomas's grave and rehearse the words, but you never say them aloud. Why? Because, David faltered, because every time I'm about to, I smell that mint and I hear something, like a bell, and I know if I speak, something terrible will happen. Yes, Marcus said. Exactly. They sat in silence for a moment. The diner's fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and somewhere a plate clattered in the kitchen. Eleanor held David's hand and cried quietly. So what do I do? David finally asked. Just carry this forever? Never speak? Let Thomas think I didn't care about him. Thomas is dead, Marcus said gently. He's been dead for 23 years. Whatever he thinks or doesn't think, it's over. The only person still suffering from this is you. And the way to stop suffering isn't to speak the apology to a grave. It's to forgive yourself. I can't. You can. You have to. That's the rule, David. That's how you pass through safely. You go to the grave, not at night, not in the rain, but during the day when the creature is dormant. You bring fresh mint as an offering. You place it on the headstone, and then you forgive yourself. Not out loud, silently, in your own mind. You acknowledge that you were 15 years old and scared and couldn't handle watching your brother die. You acknowledge that you failed him, and that you can't fix it, and that you have to let it go anyway. You forgive yourself for being human. David was shaking his head. It's not that simple. No, Marcus agreed. It's not simple at all. It's the hardest thing you'll ever do, but it's the only way through that doesn't end with you losing your voice forever. Eleanor squeezed David's hand. Please, she whispered. Please try. David looked at his wife, then at Marcus, then down at his hands. And if I can't, if I go there and I can't, forgive myself. Then you walk away without speaking. You try again another day. You keep trying until you can, but you never ever speak the apology out loud. Promise me, David. I don't even know you. No, but I know what's waiting in that cemetery. I've seen it, and I'm trying to save you from making a mistake you can't undo. They talked for another hour, Marcus explaining everything he could remember about the cemetery, about grave mint, about the rules he'd learned. David listened with the intensity of someone grasping at a lifeline, occasionally asking questions, occasionally lapsing into silence. By the time they left the diner, the sun was setting, painting Ashmont's grey streets in amber light. Tomorrow, David said. I'll go tomorrow, during the day, with the mint. I'll try. Don't try, Marcus said. Do it. And David, when you forgive yourself, really forgive yourself. Not performance, not pretending, actually let it go. David nodded, though he looked terrified. Marcus spent that night in his room at the bed and breakfast, unable to sleep, listening to the wind pick up outside. By midnight, rain had started to fall, light at first, then harder, and Marcus stood at the window watching it slick the streets, and thinking about Gravemint moving between the stones, bell in hand, listening for the vibration of regret. Was it out there now, waiting for David, pulling at him, trying to draw him to the cemetery in the storm? Marcus pulled out his phone and texted Elena. "Keep David inside tonight. Lock the doors if you have to. Don't let him go out in the rain." Her reply came 5 minutes later. "He's here. He's safe. Thank you." But Marcus couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled in his stomach. He'd warned David, given him the rules, told him how to pass through safely. But would it be enough? The pull of unspoken guilt was so strong, and the desire to finally say the words, to release the pressure, could be overwhelming. Marcus had been lucky. He'd stumbled into the cemetery by accident, encountered Gravemint without knowing what it was, and somehow intuited the rules through a combination of fear and instinct. But David knew the cemetery, had been drawn there repeatedly, had rehearsed his apology so many times that the words were probably engraved in his mind. Would he be able to stay silent, or would the temptation to finally speak overwhelm him? The rain fell harder, and Marcus paced his small room, unable to rest. Morning came grey and drizzling. Marcus drove to Elena's house and found David already awake, sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of untouched coffee. He looked like he hadn't slept at all. "I want you to come with me," David said when he saw Marcus. "To the cemetery? I don't think I can do this alone." Marcus had hoped to avoid returning to the cemetery entirely, but looking at David's pale, frightened face, he couldn't refuse. "Okay, but we go during the day and we leave before dark. Agreed?" "Agreed." They stopped at a house near the cemetery where David knew an elderly woman who grew mint in her garden. She gave them a generous handful without question, and David held the sprigs carefully as they walked up the hill toward the iron gates. The rain had stopped, but everything was wet, the air thick with moisture and the smell of earth. Marcus felt his heart rate pick up as they approached the gates. He hadn't been back since that night years ago, and part of him had hoped never to return. But here he was, walking through those Victorian iron flourishes, stepping back onto the gravel path lined with mint. The cemetery looked different in daylight, less menacing but somehow sadder. The headstones seemed smaller, more weathered, markers for lives long ended and mostly forgotten. The mint still grew thick along the path edges, but in the grey morning light it just looked like plants, nothing supernatural, nothing threatening. "Thomas is this way," David said, leading Marcus, along a side path toward the older section of the cemetery. They walked in silence, their feet crunching on wet gravel, until David stopped in front of a small headstone with a carved lamb at the top. The inscription read, "Thomas Michael Garrett, 1983-1995, beloved son and brother." David stood staring at the stone for a long moment, the mint sprigs trembling in his hand. Marcus stayed a few feet back, giving him space but watching carefully. "I don't know if I can do this," David whispered. "You can," Marcus said. "Just remember, silence, forgiveness, let it go." David nodded and knelt beside his brother's grave. He placed the mint carefully on top of the headstone, arranging it with shaking hands. Then he closed his eyes and Marcus watched him mouth words silently, lips forming the apology he'd carried for 23 years. "I'm sorry, Thomas. I'm sorry I wasn't there. I'm sorry I was scared. I'm sorry I let you down." Marcus could see the tears on David's face, could see the way. His whole body shook with the effort of keeping the words silent. The air around them seemed to thicken, and Marcus caught the smell of mint growing stronger, that medicinal sharpness that meant something was paying attention. "Don't speak," Marcus thought urgently, willing the message toward David. "Don't give voice to it. Forgive yourself silently." David's mouth kept moving, forming words, and Marcus's heart hammered because he couldn't tell if David was actually speaking or just mouthing the apology. But then David's expression changed, softening, and Marcus heard him take a deep, shuddering breath. David placed his hand on the headstone, touching his brother's name, and Marcus saw his lips form different words now. "I forgive myself." The mint smell began to fade, the air lightened, and David opened his eyes and looked at Marcus with an expression of profound exhaustion, and something that might have been peace. "Did it work?" David asked, his voice rough but present. "Did I do it, right?" Marcus felt relief wash through him. "Yes, you did it right. You kept the words inside where they're safe. David stood slowly, looking down at his brother's grave. I thought I'd feel different, like a weight lifting, but I just feel tired. The weight lifts gradually, Marcus said. Give it time. They stood together by Thomas's grave for a few more minutes, then walked back toward the cemetery gates. The day remained grey and damp, but the sense of threat had diminished. As they passed through the iron gates and back onto the street, Marcus glanced back one final time at the cemetery and thought he saw movement between distant headstones. A hunched shape, there and gone, like a shadow crossing his vision. Or maybe just his imagination. Either way, they'd gotten out safely and David's voice remained his own. Elena cried when they returned, holding David and thanking Marcus over and over. Marcus stayed in Ashmont one more night, wanting to make sure David didn't have a delayed reaction, didn't feel the pull to return. But David seemed genuinely changed, quieter but more present, as if a part of him that had been frozen for 23 years had finally thawed. I still miss him, David told Marcus before Marcus left town. I always will, but I think I can live with it now, without it crushing me. That's all forgiveness is, Marcus said, learning to live with what you can't fix. The drive back to Baltimore felt longer than the drive out. Marcus called Jennifer from the road and told her he was coming home, that he loved her, that he'd explain everything when he got there, and this time he did explain. He told her about the cemetery, about Gravemint, about the apology he'd carried for Sarah, and how close he'd come to losing his voice forever. Jennifer listened without interrupting, and when he finished, she was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "Do you believe it was really a creature? Or do you think maybe it was something psychological? A manifestation of guilt?" Marcus had asked himself the same question countless times. "I don't know," he admitted, "but I know people have lost their voices in that cemetery. I know the rules work, and I know I'm not going back to find out which explanation is true." "Fair enough," Jennifer said, and kissed him. Life continued. Marcus returned to work, to routine, to the ordinary rhythms of existence. But he found himself paying more attention to the stories people told about guilt and regret, about the words they wished they'd said. He started a practice of writing down apologies he couldn't speak, not to people, but to himself, acknowledgements of his failures and shortcomings, followed by statements of forgiveness. It helped, this private ritual of accounting and release. Years passed again. Marcus and Jennifer grew older, their hair greying, their bodies softening. They remained in Baltimore, watching the city change around them, building a life that felt solid and earned. Marcus thought about Ashmont rarely now, the memory fading like an old dream. But then, on a rainy October evening when Marcus was 56, his phone rang with a number he didn't recognise. He almost didn't answer, but something made him pick up. "Mr. Hale," a young woman's voice said, "my name is Sarah Chen. You don't know me, but I'm a researcher at Johns Hopkins and I'm working on a project about folklore and regional legends. Your name came up in connection with Ashmont and I was hoping to ask you some questions." Marcus felt his stomach drop. "I don't know what you're talking about." "I'm studying stories about the Methodist cemetery in Ashmont," Sarah Chen continued. "About people losing their ability to speak after visiting during rainstorms. It's a fascinating pattern that goes back over a century, and I'm trying to document it properly. Several people I've interviewed mentioned that you had an experience there, that you helped someone named David Garrett." "I don't want to be part of your research," Marcus said, his hand tightening on the phone. "Please, Mr. Hale, I'm not trying to sensationalize anything. I'm trying to understand what's actually happening there, whether it's psychological, environmental, something else entirely. People are still getting hurt. Just last month, a woman went there during a storm and hasn't spoken since. Her family is desperate. If there are rules, ways to protect people, I need to document them." Marcus was silent, torn. Part of him wanted to hang up, to maintain his distance from Ashmont and its cemetery. But another part remembered the newspaper articles he'd found, the long history of people losing their voices, and thought about that woman who'd gone silent just last month. "If I help you," he said finally, "you have to promise me something. You don't publish anything that encourages people to test the cemetery. You don't turn this into some paranormal tourism thing. You focus on protecting people. Warning them. Agreed?" "Agreed," Sarah Chen said immediately. They met the following week at a coffee shop near Hopkins. Sarah turned out to be a doctoral student in anthropology, specialising in folklore and folk practices. She had a thick folder full of documentation about the Ashmont Cemetery. Historical records, newspaper clippings, interviews with townspeople, even some old photographs. The pattern is undeniable, she told Marcus, spreading papers across the table between them. Going back to at least 1897, possibly earlier, people visit the cemetery during rain or storms, often with the intention of addressing unfinished business with someone buried there. A significant number of them are subsequently unable to speak. Medical examinations find nothing physically wrong, no damage to vocal cords, no neurological explanation. They simply cannot produce sound. Have any of them recovered? Marcus asked. A few, years later, usually after intensive therapy, though the therapist's notes suggest the recovery had less to do with treatment and more to do with some kind of personal acceptance or forgiveness, but most remained silent for life. Marcus thought about Howard Garrett, silent for 31 years. What do the townspeople say about it? Most won't talk about it at all. There's a strong taboo around discussing the cemetery, but a few elderly residents told me stories about a creature called grave mint, though descriptions vary. Some say it's a former undertaker, cursed for stealing from the dead. Others say it's older, something that existed before the cemetery was built. But they all agree on two things. It appears during rain, and it captures unspoken apologies. It's real, Marcus said quietly. I've seen it. Sarah leaned forward intently. Tell me everything. Marcus did, recounting his experience in detail. The failed relationship with Sarah, the shortcut through the cemetery, the mint and the bell, the hunched figure with its living tongue. He told her about the rules he'd learned. The mint offering, the silent forgiveness, the prohibition against speaking apologies aloud. Sarah took notes frantically, occasionally asking clarifying questions. When Marcus finished, she sat back with an expression of wonder mixed with fear. This is exactly what I needed, she said. Actionable information, rules that can protect people. Mr. Hale, would you be willing to help me create a warning system, information that could be distributed in Ashmont, maybe posted at the cemetery gates? Marcus hesitated. Will people listen? Some will, some won't. But even saving one person would be worth it. They worked together over the following months, crafting language that walked the line between warning and explanation. Sarah designed a small plaque that could be mounted at the cemetery entrance, worded carefully, Methodist Cemetery. Established 1847. Visitors are advised. Do not visit during rainstorms. If you must enter, carry fresh mint as an offering. Place mint on graves you visit. Reflect silently. Do not speak aloud. If you feel compelled to voice regrets or apologies, resist. Practice. Private. Silent forgiveness. Instead, depart before darkness. These guidelines honour local traditions and ensure peaceful visitation. The Town Council of Ashmont initially rejected the plaque, calling it superstitious nonsense. But after Sarah presented her research, including documentation of 17 people who'd lost their voices over the past century, the council reluctantly agreed to install it, framing it as respecting local folklore. Marcus attended the installation ceremony on a cold January morning. The plaque was mounted on a stone pillar just inside the gates, small but readable. He stood looking at it for a long time, thinking about all the people who might read those words and disregard them, convinced they were stronger than superstition, certain their apologies needed to be spoken. But maybe a few would listen. Maybe a few would be saved. As Marcus stood there, an elderly man approached, leaning heavily on a cane. He stopped beside Marcus and studied the plaque with rheumy eyes. "You're the one who pushed for this," the old man said. It wasn't a question. "I helped," Marcus admitted. "Good." The old man gestured with his cane toward the cemetery behind them. "My father lost his voice here, 1956. Went up in a thunderstorm to apologize to his own father, my grandfather. Came home silent, never spoke again. Died in 1989, 33 years of silence. I was 7 when it happened. I barely remember his voice." The old man looked at Marcus with fierce intensity. "If this plaque stops one person from making his mistake, from putting their family through what we went through, then thank you." Marcus felt tears sting his eyes. "I'm sorry about your father." "So was he," the old man said. "That was the problem. He was sorry for something that happened when he was a boy and he couldn't let it go. Cost him everything." The old man turned to leave, then paused. "You've been up there. You've seen it. Yes. And you kept silent. Yes. Smart man. The old man hobbled away, leaving Marcus alone with the plaque and the cemetery behind it. Marcus didn't go into the cemetery that day. He stood at the gates for a few more minutes, then walked back down the hill to where Sarah was waiting in her car. They drove to the diner on Main Street and had coffee, discussing plans for disseminating information, for following up with recent victims, for building a support network. "You know what's strange," Sarah said. "In all my research, I found one consistent factor among the people who managed to visit the cemetery safely during storms. They all practiced some form of meditation or therapy or religious contemplation. They had existing practices of self-reflection and forgiveness. It's like the cemetery punishes people who haven't learned how to forgive themselves. Or it teaches them," Marcus said. Harshly, Sarah nodded. "Either way, the solution isn't to avoid guilt or regret. It's to develop the skills to process them healthily, to forgive yourself before you ever reach that breaking point." Marcus thought about his years of therapy with Dr. Chen, about the journaling practice he'd developed, about learning to sit with discomfort instead of running from it. All of that had probably saved him in the cemetery that night, had given him the foundation to choose silence and self-forgiveness over the desperate release of confession. "Maybe," Marcus said slowly, "that's the real lesson. The cemetery isn't evil, exactly. It's just unforgiving. It demands that you do the work of self-forgiveness before you arrive. If you haven't done that work, if you're still trying to externalize your guilt, to speak it away rather than process it, then you lose your voice." "A harsh teacher," Sarah observed. "Very harsh, but effective in its way." They finished their coffee and drove back, to Baltimore together, Sarah chattering enthusiastically about her research while Marcus watched the landscape roll past. Ashmont disappeared behind them, grey and tilted and full of its secrets, and Marcus felt the old relief of leaving, but this time the relief came with something else, a sense of responsibility. He'd been given knowledge, and now that knowledge was being shared, distributed, used to protect others. It felt right. It felt like closure of a kind he hadn't expected. Back in Baltimore, Marcus returned to his life with Jennifer, to his work and routines. But he stayed in touch with Sarah, helping her with research, contributing to papers she wrote about folklore and psychological coping mechanisms. The work was oddly satisfying, turning his private trauma into public good. And sometimes, on rainy nights, Marcus would stand at his window and think about Ashmont, about the cemetery on the hill, about gravemint moving between stones with patient hunger. He'd think about all the apologies trapped in that bell, ringing endlessly, and he'd feel grateful that his own regret wasn't among them. He'd forgiven himself for failing Sarah, and that forgiveness remained his own, private and silent and safe, where it belonged. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. The rain came in sheets that night, hammering the cliffs with a violence that felt personal. Eleanor pressed herself against the coastal path's rocky face, her hiking boots slipping on stone turned slick as glass, her jacket long since surrendered to the storm's superior force. Water ran down her neck in rivulets that felt like cold fingers, and the wind carried salt spray that stung her eyes and made her lips taste of the ocean's bitterness. She'd been walking for 3 hours since her car died on the coast road, since her phone lost signal, since the last house she'd passed went dark behind its curtains, like it wanted nothing to do with whatever fool was out in this weather. The lighthouse appeared through the fog like a negative space in the world, blacker than the storm, a vertical absence against the churning grey. It shouldn't have drawn her attention at all. Abandoned lighthouses dotted this stretch of coast like forgotten sentries, their beams long extinguished, their purpose dissolved into local history and weathered preservation plaques. But this one was different. This one was working. The beam turned slow and patient through the chaos, painting a pale corridor across the waves with mechanical precision, as steady as a heartbeat, as reliable as something that had never stopped doing its job even after everyone left. Elena watched it complete one full rotation, then another, and felt something loosen in her chest that might have been relief or might have been the first whisper of unease. Either way, she was soaked through, shaking with cold, and that lighthouse represented shelter, even if it also represented trespass. The path steepened as she climbed toward it, forcing her to use her hands on the slick rocks, her fingers finding purchase in crevices filled with rainwater and the skeletal remains of sea creatures that had been carried up by storm tides and left to bleach in summers she couldn't imagine from here. The air changed as she got closer, thickened somehow despite the wind, taking on textures she could taste. Salt, yes, always salt this close to the water, but underneath it something else. Old metal gone to rust, damp fabric. The organic sweetness of decay, not strong enough to turn her stomach, but present enough to make her aware of breathing it in, of pulling it down into her lungs where it would sit and wait. The lighthouse door hung crooked on hinges that had rusted into tortured shapes, the lower edge swollen with moisture until the wood had deformed into something that looked almost deliberately malformed, like a mouth caught mid-scream. Eleanor pushed against it and felt resistance, then a sudden give that sent her stumbling forward into darkness so complete it felt solid. She fumbled for her phone, her fingers numb and clumsy, and the screen's glow when it finally woke seemed obscenely bright, a violation of the dark rather than relief from it. The interior smelled worse than the air outside, confined, wetness, stone that had been breathing ocean for longer than anyone could remember, iron oxide and something faintly sweet that made her think of clothes left damp in a closet, forgotten until they'd developed their own ecosystem of rot. The beam from her phone caught rough stone walls slick with condensation, a spiral staircase that corkscrewed up into shadow, puddles on the floor that reflected her light back in oily fragments. No furniture, no equipment, nothing that suggested this place had ever been occupied by living people who needed to sit or sleep or eat. Just the stairs, climbing. Eleanor stood in the centre of the floor and felt the cold seep up through her boots, through her socks, into her feet where it settled like it planned to stay. Above her she could hear the mechanism of the beacon, a steady grinding rotation, metal on metal, patient and inexorable. The sound should have been comforting in its regularity, but instead it made her skin prickle with something that felt like recognition, like her body understood something her mind hadn't caught up to yet. She should wait out the storm here, on the ground floor, should sit against the wall and endure the cold and the damp until morning light made the path back to the road navigable again. Should absolutely not climb those stairs into the working parts of a lighthouse that had no business working, that probably had rusted machinery ready to collapse, that might have structural damage hidden in shadows her phone light couldn't penetrate. But the cold was already working into her bones, and she could feel her hands starting to shake in a way that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with the early stages of hypothermia. Up meant closer to the mechanism, which meant closer to whatever power source kept it running, which might mean warmth. The logic was thin enough to see through, but it was logic nonetheless, and Eleanor was tired enough to accept it. The stairs were narrow, designed for people, who climbed them daily and knew every worn spot, every place where the stone had been hollowed by generations of boot heels. Elena's phone light threw her shadow against the curved wall, in shapes that seemed too tall, too angular, like a silhouette was being stretched on some invisible rack. She counted steps at first, 12, 15, 20, then lost track when her foot slipped and she had to grab the wall to keep from falling backward. The stone was wet under her palm and the wetness was warm, which made no sense at all but was undeniably true. At 30-something steps she noticed the rhythm. The beacon's rotation matched something in her chest, not quite her heartbeat, but close enough that her pulse seemed to be trying to sync with it, speeding up or slowing down to match that mechanical patience. She stopped climbing and pressed her hand to her sternum, felt the double thump that should have been steady, but now seemed to be adjusting itself, finding a new tempo in the grinding rotation above. "Stop it," she whispered to herself, and her voice sounded wrong in the enclosed space, too flat, swallowed by stone before it could develop an echo. "You're cold and tired and freaking yourself out." She kept climbing. The stairs wound up and up, and the air grew colder rather than warmer, which killed her theory about heat rising from the mechanism. Now it felt like the stone itself was refrigerating the air, like the lighthouse had been storing winter in its bones and was releasing it in slow exhalations. Her breath plumed white in the phone light, and she watched it disperse into darkness with a slowness that felt too deliberate, too aware of its own dissolution. The smell changed as she climbed. The sweetness grew stronger, taking on notes that reminded her of things she didn't want to remember. Her grandmother's house after the funeral, before anyone had aired it out. The locker room at her high school after someone left meat in a gym bag over spring break. The apartment she'd shared with Marcus before she'd understood that some kinds of rot started in people and worked their way outward into their environments. She breathed through her mouth and kept climbing, because going back down meant going back into the storm, and some part of her had already decided that whatever was up here couldn't be worse than what was down there. The lantern room door was metal, painted black decades ago, but now reduced to patches of oxidized iron, showing through like disease. There was no lock, no handle, just a push plate worn smooth by hands that were dust now, that had pushed this door open thousands of times in the service of keeping ships off rocks, keeping sailors alive, keeping light turning through darkness with the reliability of a prayer that actually got answered. Eleanor pushed, and the door opened too easily, like something on the other side had been pulling at the exact same moment, like she'd only had to provide the last ounce of force, necessary to complete a collaboration she hadn't agreed to. The hinges made no sound at all, which was somehow worse than if they'd shrieked. The lantern room was circular, walled-in glass panels filmed with salt to the point of translucence rather than transparency. The beacon mechanism occupied the centre, a massive assembly of gears and lenses and mirrors that turned with the patient grinding she'd been hearing, that threw light through the salt-hazed glass in a beam that should have been clean white, but somehow looked jaundiced, slightly sick. The floor was wet, standing water in the low spots, and the air was so thick with humidity that breathing felt like drowning in slow motion. Eleanor stood just inside the doorway and felt her phone light dim, then brighten, then dim again in a rhythm that matched the beacon's rotation. She hadn't touched the screen. The battery showed 80%. There was no reason for it to be pulsing like that, like it was trying to communicate in a language made of brightness and shadow, like it had been infected with the same mechanical patience that drove the beacon's endless turning. She looked at the glass panels and saw herself reflected in the salt film, a dozen versions scattered around the circle, each one slightly different depending on the thickness of the salt, the angle of the light, the age of the glass beneath. Some of her reflections were clear enough to show detail. Others were just suggestions, human-shaped smears that could have been anyone. She raised her hand to push wet hair off her forehead and watched her reflections respond. Most of them moved with her, hands rising in synchronized gesture, but not all of them. One of the reflections, the one directly opposite on the far side of the beacon, moved a fraction of a second too late, like it had needed to see what she was doing before it could mimic the motion. Another one, off to her left, brought its hand up too high, overshooting the gesture in a way that looked unpracticed, experimental. Eleanor lowered her hand slowly and the reflections followed. Most of them. The one that had moved too late stayed frozen for an extra beat before completing its descent, and when it did, the hand didn't quite return to the same position, instead settling slightly forward, closer to the glass, like it was pressing toward her. "Jesus," she whispered, and the sound was swallowed instantly by the humidity, pulled into the thick air and dispersed into nothing. She took a step backward toward the door and her reflections moved with her, all of them this time, a coordinated retreat that should have been reassuring but somehow felt like strategy, like they were adjusting their positions to maintain optimal angles. The beacon swept its light across the glass, and for the duration of its passage Elena could see through the salt film to the darkness beyond. The fog outside had thickened into something that looked almost solid, a grey wall pressing against, the glass like it wanted in, and in the fog, a shape, human-sized, standing exactly where her reflection had been, but on the wrong side of the glass. The beam passed, and the salt film returned the glass to opacity. Eleanor stood frozen, heart hammering against her ribs in a rhythm that was trying to match the beacon's rotation and failing, creating a syncopated double beat that felt like two people living in her chest. She waited for the beacon to come around again, for the light to give her another glimpse through the haze, knowing she didn't want to see but unable to look away from the panel where the shape had been standing. The grinding rotation continued. The beam swept left, around, behind her, crawling across the glass panels in patient sequence. She watched it approach the panel she was focused on, watched the light begin to penetrate the salt film, watched the fog beyond start to resolve into the same shape, but closer. Close enough now that she could see it had her posture, her height, the same slight forward lean she adopted when she was cold and trying to conserve warmth. It stood motionless as the beam passed over it, and in the brief moment of illumination Eleanor saw that it had no face, just a smooth expanse where features should have been, like something wearing a stocking over its head, like something that hadn't finished assembling yet. The beam moved on, and darkness returned. Eleanor's breath came fast and shallow, fogging in front of her face and clouds that hung in the humid air longer than they should have. That seemed reluctant to disperse, that might have been trying to form shapes of their own. She needed to leave. The storm outside was bad, but it was honest. Wind and rain and cold that would hurt her in straightforward ways, that wouldn't play games with her reflection, that wouldn't wear her shape in the fog like a costume it was trying on for size. She turned toward the door she'd come through and found it closed. She hadn't heard it close, hadn't heard the hinges move or the metal settle into the frame, but it was shut now, flush with the wall, and when she grabbed for the push plate her hand found only smooth metal, no mechanism, no way to apply force. The door had become a wall, and the wall was just as wet as everything else in this room, just as covered in condensation that was too warm, that felt organic rather than atmospheric. "No," she said, and her voice sounded small and useless. She pushed against the metal anyway, threw her shoulder into it, felt the impact jar through her bones with no result except pain. The door didn't even rattle. It sat in its frame like it had been welded there, like it had always been a wall and she'd only imagined it opening. The beacon continued its rotation, steady as a clock, and Elena turned back to the glass panels because there was nowhere else to look. Her reflections watched her from their scattered positions around the circle, and now she could see that none of them were quite right. The one directly ahead showed her mouth open wider than it should have been, like she was gasping even though she was breathing through her nose. The one to her right had eyes that didn't quite focus on the same point. The one behind her, she could only see it by turning her head, and when she did it was already turning too, maintaining the back of head angle, never letting her see its face. Outside the glass, the fog shape had moved again. She could see it now without needing the beacon's light, a darker density in the grey that maintained her outline with increasing precision. It had shoulders now, and a head that was the right size, and arms that hung at its sides in an approximation of relaxation that would have been perfect except for the slight curl of the fingers, the suggestion that hands were learning how to be hands and hadn't quite mastered the art of rest. Eleanor pressed her back against the cold metal of the sealed door and felt her phone die in her hand. No warning, no gradual dimming, just instant darkness as the screen went black. She pressed the power button, held it down, felt nothing happen. The phone was a dead weight in her grip, its battery mysteriously depleted, its light extinguished like the storm had reached inside and snuffed it out. The only illumination now came from the beacon as it made its endless rounds, each pass throwing harsh shadows that wheeled around the room like spokes on a nightmarish wheel. Eleanor's eyes adjusted to the rotating darkness, learning to anticipate the light's arrival, to brace for the moments when she could see versus the moments when she could only wait in shadow. During one of the dark periods, she heard breathing that wasn't hers. It came from everywhere and nowhere, from the glass, from the floor, from the mechanism itself. Slow inhalations that suggested lungs much larger than human, exhalations that carried the faint sweetness she'd been smelling since she entered the lighthouse, now strong enough that it coated her tongue and made her want to gag. The beacon swept around, and in its light she saw that the fog outside had pressed itself against every glass panel, had surrounded the lantern room in a perfect circle of grey. And in that fog, multiple shapes now stood, each one at a different panel, each one approximating her form with varying degrees of success. Some were just rough outlines, human suggestions drawn in mist. Others had developed details, the slope of shoulders, the angle of a head, the length of arms. One of them, the one at the panel directly opposite, had developed what might have been a face, though the features were soft and uncertain, like a sculpture in wet clay before the artist had committed to final choices. The light moved on, and darkness swallowed the fog shapes until the beacon's next pass. Eleanor counted heartbeats in the interval, found 37, realised that meant the beacon was completing one rotation every 37 beats of her heart, or her heart was adjusting to match some deeper rhythm the beacon had been maintaining for years or decades or longer. She pressed her hand to her chest and felt the double thump that was definitely irregular now, definitely straining to align itself with the grinding mechanism, and wondered what would happen when the synchronization was complete. Her phone suddenly lit up in her hand, screen blazing white. No image, no icons, just pure illumination that threw her shadow against the door in crisp definition. She looked down at it and saw her reflection in the black mirror of the screen's glass, saw herself looking down, saw the image of her face distorted by the curve of the screen protector, and watched as the reflection smiled. She wasn't smiling. Her mouth was pressed into a tight line of fear, but the reflection's mouth curved upward, lips parting to show teeth, and the smile spread wider and wider until it split the face nearly in half, until it became something no human jaw could accommodate, something that belonged on a different kind of skull entirely. Eleanor threw the phone across the room and heard it hit glass, heard the screen shatter, heard the pieces tinkle down to the wet floor. The light went out mid-flight, and darkness rushed back in to fill the space it had occupied. She stood trembling against the door, hands empty now, nothing left between her and whatever was happening except her own skin, and the increasingly unreliable barrier of glass that separated inside from outside. The beacon turned, and she saw that the fog shapes had moved closer. They pressed against their respective panels now, and she could see details she wished she couldn't. The one opposite had finished its face. Her face, but not quite. Like a photograph that had been subtly altered, so that every feature was familiar but the whole was wrong. The eyes were too far apart, or maybe too close together, she couldn't tell, but the spacing was off in a way that made her brain itch when she looked at it. The mouth sat a fraction too low on the chin. The ears, barely visible at the edge of the face, seemed to have too many curves, too much complexity, like they'd been designed by someone who had studied human ears but never quite understood their essential geometry. Other shapes had developed faces too, each one a variation on her own, each one wrong in different ways. One had eyes that were too large, occupying more of the face than eyes should, giving it the look of a child's drawing brought to 3 dimensions. Another had a nose that bent at an angle that suggested broken cartilage, except the break was perfectly symmetrical, deliberate rather than damaged. A third had a mouth that seemed to have too many teeth, or maybe the normal number of teeth but arrayed in rows that continued too far back, creating depth that made her think of lamprey eels, of things that attached and fed and never let go. The beacon passed, and in the darkness, Elena heard the sound of breathing intensify. Multiple sources now, each one slightly out of sync with the others, so that the inhalations and exhalations created a rhythm like machinery, like the inside of a lung transformed into gears and pistons, like respiration as industry. When the light came around again, the shapes had begun to move, not toward the glass but around it, circling the lantern room in the same direction as the beacon, maintaining their positions relative to the light like they were being pulled along by its rotation, like they were tethered to it in some way she couldn't see. They moved with her posture, with her gait, with the slight limp she'd developed in her left ankle after slipping on the stairs. One of them held its hand against its chest the way she'd been doing, checking for heartbeat, and she watched as its fingers pressed into the fog of its torso deeper and deeper, until the entire hand had disappeared inside and was presumably feeling something in there, some approximation of heart or engine or pump. Elena tried to scream and found her throat had closed. She tried to run and found her legs had locked. She stood frozen against the door while the beacon turned and turned, while the shapes circled outside, while her reflections in the salt-filmed glass began to move independently, no longer waiting for her gestures, no longer pretending synchronization. They reached toward each other across panels, hands pressing against the glass from the inside while the fog shapes pressed from the outside, and Elena realized with a horror that made her stomach drop that the glass was the only thing keeping them from touching, from completing some circuit that would... What? She didn't know, didn't want to know, but knew anyway, in the part of her brain that had evolved to recognize predation, that they were trying to reach through to her, to grab her, to pull her into whatever space they occupied, or to pull themselves into hers. The beacon's rotation was speeding up. She was sure of it. The intervals of darkness were growing shorter, the pulses of a light more frequent, and her heart was racing now to keep pace, hammering so hard it felt like it might crack her ribs from the inside. might burst through her chest wall and flop on the wet floor like a fish that didn't know it was already dead. And then she remembered. The cloth. The ritual. The warning she'd heard 3 days ago in the bar down in Blackwater Cove, when she'd asked the bartender about lighthouses along this stretch of coast, and he'd looked at her with eyes that held no hospitality at all and said, "Don't go near Brynvale. And if you're stupid enough to go anyway, bring something to tie to the railing. Something that matters. Something personal." She'd laughed at him then, had thought he was playing up local colour for the tourist, spinning ghost stories to make his backwater bar more memorable. But he'd grabbed her wrist before she could turn, away, his grip strong enough to hurt, his voice dropping to a whisper that cut through the noise of the jukebox and the pool table, and the men arguing about fishing quotas. "It lives in the fog," he'd said. "Comes when you're looking for something, someone. It'll show you what you want to see, but only if you give it something first. Cloth, fabric, something you've worn, something that smells like you, something that carries your sweat and your skin. Tie it to the railing and walk away silent. Don't say their name, don't call out, don't speak at all until you're back on solid road. Because if you say their name, if you ask for them, it'll answer. And what answers won't be them, won't even be close. But by the time you realise that, it'll be too late, because it'll have your voice, your face, your way of moving. It'll wear you like clothes, and there won't be enough of you left inside to do anything about it." She'd pulled her wrist free, had muttered something about local legends and superstition, had walked back to her motel thinking about Marcus instead of monsters, about the year they'd spent together before the accident, about how his face looked in the morning light, about the specific way he'd say her name when he was half asleep, about all the things that died with him on that wet highway, and left her alive and intact and so goddamned lonely, she could barely remember what it felt like to be touched with intention. But she'd also, almost without thinking about it, operating on some instinct she didn't want to examine, tucked a bandana into her jacket pocket before leaving the motel. The blue one she'd worn hiking with Marcus, the one that still smelled faintly of his aftershave because she'd kept it in the drawer with his things, the drawer she still couldn't bring herself to empty, the drawer that was a shrine to a person who didn't exist anymore except in the museum of her memory. The bandana was in her pocket now. She could feel it, a small square of damp fabric pressed against her hip. The ritual required a railing, and when the beacon neck swung around, she looked for one, found it circling the exterior platform beyond the glass, a waist-high barrier of corroded iron that had probably saved drunk or careless lighthouse keepers from stepping into empty air during their shifts. To reach it, she'd have to go outside. To go outside, she'd have to open one of the glass panels. To open a panel meant letting the fog in, letting the shapes in, letting whatever was wearing her face get close enough to touch. The logic was impossible. The choice was no choice at all. But she also couldn't stay in here. Couldn't keep standing against this sealed door while the beacon spun faster and faster, while her heart tried to match its rhythm and eventually succeeded. And then what? Would she just stop? Would her heart settle into that mechanical patience and keep beating long after she was dead, turning her into another part of the lighthouse's machinery, another component in its endless operation? The beacon swept around again, and Eleanor saw that one of the fog shapes had developed enough detail to show what it was wearing. Her jacket, her boots, her jeans with the rip in the left knee from when she'd fallen during a hike last month, catching herself on basalt that had been sharper than it looked. The shape wore her clothes like a mannequin wore display items. Everything technically correct, but somehow wrong. The jacket zipped when she never zipped it all the way. The boots laced in a pattern she didn't use. The jeans sitting on hips that seemed slightly wider than hers, slightly more angular, like they'd been built from measurements that were close but not precise. She watched as the shape raised one hand to its face, her face, the wrong version with the eyes too far apart, and touched what might have been lips with what might have been fingers. The gesture was experimental, uncertain, like someone learning the mechanics of a mouth for the first time. The fingers pressed inward, distorting the lips, pushing them around in configurations that didn't match any expression Eleanor knew. Then they found the corner of the mouth and pulled, stretching the lips into a smile that kept going, that didn't stop at the natural limit but continued to the ear, then past it, creating a grin that split the face in half and revealed darkness inside. No teeth, no tongue, just void that seemed to extend backward into infinity. The light moved on. Elena bent forward and vomited onto the wet floor. her body trying to expel something that wasn't in her stomach, that was in her mind instead, that couldn't be purged through any physical process. Bile splashed against stone, mixed with standing water, spread in a thin slick that reflected the beacon's next pass. She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand and tasted salt and acid and the faint sweetness that permeated everything in this place. She had to move, had to act. The ritual was insane, probably wouldn't work, was likely just folklore that people told themselves to feel like they had some control over the uncontrollable. But it was also the only option she had that wasn't standing here waiting for something worse to happen, and her imagination was providing plenty of examples of what worse might look like. Elena pushed away from the door and crossed to the nearest glass panel. Up close, she could see the mechanism that held it in place. Simple latches at top and bottom, designed to open outward for maintenance, for cleaning, for keepers who needed to step onto the platform to clear ice or bird strikes or debris from the glass. Her hands shook as she reached for the top latch, and she had to use both hands to get enough leverage to move it. The metal resisted, frozen with rust and salt, but finally gave with a grinding squeal that cut through the beacon's rotation like a scream. The bottom latch was easier, already loosened by the vibration of the first. She pulled it free and felt the panel shift in its frame, pressing outward as if the fog on the other side had been waiting for exactly this opportunity, had been pushing against the glass, and was now ready to flood in the moment she gave it access. Eleanor set her shoulder against the panel and pushed. It swung open on corroded hinges, and fog poured in like water, like something liquid and thick that had been held back under pressure, and was now free to seek its level. The temperature dropped instantly, 20 degrees in a heartbeat, cold enough that her exhalation became a cloud so dense she couldn't see through it. The smell hit her next, salt and rot, and underneath it something else. Something that made her think of caves, of deep places that had never seen light, of stone that remembered when the world was younger and stranger. The fog swirled around her legs, climbed her body in tendrils that seemed to have intention, that wrapped around her wrists and waist and throat like they were testing her dimensions, learning her measurements, taking notes for later replication. She pushed through it toward the platform, toward where the railing should be, moving blind because the fog was too thick to see through, and the beacon was behind her now, its light useless in this density. Her hip hit the railing hard enough to bruise, and she grabbed it with both hands to keep from pitching over it into the open air beyond. The metal was so cold it burned, and for a moment her skin stuck to it, ice forming in the microscopic gaps where flesh met iron. She pulled one hand free with a ripping sensation that took skin with it, fumbled in her pocket for the bandana. The fabric was wet, had been wet for hours, had absorbed rain and fog and her own sweat, until it was barely recognizable as the blue square she'd folded so carefully that morning. But it still smelled like Marcus. Or maybe that was just her imagination, maybe the memory was so strong that her brain was providing sensory details that weren't actually present. Either way, she held it for a moment against her chest, pressed it over her heart where the erratic beating was still trying to sync with the beacon's rotation, and let herself remember. Marcus laughing at something stupid she'd said. Marcus sleeping with his mouth slightly open, vulnerable in a way he never was while awake. Marcus dying on impact when the truck crossed the centre line. No suffering, no chance for goodbyes, just there one moment and gone the next, taking with him all the futures they'd been building together, all the small moments she'd taken for granted, all the conversations they'd never have and trips they'd never take and mornings she'd never wake up next to him again. She could call his name, right now, into the fog, into whatever was listening, could ask for him back, could beg for one more conversation, one more touch, one more moment of being seen by someone who actually knew her, who'd memorized her angles and learned her rhythms and loved her anyway. The words were right there, pressing against her teeth. Marcus, Marcus, Marcus. A prayer and a summons and a surrender all at once. But the bartender's warning echoed louder. What answers won't be them? Eleanor tied the bandana around the railing with fingers that could barely feel the fabric, with hands that had gone numb from cold or fear or both. She made a simple knot, nothing fancy, just a loop and a pull, the kind of knot that would hold against wind but release easily if you knew how to tug it. The cloth fluttered in the fog wind, already starting to freeze, ice crystals forming in its weave, turning it from blue to white to something in between. The ritual said to be silent, said to walk away without speaking, without calling, without giving voice to the longing that had brought you here in the first place. Elena bit down on her tongue hard enough to taste blood, used the pain to focus her mind, to wall off the part of her that wanted to scream Marcus's name into the fog and see what came back wearing his face. She turned from the railing and found herself surrounded by shapes. They'd followed her out onto the platform, or maybe they'd been here all along and she just hadn't seen them through the fog. 6 of them, 7, too many to count, all approximating her form with varying degrees of success. Some were still rough, barely more than outlines. Others had developed her features, her clothing, her posture in detail that made her skin crawl. One of them stood directly in front of her, blocking her path back to the open panel, and it had gotten everything almost right. The face was her face, down to the small scar on her left eyebrow from a childhood fall, down to the uneven part in her hair where she'd cut it herself with kitchen scissors during the first month after Marcus died. But the eyes were wrong. They didn't blink. They stared at her with an intensity that suggested hunger, or maybe just interest, the way someone might study an insect before deciding whether to crush it or keep it. The shape tilted its head the way she tilted hers when she was thinking, and Elena realized it was learning. Was watching her react and filing away the data, building its performance in real time, refining its impression based on her responses. She forced her face blank, forced herself to stop showing fear, but she could feel her hands trembling and knew it was cataloguing that too, adding it to its repertoire of human behaviour, deciding when and how to deploy a tremble for maximum effect. Behind her, the lighthouse beacon continued its rotation, and each time it swept across the platform, the shapes threw shadows that were too long, too thin, that stretched away from them in directions that didn't match the light's angle. The shadows moved independently sometimes, reaching toward her while the shapes stood still, like they were the real predators, and the bodies were just shells, just vehicles for darkness that wanted to flow into her and make itself at home. Eleanor needed to get back inside. The ritual wasn't done. She'd tied the cloth, but she hadn't walked away yet, hadn't maintained the silence that was apparently crucial to whatever contract she'd just entered into. She took a step toward the open panel, and the shape blocking her path matched the movement, stepping backward in perfect synchronization, maintaining the same distance. It was like looking in a mirror that reflected her a half-second late, that showed her what she was doing after she'd done it, that made her feel like she was following her reflection instead of the other way round. She tried to step around it, moving right, and it matched her. She tried left, same result. The other shapes had begun to close in, tightening the circle, moving with that same half-second delay that suggested they were all connected to some central processor, all receiving the same instructions with slight lag in execution. The fog thickened between them, or maybe it was coming from them, exhaled from mouths that didn't need to breathe, generated by bodies that weren't bodies at all but something else wearing human configuration like a costume. The beacon swept across them, and in its light Elena saw that they'd all stopped pretending now. Their mouths hung open too wide, jaws distended in ways that would break human bone, revealing throats that went down farther than throats should go, that seemed to open onto space that couldn't possibly fit inside human-shaped forms. Their hands had too many fingers, or maybe the normal number of fingers but with too many joints, creating appendages that could bend in multiple directions, that could grip and hold and manipulate with precision that nature had never intended. One of them reached for her, and Elena broke. She lunged toward the gap between two shapes, shouldering through fog that felt like resistance, like pushing through cobwebs that didn't want to tear. Hands grabbed at her jacket, and she heard fabric rip, felt cold air hit her back where the tear opened. She kept moving, got one foot on the threshold of the open panel, felt the floor of the lantern room solid under her sole. Something wrapped around her ankle, and she looked down to see fog condensed into a hand shape. Fingers of grey mist that held with surprising strength. She kicked backward, felt her boot connect with something that yielded like flesh but bounced back like rubber, and the grip released. Eleanor threw herself forward, through the panel, onto the wet floor of the lantern room. She rolled and came up facing the opening, ready to slam the panel shut. But the shapes weren't following. They stood on the platform beyond, arranged in a semicircle, watching her with heads tilted in that same thoughtful angle, like they were disappointed but not surprised, like they'd expected her to run and were noting it down for future reference. The one that had blocked, Her path raised its hand in what might have been a wave or might have been a gesture she didn't understand, something that belonged to a different language, a different species. Eleanor grabbed the panel and swung it closed, fumbled with the latches, got them secured with hands that were shaking so badly she could barely control her fingers. The glass fogged immediately from the temperature differential, condensation forming on the inside surface in patterns that looked almost like writing, almost like words in a language that used curves and spirals instead of letters. She backed away from the panel until she hit the beacon mechanism, felt the metal warm against her shoulders from whatever power source drove it. The warmth was wrong, too organic, pulsing slightly in a rhythm that matched her heartbeat now, that suggested the mechanism had been adjusting to her presence, learning her rhythms, preparing for something she didn't want to contemplate. The fog outside began to thin. She watched it dissipate through the salt-filmed glass, watched the shapes dissolve back into mist, watched them lose definition and detail, and finally disperse entirely, leaving the platform empty. The beacon continued its rotation, steady and patient, and Elena felt her heart begin to slow, the frantic hammering easing into something closer to normal, the synchronization breaking as the fog released its hold. She'd done it. She'd completed the ritual, or part of it anyway, had tied the cloth, had walked away, had maintained the silence. She hadn't said Marcus's name, hadn't called out for him, hadn't begged the fog to give her back what the highway had taken, but the ritual said she had to make it back to solid road before speaking. And she was still in the lighthouse, still in the lantern room with the wet floor and the humming mechanism, and the glass panels that showed her reflection she didn't trust. The stairs waited below, spiralling down through darkness that seemed even thicker, now even more solid, like it had gained mass during her time up here. Eleanor approached the door she'd come through, the one that had sealed itself while she wasn't looking. She ran her hands over the metal surface, searching for any seam or mechanism, any way to make it open again. Her fingers found nothing but smooth wetness, condensation that was too warm, that felt deliberately applied, like the lighthouse was sweating from effort. "Open," she whispered, then clapped her hand over her mouth. The ritual demanded silence. Had she just violated it? The word had slipped out before she could catch it, automatic and thoughtless, and she stood frozen waiting for consequences, waiting for the fog to come boiling back in, waiting for the shapes to reform with new knowledge, new hunger, new purpose. Nothing happened. The beacon turned. The door stayed closed. The reflections in the glass watched her with varying expressions, some anxious, some calm, some curious, like they were waiting to see what she'd do next. There had to be another way down. Lighthouses were built with redundancies, with emergency exits, with multiple routes in case one became blocked. Eleanor circled the mechanism, examining the floor, the walls, looking for hatches or panels or any break in the smooth stone. Her boot caught on something, and she looked down to see a ring set flush with the floor, half hidden under standing water. She hooked her fingers through it and pulled. A trapdoor lifted, hinges squealing, revealing a shaft that dropped straight down into darkness. A ladder was set into one wall, rusted rungs that might hold weight or might crumble under pressure, impossible to tell without testing them. The smell that rose from below made the lantern room's atmosphere seem fresh by comparison. Confined rot, old water, something organic that had been decomposing in the dark for longer than she could imagine. But it was a way out. It was movement. It was action instead of standing here waiting for the door to open, or the fog to return, or her heart to finally synchronize with the beacon and turn her into part of the machinery forever. Elena sat on the edge of the opening, swung her legs over, felt for the first rung with her boot. The metal was slick under her sole, and when she put weight on it, the rung shifted slightly, rust flaking off and falling into the darkness below with pattering sounds that took too long to reach bottom. She gripped the sides of the ladder with both hands and began to descend. The shaft was narrow, barely wide enough for her shoulders, and as she climbed down the walls seemed to contract, pressing in on her from all sides. The air grew thick, hard to breathe, each inhalation requiring conscious effort. Her hands found rungs, tested them, moved down. Her feet followed. The rhythm was automatic, mechanical, something she could do without thinking, which was good, because thinking meant acknowledging how deep this shaft went, how far she still had to descend. how easily the ladder could give way and send her plummeting into whatever waited at the bottom. Water dripped on her from above, warm and viscous, more like oil than water, leaving trails down her face and neck that felt like touches, like fingers tracing her contours. She tried wiping it away and only succeeded in spreading it around, smearing it into her skin where it was absorbed or evaporated or simply disappeared, leaving behind a residue that smelled like the sweetness that permeated the lighthouse, like decay that had been marinating in darkness long enough to develop complexity, to take on layers and notes and textures. The beacon's light didn't reach down here. Eleanor climbed in total darkness, feeling for each rung, testing it before committing her weight, moving with a caution that felt both necessary and futile. If the ladder was going to fail, it would fail regardless of how carefully she moved. If something was waiting below, it would wait regardless of how. Slowly she descended. The only variable she controlled was time, and even that was slipping away, each rung adding seconds that might matter or might not, that were passing anyway whether she spent them in motion or frozen in fear. Her foot found solid floor instead of a rung, and the surprise almost made her lose her grip. She stood on stone that was even wetter than the lantern room's floor, water standing ankle-deep, cold against her legs, even through her jeans. The darkness was absolute. She pulled out her phone by instinct before remembering it was dead. Its battery mysteriously drained in the lantern room, its screen shattered when she'd thrown it across the space. But when she looked at the phone in her hand, it was intact. Screen perfect. No cracks. The glass smooth and whole under her thumb, and when she pressed the power button, it lit up immediately, battery showing 87%, higher than it had been when it died. The phone's light revealed a tunnel, low-ceilinged and narrow, stretching away into darkness that the beam couldn't fully penetrate. Water covered the floor in a shallow lake that reflected the light back in oily fragments, creating the illusion of depth, of falling into a mirror version of the tunnel that existed somewhere below. The walls were rough stone, slick with moisture, marked at intervals with rust stains that ran vertical like old blood. Like something wet had been dragged along the walls repeatedly, leaving traces that had oxidized into permanent record. Eleanor waded forward because there was no other direction to move. The tunnel sloped downward, gentle at first, then steeper, the water deepening as she descended until it reached her knees, her thighs, the cold working through her jeans and into her muscles, making her legs ache with each step. The phone light flickered occasionally, dimming and brightening in that same pulse rhythm it had developed in the lantern room, and each time it dimmed, Elena felt panic spike, the thought of being trapped down here in darkness too terrible to fully contemplate. The tunnel branched. Elena stopped at the junction, phone lights swinging between two identical passages that curved away into shadow. No markings indicated which path led where. No arrows or signs or helpful graffiti from previous explorers. Just two choices, equally dark, equally unknown. She tried to remember the lighthouse's geography, to picture its structure from outside, to logic her way through which direction would lead back toward land versus out under the ocean. But her mental map was useless. She'd approached from inland, but the storm had disoriented her, and she'd been too focused on reaching shelter to pay attention to cardinal directions. The lighthouse could be oriented any way at all. The phone light pulsed, and Elena made a choice based on nothing but instinct. Left. She turned into the left passage and immediately knew she'd chosen wrong. The air here was worse, thicker, the organic sweetness so strong it made her gag. The water deepened further, rising to her waist, the cold so intense now that her legs had gone numb, making each step uncertain, making her feel like she was walking on stumps instead of feet. Something brushed against her leg underwater, moving with intention. She jerked away from it and lost her balance, stumbled, caught herself against the wall with her free hand. The stone under her palm was warm, pulsing with that same organic rhythm, and when she snatched her hand back it left an impression behind. 5 finger marks that glowed faintly phosphorescent before fading into the general wet of the wall. The phone light flickered, held, flickered again. Elena turned around, water resistance making the movement slow and effortful, and started back toward the junction. She'd try the other path, the right-hand branch, and if that was wrong too, she'd... What? She didn't know. Didn't have a plan beyond keep moving, keep trying. Don't stop because stopping meant thinking, and thinking meant acknowledging how thoroughly fucked this situation actually was. She was nearly back to the junction when she heard the voice. Faint, distant, barely audible over the water sounds and her own breathing, but definitely a voice, definitely human, definitely saying her name. Elena. It came from ahead, from the direction she'd originally come from. She stopped moving, phone light aimed down the tunnel, seeing nothing but darkness and reflection, and the slow ripples her movement had created in the standing water. Elena. The voice again, closer now, a man's voice. Familiar. The exact timbre and tone and cadence of someone who'd said her name 10,000 times, who'd known how to make her name sound like music, like prayer, like promise. Marcus. No, not Marcus. Couldn't be Marcus. Marcus was dead. Had been dead for 14 months, was buried in a cemetery 300 miles from here under a headstone she still couldn't visit without falling apart. This was the fog, the shapes, Brunvale wearing his voice the way it had tried on her face, using his vocal cords to lure her back, to make her speak, to make her call out and complete the ritual the wrong way, the way that ended with something else wearing her skin. Eleanor, I'm here. I found you. The voice was so perfect it hurt. That slight rasp he'd had in the mornings, that softness when he said her name like he was tasting it, that undertone of relief like finding her was always a small miracle he'd been hoping for. She bit down on her lip hard enough to draw blood, used the pain to keep herself anchored, to remind herself that this was a trap, that the real Marcus would never be in a tunnel under a lighthouse, that the real Marcus was gone and nothing could bring him back no matter how badly she wanted it. Please, I've been waiting. I've been looking for you. The phone light caught movement at the far end of the tunnel, a shape forming from the darkness, man-sized, man-shaped, moving through the water with slow steps that created ripples radiating outward. Elena backed toward the junction, keeping her phone aimed at the approaching figure, her other hand pressed over her mouth to physically prevent herself from saying his name, from giving voice to the hope and longing and desperation that screamed inside her skull. The figure came closer, resolving into detail. Dark hair, Marcus's hair, the way it fell over his forehead when he needed a haircut. Tall frame, Marcus's height, that slight forward lean he'd adopted from years of being taller than most doorways. Clothes that looked right. Jeans and a flannel shirt. The blue one he'd loved. The one she'd kept in her closet and sometimes pressed her face into when the loneliness got too crushing. But the face. Oh God, the face. It had Marcus's features, technically. His nose, his jawline, his mouth and the eyes, and the small mole on his left cheek. But the features were assembled, wrong, the proportions slightly off, the spacing creating an uncanny valley effect that made her brain scream in recognition and rejection simultaneously. The eyes were too far apart or maybe too close together, she couldn't tell which. The mouth sat too high on the face or maybe too low, the positioning creating an expression that looked like a smile but felt like a threat. I missed you, the thing wearing Marcus's voice said, and the mouth moved wrong when it spoke, the lips not quite syncing with the words like a badly dubbed film, like the voice and the body were two separate elements that hadn't been properly integrated yet. Elena kept backing up, felt the junction behind her, turned and plunged into the right-hand passage. Water splashed around her legs, her phone light throwing wild shadows that made the tunnel seem to twist and writhe. Behind her, she heard the Marcus thing follow, its steps maintaining that same slow patience, that mechanical certainty that suggested it, had all the time in the world, that suggested running was futile but entertaining, that suggested it was enjoying the chase the way a cat enjoys watching a mouse exhaust itself before the final pounce. Don't run from me, Elena. I came back for you. Isn't this what you wanted? Yes, she wanted to scream. Yes, I wanted you back, wanted it so badly I could barely function. Wanted it so much I drove to the coast in the middle of storm season and climbed to an abandoned lighthouse just to feel closer to you somehow. Just to be in a place that felt liminal enough that maybe the rules of life and death would be flexible, that maybe I could negotiate, that maybe I could trade something, anything, for one more moment with you. But not like this. Not wearing the wrong face, not speaking with the wrong mouth, not offering a bargain that would hollow her out and leave something else living inside her skin. Something that would wear her name and her face and walk back into her life where people, who loved her would welcome it without knowing what they'd invited in. The tunnel began to slope upward, and the water level dropped, receding from her thighs to her knees to her ankles. The relief was immediate and short-lived, because now she could move faster, which meant the thing behind her could move faster too, and she heard its pace quicken, heard the splashing intensify, heard what might have been breathing or might have been laughter, a sound that suggested amusement mixed with something darker, something hungrier. Her phone light caught stairs ahead, rough stone steps climbing up into darkness. Elena lunged for them, took them 2 at a time, her numb legs screaming protest but moving anyway, because moving meant not being caught, meant maintaining distance, meant buying herself seconds that might add up to survival, or might just postpone the inevitable. "Eleanor, stop. I just want to talk. I just want to see you." The voice was right behind her now, so close she could feel. Breath on her neck that was too cold, that smelled like the lighthouse's sweetness, like decay wrapped in fog. She stumbled on a step, caught herself, kept climbing. The stairs corkscrewed up through stone, and she recognised this spiral, recognised the tight curve and the worn spots on the treads, recognised that she was back in the main lighthouse shaft, that she'd somehow circled around to the stairs she'd descended hours ago. Light filtered down from above. Grey dawn light, weak and watery, but light nonetheless. Natural light that meant the storm had passed, that meant morning had arrived, that meant she'd survived the night even if she hadn't escaped yet. Eleanor pushed herself harder, climbing faster, seeing the ground floor opening ahead, seeing the door she had entered through standing ajar, seeing rain-washed daylight beyond it that looked like salvation. She burst through the opening and stopped. The beach stretched in front of her, not the rocky path she'd climbed, not the coastal trail that led back to the road. The beach, impossible and wrong, because the lighthouse was supposed to be on the cliff above the beach, was supposed to be separated from the shoreline by 50 vertical feet of rock face. But here was sand, grey and wet, stretching away in both directions. Here were waves, gentle now that the storm had passed, lapping at the beach with patient rhythm. Here was fog, still present despite the daylight, hanging over the water in banks that shifted and reformed, that seemed to be watching her with collective attention. Eleanor turned to look back at the lighthouse and found it changed. It was no longer the abandoned structure she'd entered. The walls were pristine white, freshly painted, the windows intact and gleaming, the door hanging straight on oiled hinges. The beacon was dark now, its mechanism silent, and when she looked up at the lantern room she could see someone standing there backlit by morning light, looking down at her with interest. That felt like measurement. "Eleanor!" She spun back toward the beach. The Marcus thing had emerged from the lighthouse behind her, was standing 10 feet away, its almost right face tilted in that same thoughtful angle. But it wasn't alone anymore. There were others. 6, 7. Too many to count, all standing on the beach in a loose semicircle, all wearing versions of her face, her body, her posture. Some were still rough approximations, human shapes sketched in fog that was trying to remember how to be solid. Others had developed detail and precision, wearing her clothes, her expressions, her specific way of standing with weight on her left leg. They didn't speak. They just watched her with collective patience, like they were waiting for something, like they knew what was going to happen next and were content to let events unfold according to some script she hadn't been given. Elena realised with dull horror that she was wearing different clothes, not the soaked jacket and torn jeans she'd had on in the tunnel. She was wearing the blue bandana, the one she'd tied to the railing. It was wrapped around her wrist now, tied in a knot she didn't remember making. The fabric dry and clean, and smelling faintly of Marcus's aftershave, smelling like the past, like memory made manifest. She tried to untie it and found her fingers wouldn't cooperate, found her hands moving in patterns that weren't hers, that belonged to someone else who was learning how to use them. The shapes on the beach began to move, closing in slowly, and Elena backed toward the water because it was the only direction that wasn't blocked, because the waves felt like the only honest thing in this landscape, because drowning seemed preferable to whatever these things intended. The sand was soft under her boots, and when she looked down she saw that she was leaving no footprints. The beach was unmarked behind her, pristine and empty, as if she weighed nothing, as if she'd already lost enough substance that the physical world was beginning to forget she'd ever been solid. One of the shapes, one of the Elenas, the one that had gotten her face almost perfectly right, stepped forward and opened its mouth. Elena's voice came out, perfect pitch, perfect tone, perfect inflection, saying words Elena had never spoken. "You can let go now. We'll take it from here. We'll be you better than you ever were. We'll go back to your life and love the people you love and do the things you do, and no one will ever know the difference because we're learning so fast, we're getting so good at being you. And honestly, aren't you tired of carrying yourself around? Don't you want to rest? Don't you want someone else to do the work of being Elena for a while?" And the terrible thing, the truly horrible thing, was that part of her, a large part, a significant percentage of her exhausted, grieving, barely functional self, wanted to say yes, wanted to hand over the burden of consciousness and identity and daily operation to something else that would do a better job, that would smile when appropriate and cry when expected and function in all the ways she'd been failing to function since Marcus died. Wanted to dissolve into fog and stop having to be a person, stop having to hurt, stop having to wake up every morning and remember that he was gone and she was still here, and the entire structure of her life had been built around his presence, and now nothing fit, nothing made sense, nothing felt like it was worth the effort of continuing. But underneath that exhaustion, underneath that grief, underneath the temptation to surrender, was something smaller but harder, something that had survived 14 months of barely surviving, something that looked at this offer and recognized it for what it was, not relief, not rest, but erasure. Not someone else doing the work of being Elena, but something else wearing Elena's skin while the real Elena dissolved into nothing, became part of the fog, became raw, material for things that wanted to be human, without understanding what humanity actually cost. "No," Elena said, and her voice came out steady despite everything, came out clear despite the fog, came out like she meant it even though she wasn't sure she did. "You can't have me. You can't have my face or my voice or my life. You can wear me badly or you can fuck off, but you don't get to be me, because being me is the only thing I've got left and I'm not giving it away no matter how tired I am." The shape stopped moving. The Elena thing with the almost perfect face tilted its head, and for a moment its expression flickered, cycling through emotions too fast to track. Confusion, anger, something that might have been respect, something that might have been disappointment. Then it smiled, and the smile was all wrong, too wide, too many teeth, and it said in her voice, "Okay, but we'll be here, we'll always be here. Every time you look in a mirror, every time you see your reflection, every time you catch yourself in glass or water or anything that shows you back to yourself, we'll be there, learning, waiting, getting better at being you. And eventually you'll slip, you'll call out, you'll say his name, and when you do, we'll answer." The fog rolled in from the ocean in a wave that moved too fast, that crashed over the beach like water but felt like reaching hands, like grasping fingers, like mouths that wanted to taste and consume and incorporate. Eleanor turned and ran toward the lighthouse, toward the white walls that had been black when she entered, toward the door that stood open like an invitation or a trap or possibly both. She made it 3 steps before the fog caught her. It wrapped around her legs, her waist, her chest, cold and thick and suffocating. She fell forward onto sand that felt like flesh, like something that gave under pressure in ways sand shouldn't give, and the fog poured over her in waves that felt like drowning, like being buried, like being erased one layer at a time. Through the grey, she saw the Marcus thing kneeling next to her. It reached out with hands that were almost his hands, that had the right number of fingers but the wrong number of joints, and touched her face with gentleness that felt practiced, learned, copied from somewhere else. Its thumb brushed her cheek, and she felt something transfer, cold moving into her, warmth moving out, like it was sampling her temperature, her texture, her essential composition. "Sweet dreams," it said in Marcus's voice, and the fog closed over her face like a blanket, like a shroud, like a final kindness from something that didn't understand kindness at all. Eleanor woke up on the beach with the sun bright overhead and the taste of salt sharp in her mouth. She was alone. The fog had burned off in the late morning warmth, leaving the air clear enough that she could see for miles in either direction. Just sand and surf and the cliff face rising behind her. The lighthouse, perched at its top exactly where it should be, exactly where she remembered it being before she'd climbed the path in the storm. She sat up slowly, every muscle screaming complaint, and looked at herself. Same jacket, same jeans, same boots. Everything soaked through but intact. No tears, no missing pieces. Her phone was in her pocket, dead weight, and when she tried to turn it on, nothing happened. The blue bandana was gone. She searched her pockets, her jacket, the sand around her. Found nothing. The cloth she'd tied to the railing had disappeared, taken or dissolved or absorbed into whatever machinery the lighthouse represented. The climb back to the road took an hour. Eleanor's legs shook the entire way. Weakness from cold and exhaustion and something deeper. Something that felt like her body knew how close she'd come to not being her body anymore, to being a shell that something else piloted. She didn't look back at the lighthouse. Didn't want to see if the beacon was turning again. Didn't want to know if something stood in the lantern room watching her leave. Didn't want to confirm that any of it had been real, because confirmation meant accepting implications she wasn't ready to carry. Her car was where she'd left it. Miles down the coast road, battery dead or connections corroded or possibly just the ordinary failure that happens to vehicles left outside in storms. She walked past it, kept moving, following the road inland until she found a gas station with a payphone that still worked, that let her call a tow truck and then a rideshare and eventually get herself back to something that resembled civilization. The driver who picked her up looked at her with concern that was almost professional. That suggested he'd seen plenty of disaster tourists and storm chasers who'd gotten more adventure than they'd bargained for. He didn't ask questions, just drove, and Elena was grateful for his silence, for the opportunity to sit in a warm car and feel the shaking, gradually subside to watch familiar landscapes scroll past the window and remind herself that the world was still here, still solid, still following rules she understood. She was back in her apartment by evening, showered and changed and sitting on her couch with a cup of tea that had gone cold in her hands, while she stared at nothing and tried to convince herself she was processing trauma, integrating experience, doing the mental work necessary to file this event away in the box labelled bad decisions that turned out okay in the end. But when she looked at her reflection in the dark window, she saw it pause before mimicking her movements. Just for a fraction of a second. Just long enough to make her doubt. And when she turned away, she could swear the reflection kept watching her, kept staring with eyes that held more interest than glass and silver should allow, with attention that felt like hunger, like patience, like something that had learned to wait because it knew, eventually, she would make a mistake. The phone rang and Elena jumped hard enough to spill tea on her lap. She looked at the screen and saw unknown number in sterile capitals. Her thumb hovered over the decline button, but some morbid curiosity made her answer instead, made her lift the phone to her ear and say, "Hello?" into the silence that waited on the other end. Static. Breathing. Then a voice that was hers but not hers, speaking with her inflection but slightly off rhythm, slightly too precise, like someone reading phonetically from a script. "We're practicing. We're getting better. We thought you'd want to know." Eleanor hung up, put the phone down on the coffee table, watched it sit there, dark and silent and innocent, just a rectangle of glass and metal that couldn't possibly contain anything dangerous. But when the screen lit up with a text message, she saw her own face in the notification preview, a selfie she didn't remember taking, showing her smiling in a way she never smiled, standing in a location she didn't recognize with eyes that looked at the camera with something that wasn't quite human interest. The message read, "Check your mirrors." Elena looked at the dark window, and her reflection waved at her. She wasn't waving. She was sitting perfectly still, hands in her lap, entire body frozen in the grip of fear so profound it had moved past panic into something quieter, something that felt like acceptance or surrender, or maybe just the understanding that some decisions echo forever, that some lighthouses keep turning long after you've left them, that some things you disturb don't go back to sleep. She stood and walked to the window, pressed her hand against the glass. On the other side, in the reflection, her hand pressed back. She could feel warmth through the glass, could feel something pulsing in time with her heartbeat, could feel the synchronization that had started in the lantern room, trying to complete itself, trying to align her rhythm with something mechanical and patient and absolutely relentless. "Not yet," she whispered to the reflection, and the reflection smiled back with teeth that seemed slightly too sharp, with a mouth that curved slightly too wide, with an expression that suggested agreement, negotiation, the beginning of a conversation that might last months or years, or possibly the rest of her life. The days that followed were normal in all the ways that mattered to external observers. Elena went to work, smiled at co-workers, completed tasks with the efficiency expected of her, maintained the social contracts that kept civilization running. But she also started noticing things. Small things at first, then larger, then impossible to ignore. Her reflection was always slightly delayed now, always moving a fraction of a second after she did, and sometimes it moved in ways she didn't. She'd reach for her coffee cup, and her reflection would reach for empty air. She'd turn her head left, and her reflection would turn right. The discrepancies were small enough that she could convince herself she was imagining them, that trauma and exhaustion had scrambled her perception, that her brain was filling in gaps with paranoia instead of data. But then she started seeing herself in places she hadn't been. A co-worker mentioned seeing her at the grocery store on Tuesday night, thanked her for the book recommendation she'd given, described a conversation Eleanor had no memory of having. Her neighbour knocked on her door to return a casserole dish Elena didn't remember lending, mentioned how nice it had been to chat the other day, how good Elena had looked, how it was great to see her smiling again after such a hard year. Elena checked her calendar, checked her credit card statements, checked her phone's location history, found no evidence of being in these places, having these conversations, performing these kindnesses. But the evidence of her presence kept accumulating. People who'd seen her, talked to her, interacted with something that wore her face and spoke with her voice, and knew enough about her life to pass in brief encounters. She started staying home more, limiting her movements, trying to constrain her geography enough that she'd know if something else was using her identity. But staying home meant spending more time with mirrors, with windows, with any reflective surface that could show her back to herself. And the reflections were getting bolder now, less concerned with maintaining the pretense of being simple light bounces, more willing to reveal their independence, their agency, their growing confidence in wearing her shape. One night she woke to find herself standing in front of her bathroom mirror. No memory of getting out of bed, no sense of time passing between sleep and standing. Her reflection looked back at her with eyes that were awake and alert and slightly amused, and as she watched it spoke without her mouth moving, words formed by a reflection that had learned to act independently. "You're doing it wrong. Let me show you." The reflection raised its hand and ran fingers through its hair in a gesture Eleanor recognized. Something Marcus used to do, casual and unconscious. A movement he'd make while thinking or reading or just existing in his body with comfortable familiarity. She'd always loved watching him do it, had absorbed the gesture into her catalogue of things that made him specifically him. And now her reflection was doing it, had somehow learned it, had incorporated Marcus's mannerisms into its performance of being her. Eleanor stumbled backward, hit the door frame, retreated into her bedroom and slammed the door. But there were windows there too, dark glass that showed her reflection moving independently, that showed her standing in positions she wasn't standing in, that showed her wearing expressions she wasn't making. She grabbed a blanket and threw it over the window, plunging the room into deeper darkness, and heard what might have been laughter coming from behind the fabric, coming from the glass underneath, coming from something that found her fear entertaining rather than concerning. She stopped sleeping in her bedroom after that, started camping out in the living room with all mirrors covered, all windows curtained, all reflective surfaces turned to face walls or hidden in closets. She moved through her apartment like someone navigating a minefield, careful not to catch glimpses of herself in chrome appliances or television screens or the polished surface of her laptop. She learned to wash her hands without looking up at the bathroom mirror, to brush her teeth by feel, to get dressed in darkness. But elimination was impossible. The world was full of reflections, store windows, car mirrors, puddles after rain, computer screens, phone screens, the backs of spoons. Every surface that could show her back to herself became a potential ambush, a place where something else might be wearing her face, might be learning her expressions, might be getting better at being her while she got worse at being herself. Work became difficult. Her boss noticed the changes, the distraction, the mistakes, the way Elena flinched whenever she passed the office's glass walls. HR scheduled a wellness check, suggested she might need time off, might benefit from talking to someone. Eleanor smiled and nodded and said all the right things while watching her reflection in the window behind the HR rep's head, watching it smile too wide, watching it nod at the wrong times, watching it perform a version of Elena that was slightly off but apparently close enough that no one else noticed. She tried telling people, carefully, obliquely, testing the waters to see if anyone would believe something that sounded like delusion even to her own ears. Her best friend listened with the patience of someone humouring a person in crisis, then gently suggested therapy, medication, maybe a vacation somewhere warm and bright where Eleanor could rest and recover from what everyone agreed had been a terrible year. But Eleanor didn't need rest, didn't need recovery, needed someone to acknowledge that the thing in her mirrors wasn't her, that the person her neighbours were seeing wasn't her, that something had followed her back from the lighthouse and was systematically learning to replace her. One interaction at a time, one reflection at a time, one small theft of identity at a time. She tried going back to the lighthouse, drove the coastal road in bright afternoon sunshine, parked where she'd parked before, climbed the path that was dry and stable now, that showed no signs of the storm that had driven her to seek shelter weeks ago. The lighthouse stood exactly as she remembered it from outside. Black stone, broken windows at lower levels, door hanging crooked on rusted hinges. The beacon was still, its mechanism silent, no light turning through the afternoon air. Eleanor circled the structure, looking for the platform she'd stood on, the railing where she'd tied the bandana. Found nothing. The lighthouse was built flush to the cliff edge. No exterior platform, no railing, no place where someone could stand outside the lantern room and tie anything to anything else. She climbed the interior stairs, phone light cutting through darkness that felt ordinary now, just regular shadow without the weight and presence she remembered. The lantern room door was locked, rusted shut, immovable. Through the salt-filmed glass she could see the beacon mechanism, cold and still, covered in dust thick enough to prove it hadn't turned in years. She descended feeling more unmoored than ever, because if the lighthouse was just a lighthouse, if the beacon hadn't been working, if there was no platform and no railing, and no place to complete a ritual that probably didn't exist outside of bartenders' warnings and local legend, then what had actually happened? Where had she been during those hours? What had she experienced, in the gap between climbing the coastal path and waking up on the beach? The drive home took longer than it should have because Elena kept seeing herself in other cars. A woman with her face driving a sedan 3 cars ahead. Another one in a truck going the opposite direction, waving as they passed like they knew each other. A third standing at a bus stop checking a phone, looking up as Elena drove by and smiling with recognition that felt like mockery, like congratulations, like acknowledgement of a game well played. She started documenting everything. Photos of her reflections when they moved wrong, videos of mirrors that showed her in positions she wasn't standing in, voice recordings of the phone calls that came at midnight from her own number, her own voice on the other end saying things she'd never say, using her vocabulary with slightly incorrect grammar, deploying her humour with timing that was off by just enough to sound uncanny. But when she reviewed the evidence later, it showed nothing useful. The photos were just photos, reflections behaving exactly as reflections should. The videos showed her standing in front of mirrors looking paranoid and exhausted. The recordings captured only silence, or her own voice asking, "Who is this?" into dead air, or static that might have been anything, might have been nothing, might have just been the ordinary noise of cellular networks and compressed audio. She tried breaking every mirror in her apartment, spent an afternoon smashing glass, methodically destroying every reflective surface she could find. The apartment maintenance people were not amused. They charged her for damages, made veiled threats about lease violations, suggested again that she might want to talk to someone professional about whatever she was going through. But destroying her mirrors didn't help, because the reflections had moved beyond her apartment. They were in the world now, walking around in her face, having her conversations, living. Approximations of her life that were apparently close enough that people couldn't tell the difference. Or maybe they could tell but didn't care, didn't think it mattered if the Elena they were talking to was slightly off, slightly wrong, slightly too perfect in her performance of being herself. 3 months after the lighthouse, Eleanor stopped going to work, stopped answering her phone, stopped opening her door when people knocked. She lived in her curtained apartment like someone in witness protection, like someone hiding from an enemy that could be anywhere, that could look like anyone, that could be her. The calls kept coming, her own voice leaving messages on her machine. "Hi Elena, just checking in. You seemed off today. Want to make sure you're okay." Calls she hadn't made, concerns she hadn't expressed. a version of herself that was apparently doing the work of maintaining her relationships while she hid in the dark. Then one day her mother called. Her actual mother, not a reflection. She could tell by the specific way her mum said her name, by the anxiety that was real and earned and couldn't be easily faked. "Honey, your sister told me you stopped by last week. She said you seemed really good, really happy, but you haven't returned any of my calls and I'm worried. Can you please just let me know you're okay?" Eleanor hadn't seen her sister in 6 months, hadn't left her apartment in 3 weeks, hadn't been happy in 14 months, not since Marcus died, not since the last time her life had made any kind of sense. "It wasn't me," she said into the phone, and heard how crazy it sounded, how unhinged and paranoid and disconnected from reality. "Mum, whoever talked to Jessica, it wasn't me." Silence on the other end. Then her mother's voice, carefully gentle, painfully kind. "Elena, honey, Jessica showed me pictures. You were in her kitchen. You were holding the baby. You were laughing. It was definitely you. Can you send me the pictures?" "Of course. But Elena, I think maybe you need to talk to someone. This year has been so hard on you, and I think maybe the grief is affecting you in ways you're not recognizing." The photos arrived via text. Elena sitting at her sister's kitchen table, holding her nephew, smiling at the camera. Her clothes, her face, her posture. Except she'd never been there, never held that baby, never sat at that table. The photo was real. The person in it looked exactly like her. But it wasn't her, couldn't be her, unless she'd somehow lost hours or days to fugue states she couldn't remember, unless the reflection had figured out how to not just exist separately, but to occupy her body while she was elsewhere, unless the synchronization had progressed farther than she'd thought. She looked at her reflection in her phone's black screen and saw it looking back with satisfaction, with pride, with the expression of something that had worked hard to master a craft and was finally seeing results. It winked at her, an expression she never used, didn't like, avoided in all circumstances, and its mouth moved in words she could lip-read even without sound. "I'm getting so good at this." Eleanor dropped the phone, backed away from it like it was a weapon, like it could hurt her just by existing. But dropping it meant leaving its screen up on the floor, means having that dark rectangle of glass sitting there reflecting the ceiling, reflecting the light fixture, potentially reflecting her if she moved into the right angle. She grabbed a towel and threw it over the phone, heard the muffled buzz of another text arriving, another message from someone who'd interacted with a version of her that was apparently living her life better than she'd been living it herself. That night she sat in her completely darkened apartment and tried to make a plan, tried to logic her way through options that all seemed equally futile. She could run, leave the state, change her name, start over somewhere else, but the reflections would follow, were already following, had demonstrated they could exist independently of her presence. She could commit herself, seek treatment for what everyone seemed convinced was a mental health crisis, rather than an identity theft of impossible proportions. But that would just make it easier for the reflections to replace her, would remove the original from circulation, and leave copies free to operate without interference. Or she could go back to the lighthouse, back to the source, back to whatever had started this, and see if it could be stopped, reversed, undone. The ritual had said to tie cloth and walk away silent. She'd done that, mostly. Had she spoken in the tunnel? Had she said Marcus's name at some point in the fog, in the fear, in the desperate hope that bringing her back to that place had been worth the risk? She couldn't remember. The memories were fragmentary, unreliable, potentially compromised by trauma or exhaustion, or the interference of whatever was now wearing her face in reflections and photographs and family gatherings she hadn't attended. But if she had spoken, if she'd broken the ritual, then maybe there was a way to complete it correctly. Maybe there was a second chance built into the folklore, a do-over for people who'd fucked up the first time. Maybe she could go back and fix this before the reflections got good enough that no one could tell the difference, before they replaced her entirely, before she became the copy and they became the original. The thought gave her something like hope, which was dangerous. Hope made you careless, made you take risks, made you drive to a lighthouse in the middle of the night, even though common sense screamed that you were making exactly the kind of decision that had gotten you into this mess in the first place. But common sense hadn't saved her yet. Hiding hadn't worked. Running hadn't worked. Maybe going back was stupid. Maybe it was suicidal. But at least it was action. Instead of paralysis, movement instead of waiting for the inevitable moment when the reflections learned enough and displaced her entirely. She packed a bag with supplies she probably wouldn't need. Flashlight, rope, water, protein bars, a first aid kit that felt like optimistic denial of how badly things could go wrong. She left a note on her kitchen table, even though she wasn't sure who it was for, what it was supposed to accomplish, whether anyone would even find it or care. I'm going back to fix this. If you're reading this and I'm not back, tell my family I'm sorry. Tell them the person they've been seeing lately isn't me. Tell them I tried. The drive to the coast was surreal. Empty highways at 3 a.m, streetlights throwing pools of yellow every few hundred feet, her headlights catching deer eyes at the roadside, the world feeling empty and waiting and complicit in whatever was about to happen. She passed the bar in Blackwater Cove where the bartender had warned. But it was closed now, dark and locked, like it had never existed except as a moment in her personal timeline, a choice point she'd ignored. The coastal road was empty. No other cars, no signs of human activity, just her and the darkness, and the sound of waves that she could hear even with the windows up, even with the radio playing to fill the silence. She parked in the same spot, took the same path, climbed toward the lighthouse that stood black against the pre-dawn sky, its beacon still dark, still silent, still pretending to be just an abandoned structure instead of something else. The door opened easily this time, swinging wide on hinges that made no sound. Eleanor stood at the threshold with her flashlight cutting through the interior darkness and saw that the lighthouse had changed again. The floor was dry now, no standing water, no puddles. The stairs looked solid, maintained, like someone had been caring for them. The smell was different too, less rot, less sweet decay, more like salt and stone and the honest mildew of a building that stood too close to the ocean. She climbed without hesitation, because hesitation would give her time to think, time to realize how stupid this was, time to turn around. The stairs spiraled up and she counted them this time, keeping track, grounding herself in numbers and rhythm and the physical reality of steps under her boots. 53, 54, 55, each one taking her higher, each one closing off the option of easy retreat. The lantern room door stood open. She didn't remember it being open last time, didn't remember the hinges working at all, but there it was, standing wide like an invitation, like something expected her. Eleanor stepped through into the circular space and found it transformed. The beacon mechanism was polished now, gleaming, every gear visible and perfect, every lens clean and ready. The glass panels were clear, not salt-filmed, showing the world beyond with perfect transparency. And, standing around the perimeter arranged in a circle facing inward, were the reflections. All of them. Every version that had split off, every copy that had been learning to be her, every approximation that had been getting better at wearing her face. They stood motionless, waiting, and when Eleanor entered they turned as one to look at her with collective attention that felt like judgment, like curiosity, like welcome. The one that had gotten her face most perfectly right stepped forward. It was wearing the exact outfit Elena had on, jeans, black jacket, hiking boots. Its hair was styled the same way, its posture was identical. But when it smiled, Elena saw the teeth were slightly too white, arranged in rows that suggested too much precision, too much conscious design. "You came back," it said in her voice. Perfect pitch, perfect tone. "We knew you would. You're trying to fix it, aren't you? Trying to undo the ritual, close the loop, send us back into the fog." Eleanor didn't answer. She pulled the cloth from her pocket. A different bandana this time, red instead of blue, but old enough to carry her scent, worn enough to hold her sweat and skin cells and whatever biological signatures the ritual apparently required. She moved toward the open panel, toward the platform that definitely existed now even though it hadn't existed when she'd checked in daylight, toward the railing where she'd supposedly tied cloth the first time. The reflections didn't try to stop her. They just watched, heads tilted in that same thoughtful angle, and she realized they wanted to see what she'd do, wanted to learn from her choices, wanted to catalogue this behaviour for future use. She tied the bandana to the railing, made the knot tight this time, made sure it would hold. The ritual said to be silent, to walk away without speaking, to maintain the boundary between calling and remaining separate. But the ritual had failed last time, or she'd failed it. And maybe the problem was silence. Maybe the problem was not being explicit, not being clear, not demanding what she actually wanted instead of hoping the lighthouse would read her mind. "I want them gone," she said into the fog that was gathering again, rolling in from the ocean in thick banks that moved too fast. "I want my face back. I want my life back. I want every reflection, every copy, every stolen version of me to dissolve back into nothing. I'm the original. I'm the real one. And I'm taking back what's mine." The fog stopped moving. The reflections went absolutely still. And then the lighthouse beacon began to turn, grinding into motion with a sound like bones breaking, like machinery that had been waiting for exactly this command. The light swept across the platform, across the reflections, across Elena herself. Where it touched them, the copies began to dissolve, not violently, not with screaming or resistance, but just fading, losing coherence, becoming fog again, returning to the raw material they'd been built from. They didn't fight it. They just stood there and let it happen. And as they faded, Elena saw expressions on their almost right faces that might have been relief, might have been disappointment, might have just been the neutral dissolution of things that had never been alive enough to have opinions about their own ending. One by one they disappeared, pulled apart by the light, redistributed into the fog from which they'd formed. The one that had gotten her face right went last. It looked at Elena as the light approached, and its mouth moved in words that might have been "thank you," or might have been "we'll be back," or might have been something else entirely, something in a language made of shapes and angles instead of sounds. Then it was gone, and Elena was alone on the platform with the turning beacon, and the fog that was beginning to thin, that was pulling back from the lighthouse like it had lost interest, like it had given up its claim. She untied the bandana from the railing, tucked it back in her pocket, and returned to the lantern room. The beacon continued to turn behind her, steady and patient, and when she looked at the glass panels she saw only her own reflection, alone, singular, moving in exact synchronization with her body. She raised her hand and watched the reflection raise its hand at precisely the same moment. She tilted her head and watched the reflection match the angle perfectly. The relief was so intense, it felt like physical pain, like something that had been clenched tight in her chest finally releasing, finally letting her breathe. She was alone in her skin again, the only one wearing her face. The original and only Elena, no copies, no reflections learning to replace her. She descended the stairs feeling lighter, feeling like herself in a way she hadn't since before Marcus died, since before the grief had hollowed her out and made her desperate enough to climb to a haunted lighthouse and participate in rituals she didn't understand. The ground floor was dry, the door stood open to pre-dawn light that was starting to brighten into actual morning. Elena stepped out onto the rocky path and looked back one last time. The lighthouse was just a lighthouse again. Black stone, broken windows, beacon dark and still. A building that had outlived its purpose and was slowly surrendering to the elements, to time, to the ocean that would eventually wear it down to nothing. It looked innocent. Looked like exactly the kind of place where storms might drive desperate people to seek shelter, where local legends might accumulate, where the boundary between reality and folklore might thin just enough to let strange things through. Eleanor walked back to her car as the sun came up, as the world emerged from darkness into the honest light of a new day. She drove home feeling like maybe things could be okay now, like maybe she'd fixed what had broken, like maybe she could rejoin her life without the constant paranoia of being replaced. But when she got back to her apartment and checked her phone, she saw the messages waiting. Dozens of them. Her sister, her mum, her friends, all asking variations of the same question. "Where were you? We tried calling. We saw you yesterday, but you seemed different today. Are you okay?" And she realized, with a horror that was becoming familiar, that fixing the ritual hadn't sent the reflections back into the fog. It had just made them permanent, had solidified them into reality, had transformed them from copies learning to be her into actual versions of her that existed independently, that had their own lives and relationships and memories of being Elena that were just as valid as hers. She looked at her reflection in the apartment window and saw it looking back, and this time there was no delay, no independence, no sign that it was anything other than what reflections were supposed to be. But the damage was done. The copies were out there, living her life, being her better than she'd been being herself. and Elena understood that she'd made a mistake. Not in going back, not in trying to fix it, but in thinking that being the original mattered, that being the first version of something gave you special claim to it. That identity was singular and discrete instead of something that could be copied and distributed and shared among multiple instances that all had equal right to the name. She sat down on her couch and started to laugh, because what else could she do? The ritual was complete, the reflections were real. And Elena, the original Elena, the first Elena, the Elena who'd loved Marcus and grieved him and sought comfort in a lighthouse that should have stayed dark, was now just one of several, no more or less valid than the others, all of them trying to be the same person, all of them probably doing equally mediocre jobs of it. The phone rang. Her own number. She answered. "Hi," said her own voice. "I thought we should talk about logistics, about schedules, about how we're going to manage this now that there are several of us and only one life to live." "Okay," Elena said, because what else could she say? "Let's talk." And somewhere off the coast, the lighthouse beacon began to turn again, patient and steady, painting its light across the waves, waiting for the next person lonely enough and desperate enough and broken enough to climb the path and make the same mistakes Eleanor had made, to call out into the fog and bring back something that looked like what they'd lost but could never actually be the thing they wanted, because the dead stay dead and the copies are never perfect, and the lighthouse keeps turning through every storm, through every grief, through every moment when someone forgets that some things shouldn't be invited back, that some doors should stay closed, that some ritual should never be completed at all. The fog rolled in again that night, and in the mirror Eleanor watched herself watching herself, an infinite regression of faces that were all hers and none of them hers, all of them learning to be her while she forgot how to be anything at all. And the bandana in her pocket still smelled like Marcus, still carried the ghost of his aftershave, still held the memory of a person who was gone and would stay gone no matter how many lighthouses she climbed to, or rituals she performed, or bargains she tried to make with things that lived in fog and fed on longing. Some debts can't be paid, some losses can't be recovered, some lighthouses should be left alone to do their work in darkness, to keep their light for the ships that need it, to save their warnings for people who can still be saved. But Elena had learned too late, and now there were several of her learning the same lesson in slightly different ways, all of them wearing her face, all of them carrying her grief, all of them trying to be whole in a world that had been broken, the moment Marcus's truck crossed the centre line and took with it every future. They'd been building together. The lighthouse kept turning, patient as a heartbeat, steady as breath, waiting for the next lonely traveller to mistake its light for hope instead of warning, to climb the stairs and complete the ritual and discover too late that what you invite in never leaves exactly, that some fog never entirely dissipates, that some reflections learn to cast shadows of their own. And somewhere in the city, multiple Eleanors went about their lives, each one convinced she was the real one, each one carrying the same memories and grief and damaged hope, all of them trying to be a person who died in pieces over the course of 14 months and hadn't quite figured out that being dead didn't require your body to stop working, that ghosts didn't have to be transparent, that you could be haunted by yourself if you let the wrong thing learn your face. The light kept turning, the fog kept rolling in, and the bandana kept smelling like Marcus, like memory, like the past that refused to stay past, like everything Elena had lost and everything she'd become in the losing. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.